and he would just rip people apart. Like, it was magical.
We're on YouTube now.
Hey!
Hey!
Hey, throw my Jenga jam.
It's pretty good.
It's all right. Could be worse. So, did you post a link to yet?
Not yet.
It's almost been 2 hours now. Pre-show. All of a sudden it got quiet in here. Oh, speaking of that, I should turn off the air. Turn off the air, folks. Let them know.
Oh yeah, I found this plugin to do the BrendoManiacs thing, and it'll do all the work on its own.
Nice. Sleep a lot, eat a lot, never be lazy. I love you most of all. Your favorite vegetables. That's my Brian Wilson.
Now you're out of the frame again.
Was in it.
Yeah. Well, we gotta sit all weird. Why are you sitting all weird?
I have to. My neck gets sore. It's all turned to the side all the time.
So don't turn it to the side.
So I still haven't gotten to play that Animal Crossing game yet.
So is Janelle like addicted to it?
Well, Janelle's played it a ton, but now Audrey's got it in hers. She does. Cool? And Audrey loves it.
Do you just like decorate a house?
Well, then they give you assignments like now you got to make a doctor's office, and I don't know. I don't know exactly how it works. I haven't actually.
You haven't even played it.
Nope, hasn't.
I need a verdict, so I need to know if this is something that
I understand. From what I've heard, it doesn't sound like it's something I would like so much. I don't think there's.
I thought I wouldn't like Tomodachi Life, and I played that like game for like 200
I said, I haven't gotten to
hours.
touch it, but. Janelle likes it, and Audrey loves it. It's like, because you're doing a lot of design.
Have you even played Tomodachi Life?
I've probably only done like 5 or 6 hours of it.
Are the kids? Because I know the kids.
Yeah, they like watching it and stuff. But
do they played it?
They have not on their own. They watch me play it some, but
I want to see what they
would do. Need to go back to it.
Should let them do it and see what they would do.
Well, Luke has been, that's appropriate, has been just on a Zelda kick nonstop. Although now he's playing Chibi Robo.
Oh, did you get that?
Yeah.
The new one?
Yeah. It's really fun.
Did you get the one with the amiibo?
Yeah.
So you have the read. Well, I guess you got the reader.
It came with the Animal Crossing thing. So
gosh, now you're like all into the...
Oh, dude. Well, yeah.
Are you gonna get the Animal Crossing amiibo game?
I don't know. Maybe. I mean,
have you seen the amiibos?
Yeah, they look amazing.
I was looking at them and I'm like, I really want that cake.
Well, and the game is like Mario Party, which I do like Mario Party, so
you're gonna get it.
I'm pretty sure we're gonna get it, yeah. And then I also got today when I didn't know it was out yet, but today the Zelda Triforce Heroes came out, so I might have picked that one up.
How do you have time to play any of those games?
That's the thing. I have such a back catalog of games.
Like, you don't have time to do Brax or anything else.
I don't have time. I don't actually get to play half the games. But
we have to get to 500 Brax strips.
No, we are. But I've been working so much on the Kickstarter.
If Brian Wilson can finish Smile,
I know.
We can finish.
No, we are. It's just this Kickstarter has been kicking my butt.
Where are we at? We got to be so close.
I think we're at like, I don't know, 480 or something.
Oh my gosh.
486.
We could have that. That's like 2 weeks.
I know. No, it's more than that.
Whatever.
So
let's say we did every day.
Yeah,
2 weeks.
7 weeks.
Still, we've been on this. We haven't, first of all, we haven't had a strip since September 13th. And before that.
I know.
It's been really bad.
It has been really bad. But we got our Kickstarter.
Comic-Con called me and they're like, you're fired.
We got our Kickstarter.
We should have had 500
we should have had 500
long time ago.
But we got our commentary done. We got
a commentary.
One of the two commentaries.
And then we have 2 episodes.
2 special episodes.
We have a freaking Brax book. And a BrendoMan All-Stars CD.
That I've been working on. That one's nearing completion. And I got the record ordered. That took a lot more work. I mean, I expected it to be challenging, but it's a good experience. It took a lot more.
Called me and were like, how do I zip a file?
Well, I didn't know for sure, like, what. I don't know. I just want to make sure I was doing the right thing, because this is like.
I want to see the Steve Jobs movie.
Which one?
The one that's not stupid.
There have been like 3 of them already.
Well, I mean, there was the one from the 90s, the Bill Gates and Steve Jobs one.
Yeah.
And then there was the one with but then the new ones, I think there's just the one with what's his face, Ashton Kutcher.
Yeah.
And then there's this one. But this is like Danny Boyle and what's his face. He's a screenwriter guy that does everything and people love him, and I still that guy.
Michael Fassbender's in it.
Yeah. Everybody, if I see, I'm so sick of memes. Just sick of memes.
Anyway, doing that record, I mean, and this is for like us just talking. Like, I can't imagine the mastering and stuff, because I started diving into like reading about the mastering and what you have to do with the audio files and stuff, and it's nuts. Like, there's a lot more to it than just doing a CD. Like, so I mean, like, really good experience. Well, okay, like for instance, like just the way that you have like the bass frequencies leveled and pan left to right, like the way that the record is actually cut. If you have like the wrong frequencies at like the wrong levels, it can actually like cause like phasing in your music.
Do we have those?
Well, no, because we don't. It's just us talking.
Yeah, but do we still have frequencies?
So, well, yeah, but it's not like it doesn't affect. First of all, neither of us are talking at like the bass level, and second of all, it's not a driving.
But if you're doing music, like you have
if you're doing music, it's like insane. Yeah. So that's why they always say you have to get like specially mastered for vinyl, because something that you could just totally print up on a CD would not work necessarily on a record, you know?
Is that why vinyl sounds better?
Well, I mean, it's part of it. It has to have, it requires more care in order for it to work well. And then, you know, the length that we're putting on there does diminish like the quality a bit, although we kept it pretty good. But for us talking, it doesn't really matter. Mm-hmm. But for music, you know, you have to consider that. Mm-hmm. I mean, there's just so many factors. Then, like, do you want them to cut from the inside out or the outside in? So then I had to like go and read, like, I don't know, what's this all about? Because they can either like have more space towards the edge of the record or the inside, and there's like pros and cons of both. And like, do you want etching in the inside? Do you want this? How do you want this to be done? Like, there's so many little things like I didn't even know were options or things I needed to know. So it took me like days to get through all of that, because I wanted to make sure, you know, I was doing the right thing.
It is a trap.
Well, yeah, you should like get up so we can see what it's on in there.
It's holding a finger trap. It's a trap.
It's a trap. It's pretty good. Anyway, it's been a good learning experience, because it was definitely not as easy as I thought it might be. Did you put new Amazon on there?
There's a new Amazon. It's all new.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. There's a lot.
Well, because then we have a whole extra week.
Right.
It was last week.
That's right.
Because we didn't do it because we talked. We could have talked.
We got a lot of letters.
We could have talked with Amber for a while.
Yeah. Oh, definitely. All right. Should we start?
Let me just make sure I got everything in its right place. See what's going on here.
New admiral is a clownfish.
What?
Steve said the new admiral is a clownfish. That's not funny. Because it's a clown. All right, I'm going to ask Steve, since we haven't started yet. Steve, have you ever heard of a spin class? What is a spin class? Or spinning, I guess it's also called. It's an exercise thing.
Yeah.
What does one do in a spin class?
What is spin class? Because Phil didn't know. And we
no
want to
no looking it up.
No looking it up.
Tell us
just
what
like what did see he knows.
That shouldn't be called spinning.
Phil,
that's pedaling.
Honest to God, right? I'm gonna tell you this. Is this not the craziest thing you've ever heard in your
pedaling.
life?
It's not spinning.
Phil, honest to God, up until how long?
It's like 3 days ago.
Until 3 days ago, thought that spin class was people spinning around in circles.
Because it's called spinning, not biking.
As an exercise.
Not pedaling.
Except it's been in countless TV and movies.
I don't watch stuff about that.
See, that's crazy, right, Steve?
I'm just saying. Why don't they call it pedal class? Bike
Because it doesn't sound cool.
But spinning doesn't. Spinning sounds dumb.
The wheels spin.
No. You don't say, like, I'm going to go spin around on my bike.
Because it's stationary bike, so you just sit there and spin
so
the wheel.
You're sitting still.
So you're spinning your wheels.
I'm going to go sit
You know,
class.
when you that's a figure of speech. I'm just sitting here spinning my wheels. And you're literally doing that.
I still say it's dumb.
No, it's not less dumb than thinking that it's spinning.
Whoever named it
how is
spin
this
class
how is
dumber.
Standing in place spinning around exercise?
I'm not saying that's a good idea. I'm just saying it makes more sense. That's all.
I want to know the look on that lady's face.
She thought, because the story is there's one of the moms that I was talking to before school.
Your mom club?
In the mom club. And she said that she was going to spin class. And I'm like, oh, that's cool. And I'm like, don't you guys get dizzy? Like, she's like, what are you talking about? And I'm like, like from spinning? Like, how long do you spin for? And she's like, yeah, she did basically that. And I'm like, what? She's like, it's bikes. I'm like, I didn't know.
Because the wheels, I'm spinning my wheels here. Spinning wheels.
Not on a bike, though. You spin wheels on a car. Like when
Also
you get stuck in the
bike.
mud. No, not when you're stuck in the mud.
It's a stationary bike.
Still, that's from a car. Just saying. I don't think
it would have caught on if it was just
I don't either. That's why I was so confused. Why is it so popular? Why is everyone wanting to do this? I don't know.
It's really stupid.
At least I knew CrossFit wasn't like a Christian exercise thing.
CrossFit. What is it called? Cross training. They're not on crosses.
I don't know what they do. I couldn't. If you ask me right now to describe what someone does in a CrossFit class, I have no idea. They run? Is it like cross country skiing?
It's called CrossFit because it's cross training, which means you do a bunch of different exercises. You mix it up so your body doesn't get used to one thing. Because you're going cross, like you cross disciplines, like cross.
Okay.
So like,
all right.
But some of the gyms do get Jesus-y.
Well, there's like a huge. Like,
and it is also
churches.
Also this is what I've also said is CrossFit is like the new like it is like a pyramid scheme, like because they're always trying to get you to like invest in the gym, join the gym,
right?
Because it's like a franchise thing. It is like a cult.
I've had people ask me, and I'm like, dude, come on.
And they're all very like evangelistic about it. Like you gotta like that's the joke on Facebook is it's like CrossFit, vegans, and like militant atheists are like the worst.
And then I thought people were spinning around and joining in the club. That's crazy.
It is kind of culty.
Yeah, it really is.
But also there is the pyramid scheme aspect to it because it's like because you like join and people are always starting their own gyms and like but
there's like 30 of them and you kind of alone.
But you know they're all paying money to like the CrossFit organization. Yeah, Joe Cross.
Totally.
Somebody is at the top of that pyramid making a ton of money. Like it is like a pyramid.
You should just do the San Diego diet.
San Diego diet. Did you finish all those yet?
No.
You didn't watch the last season?
Not yet.
Oh,
I'm still watching through Janelle.
It's so the last season, like the way everything, like it gets to the point where like 5 or 6 things will all cross over at once.
It's already so good. We're almost done with season 2.
Crazy. Like
it's the 3rd season's on Hulu now.
It was on Hulu as it aired, so I would assume that
Well, it wasn't for a while. Then it was
Did
like
they
just
take it
1 and
back
2.
off?
But
That's
now
weird.
it's back on.
Because it was there. I was watching them as they were.
No, there was
them
a
up.
while when it was not on
That's
there because
dumb.
I watched all the way through 2, and then it was not there. But now it's back on. So, but we did something. Ooh, maybe I should tell you on the show. I don't know.
What?
I'll tell you on the show. We should start.
Did you see Corey? See where Corey is tonight?
No.
She went to go see Impractical Jokers.
Oh, I did see that. Yes, I forgot.
I was surprised. I thought you were like.
I didn't know
that was on your radar.
It was, but I just didn't know.
That's why Ming's here. I was wondering why Ming was here.
Look.
He probably came with them. Ming is in town because he was hanging out with Matt.
Okay.
And I was curious about why he was in town, and he's probably hanging out. He's probably with Quinn and those guys.
Okay.
That makes sense because I was wondering what Ming was doing. Also, when he comes out, he'll save up a bunch of like big like things he has to do like over here for Kevin, and then he'll just come out and do them all at once, like big upgrades and other IT related stuff. Which is, I don't think people realize, like, Ming still is in charge of all of that stuff, even though he's like, like a celebrity, like he still runs all that stuff. Without him, like the whole machine would collapse. Because I'm telling you, like, none of those people know how to use computers and stuff. Like I even asked Jason at his house, like, because like he's got all these Wi-Fi repeaters that Ming set up, and I was like, of course Ming set up. I'm like, Jason doesn't know how to do that. Anyways, we should get started.
It's now midnight.
We're doing all right.
Yeah, only 2 hours.
Did I post that?
I think so. Well, Steve's in there.
Steve's psychic.
That's true.
Steve, like an alarm goes off in his head.
He just knows. I feel a presence on the internet. Phil and Brendo must be talking somewhere.
Now I got all that in my head. I wanna my girl,
Listen, I have like a tickle.
Do you need? I don't have anything actually.
No, it's not. It's just
get a drink of water.
Yeah, it's okay. It'll be all right. I'm good.
I was on Facebook and I set up notifications for
that's smart. You can do that?
Yes.
Yes, one can. All right, let's do it.
You can also set stuff. You can also set it up so I don't know if you've seen where a page you can set it so you'll see all of their stuff. If you're on a page, you can click it and see first.
Yeah.
And it'll every time they post something, it'll show up.
It's so irritating that
you have to do that
because there's lots of
because
stuff
they
I
want those
see.
Pages to pay them.
So, but if someone does that to yours, you don't have to pay them.
No, it'll show because like I did it for like Brian Wilson and now his stuff because now that I'm like after I saw like that he missed that show, I'm like I want to be on it as soon as he announces.
There's tons of bands I want to. So
well, you got to go into all their pages.
Pay to sponsor.
Yeah.
Is that how it works?
Yeah.
Or can you pay to like have your stuff, just all of your feed go out more?
I don't know. You'd have to sponsor each individual post.
It's so irritating. I mean, I guess they're making money and that's why they're doing it, but. Because there is, like, for a while, I'll be like, I haven't heard anything from this band in a while. And then I'm like, oh, they've been doing tons of stuff.
You got to go and click the C first.
But then there's, I like a lot of stuff, so it's hard to keep up on all of them.
Well, then you'll be able to keep up on all of them if you go into each one and do that.
I've done, as I go through them, I do. But
like, I do it now every time I like a new page and I know I'm going to want the updates, I do it right away. Because that's what I did with all the Beach Boys stuff. And now I'm seeing everything.
Lots of it in there.
Because Brian Wilson's Facebook page, they also post like a lot of links to like older videos and stuff that people send in.
That's
cool. So like that's how I'm like getting sucked into all these like wormholes. Yeah. Because he like posted this video. He posted that video of him and Dennis and Carl like on his page. But like they said, Jeff Bridges, the dude, sent this into us. And so then from there, that was a whole wormhole, just the way YouTube works, which they really designed that. Whoever designed YouTube, like in its current incarnation, They did a really good job of making sure you never leave YouTube.
Because between the bar on the side and
then the suggestions on the bottom,
and then when the video's over, those pop up.
Everything
inevitably, one of those is going to be like, oh, well, I want to see that too.
Yeah, like that's amazing that the way they've done that. Yep. So you stay on.
It's like a website YouTube. Magnet. Once you're there,
it's like a guaranteed like couple hours.
Yeah, it's dangerous. Did you check the mic yet? We should check the mic if you didn't.
No, I should play Coca Heroes more. So nobody noticed this, so I'm going to keep doing it. Okay. But we switched to mono like 2 episodes ago.
Really?
And I started encoding the episodes like at way lower bit rates.
Okay.
And because I started messing with it, see how low I could go. And I checked what, because Charles, Andrew's husband, pointed out to me that Marin has been doing 40 kbps for like the last couple years.
Okay.
And
no one noticed?
Because I've been doing 96 because that's what Ken Plume, like, I asked him, like, what are you guys doing it? And he said 96 because that's what everybody does.
Okay.
But it's like, but I'm like, I want, because it's like if you're just doing audio, like you can go super low because like, so now we're down to like 40 meg files.
And no one's like
said, well, you can't tell. Like you cannot tell.
Interesting. So that makes it better for everybody then.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah, we've been mono for the last 2 episodes.
I mean, I guess it doesn't matter.
Well, it was already mono. I just noticed like even because like it's not like stereo, because even the stuff that was in stereo, like the Ann Lynn song and stuff, it just the channels were, it was just duplicating.
Right.
So I'm
it's
like
not true stereo.
Yeah, so I'm like, there's no like he's like those, because Charles pointed out to me, he's like that's just adding, that's like doubling the size of the file
for nothing.
Like for nothing. Yeah. Like you're not getting anything.
It's not like I'm coming in your right ear and then you're coming in the left ear.
Yeah.
Like that Abraham Lincoln. You must live.
Oh my gosh. I remember like thinking like there's no way this is gonna, because you hyped that up to me like so huge.
I know.
And I'm like, there's no way this is gonna live up, and it was like
every
the craziest thing.
The creepy Abraham Lincoln
just like
slapping you on the butt.
All the weird like, and then the hairdresser and like
just like what it's like a horror story. It seriously is.
That was really nuts.
Yeah.
I'm glad I did that before.
Yeah, because it's gone now.
Because that was only there for like a few years.
Yeah.
When did I do that? Because that would have been like pre-2005. I must have. I think the summer. It was the summer before I left for China.
Yeah.
Because Janelle still had.
Yeah, I think she signed,
and you signed us in. Like you and I went.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, because it was kind of on my bucket list of like things I want to do. I'm like, what if I never go to Disneyland again? That was when I was convinced that I was gonna like
China forever.
Just go live out there.
You must live. And then like, oh, and then they light the candle.
Yeah.
So eerie. I could like, it gives me shivers just thinking of it. All right, let's test the mic.
Check 1, 2, 3.
Checking the mic, yo. I'm checking the mic. This is my hop way to check the mic.
That was really stupid. Check 1, 2, 3.
Checking the mic, yo. I'm checking the mic. This is my hop way to check the mic. I got some moves, man.
Yeah,
some rhymes.
You do.
Well, I kind of accidentally rhyme. I got some. I can spit, yo.
Who do you think you are, Dan Harmon?
Yeah, totally.
Oh, we're already bought. We're done. It's over.
Yeah, Brendan went after. Well, no, at lunchtime, right?
I panicked, so I went at lunch because I'm like,
I thought you were gonna do it after.
What if I go after work and they're gone? And then I went and I'm like, you got Star Wars tickets? She's like, you're the first one, and I was like, I knew it.
Yeah, because everyone. Oh no, he's talking about the last, the Masked Saint, the big movie event.
Yeah.
Forget Star Wars.
Isn't that coming? So now they said, I think they have a release in January.
Is it actually? Oh, it's January. Okay.
We gotta go see it.
Oh, definitely. Like
I want to go see it in the theater.
Like, I still don't understand what the heck it's gonna be. Like.
Well, they're profiting off of Roddy Piper's death.
Yeah.
And it's really.
And the popularity of Nacho Libre, kind of, because it's kind of like that, but serious. from what I could see in the
Their
trailer.
Facebook marketing is so bad.
So weird.
It's like these. Did you like the Facebook page?
I don't.
Did you get the updates?
No.
It's just these weird memes with like a Bible verse and like the wrestler guy, and it's like Jesus never gave up the fight, and like all this dumb crap.
Jesus pinned Satan to the mat.
Did you ever watch that Sting video that I sent
did,
you?
yeah.
He's like got the demons. The
I
part
kinda
where
skipped through it
did
to
you
that
get to the part where he's all chained up?
Yeah. Oh,
And like
gosh.
that dude that's like he's like I'm the bishop and he's got like those leather
Yeah, he
pants.
wasn't the pastor. He was like the bishop.
Well, I think that's I think it was because it was like a weird Pentecostal
but then
thing.
he was also like the ringleader, or what do you call it, the ringman, like in this corner.
But like, and it just seemed like Shawn Michaels came and went, and like he probably got so much money just to do that. He barely did anything, and
it was weird.
And then like just the demons and Sting had like the chains on him.
Commentary
he's
guys
like,
are just like high school kids.
I gotta break these chains. Help me break these chains.
It's really weird. It was like uncomfortably weird.
But like that looked like they spent a lot of money.
Yeah.
Like there was fire, there was pyro,
Oh, yeah.
there was like
a big like.
That was like a big. That was like an arena.
Yeah.
Like they spent a lot of money,
Yeah.
and like I know, like those were all like name wrestlers that they spent money on.
Yeah.
Like,
but doing sketches that like the kids in my high school like youth group did, like I mean I swear the whole like breaking the chains, like I had they did it to like Carmen's the Champion or something, and they're like, oh I gotta break Satan, keep me in this chains, and like I mean that whole thing, yeah. I'm telling you. It was a bizarre thing. So the Masked Saint is definitely on the list. I'll tell you what we need to do. If it really has a theatrical release, we need to have like a Radio BrendoMan outing for like the local folks. Get Steve and Mark, and we should all go see it together. If it plays like a recording or something like that, we should all meet up.
That's good though. We should talk about that.
Yeah, that'd be pretty amazing. All right, put that on there too.
What?
Just put on, so we don't forget, Masked Saint event.
Okay.
It's on. It's got to be. It's January, right?
That's what they said. They said,
who knows?
They said winter 2016.
Yeah, so who knows what that means? And who knows where it's going to play?
It'll
probably going to be like in some...
It'll be in like, it's probably like, if I'm guessing...
What if it's at a church?
I'm guessing it's going to be like probably in like Texas somewhere. It seems like,
that's probably. But there might be LA somewhere though.
If it's screening somewhere in LA, I'll drive.
What if
I'll
it's
take like
what if it's like a big Pentecostal center or something, like the Rock down there? Would you go to that? But then you had to like sit through their like Pentecostal.
They're gonna like, but it might be worth it.
I don't know. It would feel like going to like Benny Hinn again,
That was scary.
That was.
I didn't think we were gonna make it out of there.
No, it was weird.
Like it got real creepy towards the end there. Where we like bailed out.
It went from us like laughing to like, dude, we gotta get out of here. This is just creepy. Put the devil in a headlock. Yeah.
Well, it was like when Punky Brewster came down, and I was like, "What is happening?"
Punky,
and then like things got real charismatic.
Yeah, smacking
and like, and like people, but like the people around us started acting weird.
Yeah.
I'm like, we need to get out of here.
Mass hysteria. Cats and dogs living together.
Because it was like he got the crowd into a frenzy.
Yeah.
And then they
start passing around those credit card things.
And then that's when you ask for the money. And like it just was so, I could feel. It was also like I could feel the presence of evil.
Yeah.
Like
I mean, if it felt like that, that was the time. Like, jeez.
Because like it was just so evil. It's so wrong.
Yeah. Playing on those like emotions. And,
yeah.
Oh.
Like this is everything that's wrong with. Like,
what did you think when because that was like one of the first few weeks.
That was again one of our early outings.
So yeah,
Well, I just knew that like you were doing it for like a laugh, and like I'm like anybody that's willing to do weird crap like this. And then I remember afterwards, Matt and Jeb stole a street sign from somewhere, and I'm like, if this is what these guys do for fun, like this is pretty cool.
Yeah, not what you expected at a Christian university. Because within that first couple of weeks, we watched Ferris Bueller's.
We went to the Dollar
Theater. Then we went to Benny Hinn.
We went to the Huntington Beach concert
show
thing.
Down at the beach.
Remember we went to that show at Penny Lane?
Yeah.
The Javelina show.
Where the video games were like on in the background the whole time, and it was weird.
And at first I was like, why is Tom Green playing the guitar?
Yeah.
He did look like Tom
He
Green.
looked a lot like Tom Green. I remember because when the Tom
Not
Green
so much
show,
anymore.
No, they diverged. He looks more like it's the guy that did the music on something about Mary.
Oh yeah, that guy.
Jonathan something.
Yeah.
Anyway, they look even more like. But I remember we were on that first tour with the Spivvies. And they're like, "Oh look, Matt Wignall's on the TV," and I'm like, "What?" And they came in and they're like, "Look." I'm like, wait, is that him? No, it's not. And then it was, of course, the Tom Green show. Anyway.
Oh, now I'm thinking about Tom Green show.
This is the Tom Green show. It's not the Green Tom show.
What was the assistant guy's name?
Remember
the one where he I remember a couple of things he did. He put up his real phone number.
Yeah.
Remember the one where they left him in a field, I think he was naked, and they just left him there.
Oh.
They did so Todd. I think it was Todd.
I think so.
The Canadian one they did even worse.
The Canadian one was nuts. I watched, and there were some of them I had a hard time watching. There's one where they find a dead horse in a field or something, and they go up and
you
start
gotta watch his last MTV thing he did where he went to Japan, because it's amazing. He goes to a temple and he's wearing a Godzilla costume and he just starts running. And then they get attacked by monkeys.
Oh my gosh.
There's all this it's the last thing he did for MTV, because we watched it.
My favorite one I think ever. Well, okay, a couple of them, but one is just the poo on the microphone interviews. Watching what people would do to get on TV, he would put it right up in their face, and they'd be like,
I was so mad because WWE had this show called Swerved, and they straight up ripped that off.
Really?
Straight up. They didn't actually put poo on the microphone, but they made it. They rubbed poo on it so it smelled real bad, and then they would shove it. But I'm you're just ripping off Tom Green, straight up.
And then of course My Bum Is on the Rail. We sang that endlessly.
That was a number one song.
Crazy.
That was the number one song
right?
in America. I remember because that was summer of 2000. So it was that was the number one song. I remember it was the number one video on TRL for weeks.
Yeah.
And it just seemed like we were all on this joke, but then it kind of took on this life of its own, where he's still he's oh yeah, that's. He was set for life after that.
Just from that song. Yep.
I don't know. He was exactly, I don't know. I didn't know. I was so nervous when I was but he was super nice, but he was also very intense.
I can imagine. I would be terrified to be in an audience for one of his shows, because he always did stuff.
But he's not like that. He's not like that anymore.
Okay.
But he's just very intense, but he's again super nice.
The crazy part is, so he started out finding dead animals and screwing around with them, just doing gross stuff. Got a show on MTV. Married.
Yeah.
He was married to Drew Barrymore. Am I correct? Is that
they were married.
Dream? For
no.
That happened, right?
That totally happened.
So he went from finding dead animals to marrying Drew Barrymore.
And then he had the ball cancer. Yeah. And then when they showed the surgery on the show. But we laugh about that, but there's been stories he's talking about that saved lives.
I know, it's crazy. But it was also hilarious.
But because I know after that I got to check my balls.
Yeah. Check your balls.
But people have come up to me and be you saved my life, because I never even thought of checking and here putting it on Front Street, if this is gonna be a thing, at least I can raise awareness and I can. But watching testicular the surgery.
It was not what you expected, but then again you never knew what to expect from him. So
yeah, it's pretty great though.
Yeah. All right, should we start now?
I guess.
Do it.
Let me just make sure we're all.
You're just going to check clicker heroes again. You keep saying, let me make sure. And then you go over to clicker.
No, we're ready.
Okay.
Hello, and welcome to another episode of Radio BrendoMan. I'm Brendan Creasy.
And I'm Phil Vecchio.
And it is midnight at the Brendo Mansion.
Midnight at the Oasis.
It's not the Oasis.
Could be.
It's...
What is it? Is this just the Brendo Mansion now?
Sure.
Just kind of moves around with
It's always been that.
Just thought maybe this one had
Wherever
a special
I live.
name. The Bungalow?
No.
Last House on the Right?
The Lizard Hole.
Lizard Hole. Yeah. Barf Carpet.
Yeah, cleaned all that.
Oh gosh, I just realized you had me like chasing around that lizard under your bed. Like, did I climb where your barf was?
I cleaned it. I scrubbed.
Still, like.
Oh yeah, you were right there.
Barf pass.
You were right there.
Oh gosh, I was like crawling around in there.
It's cleaned up.
It's in the fibers. You can't get it out of
No,
the
I
fibers.
scrubbed the fibers with carpet cleaner.
Just
Whatever.
rubbed it deeper in
You're
there.
how often there's like puke all over your house.
It's baby puke. It's different.
Baby puke.
Yeah. It's cute. It's sweet.
No, it's not.
It's like sweet cream.
Oh my god.
It wasn't until like, you're a little older that there's chunks in it.
disgusting.
It was just like
Whatever. There's like poop.
There's a lot of poop.
It's like
There's
so
poop
much
everywhere.
poop.
Yeah.
It's not in the fibers.
Could be.
I scrubbed with a brush.
I know. That just drives it deeper
No.
into the fibers.
It cleans it out.
See,
It
what
like
are we-
lifts it out. Because the
We're
thing,
at,
the spray that I had,
2 minutes.
like it lifts it all out and then you vacuum it up, and that's what I did.
That's what the marketing wants you to think. I think I crawled in your old barf particles.
Well, you're still alive,
I made it. I survived.
so it's all good.
That's been your poop and barf update for.
We were just talking about
episode.
how we're always gross. Like
It's 2
from
minutes in,
episode-
and we've already gotten to it.
We were
so
talking
that's
about
good.
for a 200th episode. We want to do maybe not on the 200th episode,
Yeah,
but
like a
around
special.
a special. We're going to do a commentary on the real first Radio BrendoMan, and then the first one with us,
me, yeah.
which is actually episode 11 of this run.
Right.
And so, but like how
So really,
how on the first episode we immediately
at 200 we should do your first episode. At 211 we should do my first episode because that's the 200th anniversary.
yeah, but it's
of me.
overall 200 celebration.
Yeah, that's true. But then we like spread it out.
Yeah, but we've
do
also-
commentaries.
Whatever.
Well, we're gonna celebrate though because this is episode 191.
Yeah.
We're on the final countdown to our 200th.
Yep.
It's pretty cool.
We'll get there sometime in the new year. Like
Yeah.
right around.
Yeah.
Can you believe we're already talking about
Gosh, no.
we were talking about Thanksgiving and I'm like that seems so far away, but like it's like a month
It's
away.
like a month away. Halloween is next week.
Yeah. What are you guys doing for Halloween?
Well,
Are you going to downtown on
Yeah, we're
on
gonna-
Halloween?
I think we're gonna go to downtown
on Saturday?
on Saturday.
What about on Friday?
I don't know. Is there something on Friday too?
I feel like there's stuff happening all weekend.
I don't know.
What do you guys? Because I want to do stuff on Halloween.
Well, okay, so I mean, this is a little business here for the thing, but we're also like earlier in the day, we're gonna do like our family get together for Audrey's birthday.
Oh,
You know, like because we're gonna do like the kid party, which you know you said
so
you
is
might
this going to
come
be like a family Halloween party?
Well, it's more like Audrey birthday party /
Birthday
whatever.
Halloween party?
But I think we're gonna go. We might go to like the pumpkin patch or just go get lunch or something. We haven't decided exactly yet what, but.
I like the pumpkin patch. I don't like that like everything costs money at the pumpkin patch.
Well, that's true, and that's a weekend, and it's gonna
be nuts.
Maybe we won't do the pumpkin. Yeah, on Halloween Day, that's a bad idea. Strike that. I just.
But
decided.
they do have the root beer guy.
I know, but we should go like midweek. One of these days we'll go midweek.
When?
I don't know, after school one
You're
day.
gonna go and I'm not gonna be able to go.
You could go. Come join us.
I don't get off work till I don't get here till 6.
They're still open. I think. I don't know. Well, anyway. So I think that's our plan. I think we're gonna do the downtown Redlands thing because that was cool. And yeah, it's coming up. Got a lot of mileage out of these Halloween costumes already.
Am I gonna get trick or treaters here?
Maybe. Yeah. I mean, but you can just turn the lights out.
I'll get candy.
Well, but if you're not here,
Yeah.
you can't like.
Well, I'm gonna be.
Like if you go down there, but see that I feel like that ended.
We were done, but then
Yeah.
what are we gonna do in the evening?
I don't know.
We should watch scary movies.
Well, probably not with the kids.
We should watch scary movies with the kids.
I don't think so.
What if we watched a spooky movie with the kids?
Unless like scary.
What if we watched like Disney's Halloween Treat?
You have that?
I'm sure we can find it.
I'm sure it can be found. Yeah.
Disney's Halloween. Or we watched like, what if we watched Goosebumps?
See. Okay, early reviews that I've heard from like the moms.
Scary for kids.
Like there's one mom who she said like she brought her kid, her preschooler to like Jurassic World and they had fun with it. Like so not like we're not talking a prude type person. She's like it was really scary. Like I don't know if like I wouldn't recommend it for little kids.
Okay, what about
I want to see it still.
What are some other kid friendly? What about if we watched the Peanut Butter Solution?
I don't know. See, my kids freaked out when they watched the Toy Story like one, the like Halloween episode.
Yeah, but that was a while ago. You said they're into spooky stuff now.
Yeah, I don't know, but they're into it. But then they get like nightmares. You gotta like play it out very gradually.
I don't know. Your kids are so weird because I think about all the stuff I saw by the time I was even Luke's age.
Yeah.
Like think about by the time you were 5, we had seen like Ghostbusters. Goonies.
See, I was older though. I didn't see those till later because I was a couple years older.
So yeah, but still, like, no, you had seen because Goonies. Goonies came out like in '84. Goonies came out in '84.
Okay, but I didn't see it till video, so I saw it in '85.
So it came out in '85. So you were.
I was 7 at that point.
Still.
That's older than both of my kids.
Well, I had seen it. I saw it when I was 5.
You're hardcore.
I'm hardcore.
You watched a scary movie this week that I wouldn't watch.
Well, I watched a lot of weird things.
See, that's what I mean.
Yeah, but that's not because I watched.
That's why.
You think that's because I watched Ghostbusters?
Yeah. You watched it 2 years earlier than me, so I can't handle it.
Ghostbusters was '84 though.
See, but I watched Ghostbusters in 3rd grade. I know that for a fact.
So what? You were like
because I had a surgery in 3rd grade.
Okay,
and
fine.
I watched it when I was at home. I rented it and I like watched it on repeat while I was recovering from surgery.
I watched it when I was 5, and I watched it a million times, and like I don't know, I watched Ghostbusters, like the big ones, like Ghostbusters, Goonies.
Yeah.
Like what else by then did we watch? Just like then some of the comedies, like just some of the stuff that we'd seen that like I don't know. And then even like I don't know. I watched like a ton of action movies like later.
Right.
And
well, it's funny because our kids like they want to like spooky stuff, but then like they freak out like they have to go do this whole ritual where we like check the closet and then we close the closet door. They always have the bathroom light on in between their rooms. More for Audrey than Luke, but still like there's a certain like there's a fascination with it, but then they freak out. So I don't know. You have to like ease them into it,
Well, maybe we can wrangle up on YouTube like Disney's Halloween Treat. That's pretty.
Maybe.
I remember even that scared me when I was a kid.
Okay, put it this way: they were watching Rescue Rangers, and there was an episode where like something creepy happens, and Audrey's like, "I can't do Rescue Rangers for a while. I'm kind of freaked out by it right now."
Gosh.
So
At what point are they just gonna get over that?
I don't know. Well, she finally can watch stuff where people get swallowed by whales. If you remember correctly, for a while that was like her ultimate nightmare, and it's amazing how many kids things that pops up in,
Like Pinocchio.
Well, Pinocchio, obviously, like.
She wouldn't, because she couldn't even watch like Jonah.
Right, Jonah, because there's like a VeggieTales movie of that in particular. But I remember she watched that new Winnie the Pooh movie, and I'm like, it's Winnie the Pooh, like it's about as tame as it gets. But he has like a dream sequence in it, kind of like the Pink Elephants thing, or what was it? No, Heffalumps and Woozles for Winnie the Pooh. And in it, it's like just honey, like doing like silly things with like shapes and honey. And there's a part where honey like forms into a whale and then swallows him like this. I'm like, even in Winnie the Pooh, and she's like, oh, it gets swallowed. And Finding Nemo is another one. Like it's in everything.
Yeah, but that like, what does she think she's gonna get swallowed?
For whatever reason, it started with there's this dumb kid show called The Backyardigans, and it was on like Netflix. And so it's just like little animals that walk around and stuff. And there's an episode where they like go to the ocean and a whale swallows them. They're living in a whale, and she just flipped out on it. Totally freaked her out. And then from then on, it was being swallowed by a whale. Does she think
like she can get swallowed by a whale like here?
When we would walk by Monstro at Disneyland, she'd be like, "No, I can't go on that whale. It's the scariest ride." And I'm like, "That's the storybook boats." She's like, "No, I can't do it." And I remember the first time we like had her go. She was shaking as we.
See, that's where I don't think I could be a parent because I would just get mad at my kid.
That does nothing. That just amplifies it.
I would get so mad.
That just makes it that much worse. But we did. We like, okay, we're gonna get through this, and she was like shaking, and then we go through it, and she's like, oh, that was it. I'm like, yeah. See, I told you, nothing. Storybook ride. So anyway. All that is to say, I don't think they're ready for Goosebumps just yet.
Maybe it's because I watched like a genuine scary movie at a really young age, and that traumatized me. So that when not as scary, when Ghostbusters and stuff happened, I was like, well, this isn't nearly as scary as that legitimate. Which I don't know. Oh. Like there was two. Okay. There was two incidents. There's one where I honestly don't know what the movie was. I think it was some sort of slasher movie, but what I'm remembering does not exist because I've tried. I think I saw one thing. Do we have a
special Halloween episode of Nostalgia
Detectives? No, because I'm convinced that I saw what I did was I saw one thing and then everything else happened in my brain. Okay. Because I had nightmares for seriously months.
Do you remember the premise at all?
No, I feel like in my brain it was a group of people in a castle and they were getting one at a time murdered by a dude, but there was in a castle and there was a dude with a hood and an axe, but I don't think any of that is real. I think that is all stuff that was in my brain, and I think that was a late night KTTY KCOP movie. But then I know for a fact my babysitter / nanny let us watch, or unknowingly we watched. My brother and I watched on TV. It was it's the movie Ghost Story, which if you watch it now, it's this really slow, boring. It's got Peter O'Toole, and it's there are some genuinely terrifying parts of it. So basically what happens is this group of friends get cursed, and this is a legitimate movie, but so I could see where as a kid seeing it, it would just mess me up. Right. So basically they're cursed by this. They inadvertently killed this girl that they were all sleeping with. Okay. And then they covered it up. They covered up the murder of this girl, and then her ghost haunts them and their families.
Sounds legitimately scary.
And the opening scene is this guy is in bed with a woman, and also it was wildly inappropriate for because there's naked ladies and stuff. Okay. There's sex scenes in this, but I think it was on TV, so this would have been. But anyway, so the guy's in bed, and then he's talking to her, and then she turns around and she turns into a skeleton, and then he falls out of the balcony of the apartment because he's so scared. So it has this woman that turned into a skeleton, and then there's another scene again as a kid that I remember where he sees the woman on the road and she's all shrouded, and then when she gets up close she turns into a skeleton. Huh. So it's this woman constantly turning into a skeleton. So as a kid seeing that, it just completely completely messed me up. So I think because of that, Ghostbusters and all these other movies, absolutely had no effect on me. None whatsoever when it comes to being scary. Yeah. Because I saw and I feel as I've been listening to Movies Made Me, this is a recurring thing on Cheryl's podcast, right, where I think this was a generational thing where people of our generation, especially with Gen Xers, we all saw a lot of movies at grossly inappropriate ages. Yep. That seemed to be a staple of, because the rating system was way looser. PG-13 did not even exist. Yeah.
Again, I remember seeing Raiders of the Lost Ark in kindergarten.
And yeah, and but the biggest one of our is everybody saw Jaws too young. Everybody, I feel
I didn't.
Okay.
I didn't see Jaws until college.
Wow.
Jairus had it on DVD and showed it to me.
What?
Because I had never watched it.
You made it
my mom flipped. She was
everybody flipped.
So she was no way.
But a lot of kids. So you were lucky then, because every kid saw that movie way too young. So seeing Jaws, you could.
think about what that movie would do if you saw that. Like most of us, because most people I know, like of our generation, saw it when they were like really young, and it just
because it was PG, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah. Well, see, I've always been. I love scary movies, but again, you know, I like the creepy, ghosty stuff. I remember in 5th grade on Halloween, and the teacher brought this I think it was on video, but I think it was like a compilation of short Halloween videos and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the things it had, and I was already kind of creeped out about it. I was kind of freaked out, and then it had an adaptation of Edgar Allan Poe's The Pit and the Pendulum on it.
Oh yeah.
And I remember getting freaked out, and then it just showed the blade swinging back and forth, and I lost it and ran out in the hallway. I'm like, I can't watch the rest of it. It was embarrassing and stuff. I'm done. And it was probably Vincent Price or something, and it was not at all scary.
Well, that Vincent Price Pit and the Pendulum is pretty.
I think that was the one that it was. And
pretty messed up.
You know, they probably didn't even show it, is what I'm saying. I bet you it cut before anything happened, but in my mind, it all happened, and I'm out in the hallway So, yeah.
And I think that is a characteristic because, now I can't imagine with helicopter parents and everything how that would...
That at school in particular.
Yeah.
No one would get away with that.
But, other things like that. I just feel like our generation and before, a lot of people saw a lot of not age-appropriate stuff. Because I also remember... What was it? I don't know. I remember another thing that, messed me up. So there was Jaws... and that ghost story thing, and trying to think, there was a couple other things that affected me in a huge way.
You said you saw It pretty young.
Well, It I saw when it came out, and we watched on TV, and that wasn't as big a deal, except then my brother and I watched one of the parts, my grandparents had gone into town or something, and we were in the farmhouse, in the farm by ourselves, which already we would freak ourselves out even if we were watching, if we were in that house by ourselves, because again, we're in the middle of nowhere, and there was just nothing. And it's an old house, and so we already would freak ourselves out. So then that we drove ourselves into hysterics. Oh, I remember the Boogity Man.
Oh yeah,
scared the piss out of me. I remember my brother and I, because we had this big house. We were in between when one of the after. So we had when we grew up the house I wasn't born in the house, but from when I was born, and it was a condo, and we lived there. And then I guess my dad decided it was too small, and it was always intended to be they were gonna sell it somewhere down the road. And so when we finally moved out of that, we rented a house for a year, and I remember always being scared of the house to begin with because the owners they did a big neighborhood haunted house in the house, and they had all the props. They were up in this it wasn't an attic, it was a crawl space above the garage.
Okay.
And they kept it all in there, and one of the things that was up there was a coffin, a real coffin. God. So
wonder.
Just knowing that there was a coffin in my garage scared the crap out of me, and I wouldn't go in the garage. That's how scared I would not go in there.
I wouldn't either.
But anyway, so there was all these they had all the props. But then I remember very clearly, it was, because when was the World of Disney? Was that Sunday night?
I think so, yeah.
So I remember we watched Mr. Boogedy, and that was for me, I watched it later, and it's a total comedy. It's really cheesy.
Yeah, but when you're a kid.
But when I was a kid, but then I remember my brother and I, my parents, I don't remember how this happened, but somehow I think they were sleeping in, so we must have watched, and then it might have been the next week, because it had to have been on a weekend, because my parents were home, but they were asleep, and so it wouldn't have been on a Monday, it wouldn't have been on that Monday, so it might have been we watched it, and then a week later this happened, where somehow my brother and I had convinced ourselves that Mr. Boogedy was in my bedroom, he was in there, and we couldn't, he was in the house. And this was in the middle, it was in the morning.
Right.
And I did not sleep in my room for weeks. Weeks.
Because Mr. Boogedy was in there.
Yes.
Wow.
I think I slept, because this was a big house, so I think I think I temporarily got moved to like we had like a den where we watched TV, and I think I got moved into that room. Like I did not go in my room, period, for like a good month.
Well, okay, another testament to how wimpy I was as a kid. I remember that there was an episode of Remington Steele, Pierce Brosnan, Remington Steele, and they actually showed a clip of it in the opening titles where like somehow he gets caught at he's investigating something. He's at like a funeral home, and this guy, they trap him, they dump him in a coffin. That's what we think of it, and then they put it into the like conveyor belt that goes in for it to be cremated, and they like he's like screaming, he's trapped in there, and then eventually like of course he gets out somehow. But I just remember like being terrified of being caught in a coffin after that.
So. Steve has a good one. He said, "My dad's sons from a previous marriage scared the shit out of me when I was 4 when they showed me a Troma Productions movie, Class of Nukem High." I know that movie well because I watched it when I was in high school. I only made it through the first scene where a guy drinks green liquid from a school drinking fountain. He starts foaming from the mouth and ears, then jumps out a school window. The foam burns the skin off his skull, so on and so on. By this point, I ran out of the room crying.
I can imagine. Yeah.
Like, imagine that movie's messed up. Like, I remember even in high school I saw it and it messed me up because like I remember there was a scene where like they're all mutants, and then like two of them have sex like at a party, and like it's this dirty sex scene. But then the woman, like, she immediately gets pregnant. So there's this scene where this girl's like, she has like this, like her just belly gets like huge, and like then this like thing like pokes out of her belly, and like this alien baby, and it's like just really disturbing.
It's probably good you ran out at the first scene then.
Yeah, and that was like, so yeah, that movie's messed up.
Okay, so he also asked you, how old was your movie? The one that you vaguely remember?
I don't know. This would have been in like 84, 85, and it would have been on like TV, so I have no idea. It might have been a little older than that. It could have been a 70s.
Not a lot to go on, but if any deputy detectives out there.
I think it was just like a generic slasher movie, and then again, I had just these nightmares. Like, I think most of what I remember of it is stuff just from my nightmares related
put into that,
to the movie, because like I remember after that incident, I slept in my mom's room for like a couple weeks, and then forever after that, I had to have the light on. Like, I think that's when the lights on thing happened.
Well, let's see. My dad, he was always freaked out, and like he will not do scary movies at all.
Yeah. Like,
we watched Jurassic Park with him, and he lost it and ran out. I'm like, they're dinosaurs. I don't know, to me, but for him, he saw. I don't think he even watched the movie. I think he saw like a trailer for it as a kid, like at a drive-in movie, and it was for this movie called The Crawling Hand.
Oh yeah.
Which, as you know, like I love B horror movies, like, because stuff like that was really scary to a previous generation is so cheesy now, like, and so it's just this disembodied hand is crawling across, and I've watched it before, and I think it's really silly, but to this day, like, my dad is terrified by that, so he will not, like, he does not enjoy watching old B movies with me. Those are still scary to him. So we know, like, when we went to see a scary movie, like we saw The Visit, like, you're not even allowed to talk about anything that happened in the movie afterwards. With good reason, like he gets freaked out. So I do not. It definitely came from a little different, but I love scary movies. Just the tamer ones.
So are we recording on Friday then?
I guess. I don't know. Whatever that schedule I sent you was. You got it all now.
Huh. I can hold you to it.
Well, unless it changes.
All right, we got some unless it changes.
We got some reader mail.
You got some Disneyland trips.
You never
planned.
know. Never know. Spontaneity.
Ugh.
You don't like spontaneity.
I do to a degree, but
like planned ahead spontaneity.
Not even that, but like, I don't know. You guys are like a different level.
Yeah.
To a point where it's like you do stuff and you don't even tell anybody.
Yeah. That's what we do. Sometimes we're just like, we're doing it. Let's go do this. You never know.
So there's like a big fear of missing out on my part.
I understand. It happens. But we're here now, and we're going to get
a bunch of reader mail.
We got a lot tonight.
Control-Alt-Pete writes, has Phil played Lego Dimensions, and if so, what does he think about the whole Toys to Games thing and its cost?
I haven't done Lego Dimensions.
You bought like a bunch of video games today, and why haven't you gotten on the Lego Dimensions train?
Because we're picking it up at Black Friday.
Oh.
That's going to be a Black Friday purchase. It's a definite buy.
Mm-hmm.
I'm totally into it. Lego in particular, I think for me is going to be the best because you get to like build the stuff. It's like a little Lego
but
set.
that's like an endless money pit?
Yeah, but I buy Lego sets anyway.
Yeah.
I mean, like on a regular basis. This is not like.
But these are little tiny things.
But they're still like, it's not much more than you would pay for a little set like that I would buy anyway and just build. And now you get to build it and then put it in the game.
Yeah.
I'm totally on board for Lego Dimensions.
What about all the other things, which you also are on board?
Okay, well,
you're on Disney Infinity, you're on Amiibos,
and now
we got Skylanders.
I'm gonna give you the breakdown here. So, Amiibos, like those ones are for me. I buy those. And those are my thing.
You've spent a lot of money on Amiibos.
I probably more than I should have, but gosh, I love Amiibos. Like I don't know, I can't help it. I see them in the store and I'm like, ugh. Although I did pass one up today.
What?
I'm not getting the yarn Yoshis, which look really cool. But A, they're like $16.99 because they're bigger. And B, I'm not the world's greatest duster, and if I have something made of cloth sitting on my mantle, like that's just gonna be gross.
Did Yoshi's Woolly World come out?
I think it comes out like next week. I don't think it's quite out yet.
You gonna get it?
No. This is a big confession here for a Nintendo fan, but I've never been a huge fan of the Yoshi standalone games. It's okay.
Yoshi's Island?
Yeah, it's okay. Just okay. Never really I have it.
Yoshi?
Well, that's different. That's
Yoshi's
a puzzle
Cookie?
game. Also a puzzle game. Both
Yoshi's Cookie is like one of my. I think that's the unsung.
Yeah.
One of the greatest puzzle games.
It's really good. So I mean, I'm not speaking of those, but like the platforming one.
Yeah.
Because this whole like thing where he floats up a bit.
I'm not even a huge Super Mario World 2 fan.
Well, that's what I mean. Yeah, like that doesn't do it.
Is that Yoshi's Island?
That's Yoshi's Island.
With the baby?
Yeah. It's Yoshi's Island subtitle Super Mario World 2.
I'm not a huge fan of that game.
Yeah, it's okay.
Some people love that game.
But I don't like. I like how Yoshi is in parts. Like in Super Mario World, you have him on some levels, but not all the time. It gets old. The whole jumping and then kind of flutter kicking, that gets old, and that's the whole entire game. So I don't know. For me, they're all right. I don't hate them, but I'm probably not going to get that. Unless, at some point the kids want to get it or whatever. Who knows? But
I love that that's like your caveat of everything. Well, if the kids want it, if the kids want it, the kids want to see this.
Probably not until it's cheap kind of thing. Definitely not like a.
I think my Black Friday purchase is going to be an Xbox One.
Well, definitely ours is going to be Lego Dimensions, and maybe a Disney Infinity 3.0.
I thought you already had that.
No, the new one, Star Wars one.
I thought that was a definite.
Well, yeah, it just depends on what deals.
Yo, come on, come on.
So anyway, so here's the breakdown.
Lego Disney Infinity Star Wars. You're not gonna buy that?
Well, no, I'm just saying it depends on if we get a good deal on Black Friday. It will be an eventual buy.
If it's the same deal that they had last year, where it was like 75% off. Like it was something crazy at Target.
And that's what we're hoping for from the Lego one too. Some kind of a deal like that. So yes, it's a lot, and I'm blessed to be in a position where sometimes I can waste, disposable income on fun stuff like that. But I think the Amiibos are great because they do so many things across so many different games.
Yeah.
Like
it's not tied to one
right,
thing.
and it keeps adding. Some of them are more pointless, and sometimes you just get an item, but sometimes they actually do stuff. But to me, the fact that they keep adding more and more things, like it's fun. Like so that I think adds to the value. Plus, I love the Nintendo characters. The Disney Infinity games are fun. We've gotten some of the characters, but I think we're missing something. I don't think I'm playing it right.
Are you doing the sandbox? Because that's apparently the big thing.
Yeah, I don't know. I have not had a lot of fun with that. I don't know. I feel like maybe, and see, part of it is that the kids play it a lot, and I don't get to touch it much. And they like just running around and doing nothing. And I'm like, let's do something. Like, try to accomplish it. No, we just want to go around. And
that's why, because they don't do anything.
I know, but so that's what I'm saying. Like, to me, that's not very fun.
That's not what it is, though. They're not doing it right.
I know they're not, but that's how they want to play it. So that one's definitely more for them. Although the Star Wars one, definitely gonna have to take over.
People are saying that it's on its own. It's one of the. It's like some people are saying it's the best Star Wars game
Really?
they've ever played.
See right there. And then the Skylanders we got A because Luke's been asking about it, and B because the older games were like on clearance for dirt cheap. We spent $12 for the starter pack with 3 figures.
Mm-hmm.
And then so we got one for Wii U, and then we got him one for 3DS for Christmas. For the 2 starter packs combined with like 6 figures, I think we spent like less than $20.
Mm-hmm.
So we're like, well, for that price, I mean, we'd spend more than that on one game.
That is the thing where you can get like tons of cheap to use ones for free.
Those ones are
not
like
for free, but for
no, like,
very cheap.
I was at GameStop today, and they're like $2.
Yeah.
So you could go with $10 and get.
But they've got. That's where they like went crazy with like the compatibility stuff. Like
it only is backwards compatible. Like so, unless you get the newer game, you can't use the newer figures. So the one we got them is like 1 back, I think. Mm-hmm. Maybe it's even 2 back. But there's still like 3 games, and I think that's part of where they've gone wrong is they kind of oversaturated,
They pulled a Rock Band Guitar Hero.
Yeah, because they're like on the 6th one now or something, and there's so many figures. But because of that, they're super cheap now, and so that's kind of an easy one, Anytime, because it's fun to be able to
like it.
Oh, he loves it. Well, and that's so. As far as the game itself goes, like that one they've had the most fun with, like way more than Disney Infinity.
What do you do with them? Do they fight each other?
You play like it's a co-op platforming game.
Okay.
And you pick the characters that go in, and they actually are the guys you play, and they have different powers and stuff.
And you can level them up and stuff.
You level them up, and it's cool. The one he got is the Swap Force. So there's like a top half and a bottom half to each figure, and they're connected by a magnet. And you can take the bottom half and switch them with the other guys and make all these different combinations. Mm. And you can level up just the top or just the bottom. Mm. And then so you can have a really strong like pirate guy here that's with like a horse guy over here, and I don't know, whatever it is. I haven't even got to touch it yet, but they really really like that one. So I don't know, I'm on board. I kind of thought I wouldn't be, but it's fun. They're fun.
I haven't been able to get into like I have some Disney Infinity stuff, and I
don't know. I mean,
can't get into it.
I might not be giving it a fair shake, but that's kind of like the weaker one to me. But the Star Wars one looks great.
I haven't been playing anything lately though, so I don't know. I haven't touched my Wii U in a while. Well, the last time I played a ton of Wii U was when Animal Crossing, the second track pack came out.
Oh yeah, for Mario Kart.
So that was like the last time I was like hardcore.
Well, it's played pretty much every day in our household.
And I keep being like I should play more Hyrule Warriors, and then I'm like I don't know. I'd rather I got to keep up on my shows.
Too much effort with Clicker Heroes.
I don't know. I mean, I guarantee you Tuesday the WWE game is going to be here, and then I'll be all
we won't even see you
up in that. I don't know.
But the Lego one, you got to admit, like that's got the most play value of any of them. And that's great.
I haven't played it.
But I mean, it's a set. You get to build it. You can move them around.
Yeah.
It's different. I'm pretty excited about it. So I hope that answers the question.
I remember at Comic-Con, because Finn Balor is one of my favorite wrestlers, but he's way into Lego. Like all the documentaries about him. But he's a very like purist guy because he's all about like putting together Legos. And so I asked him like, "Have you played Lego?" And he's like, "Yeah, I don't know about that one." And it's like, he's like, "I'm not a huge video game person, but he's like, the Legos all look awesome."
Oh my god!
And like, he
likes
likes
those properties. That's the only place you can get.
Yeah,
Lego
like Doctor Who.
Yeah, you want a Doctor Who.
Back to the Future, and
that's it. Yeah,
like,
I mean, there's that
one.
There's
the one,
but
like, and like all that Scooby Doo, and I mean, no, some of them have a couple things,
right?
But like all the stuff.
You like that stuff? Wizard of Oz.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean.
So, but even he was like, I'm totally gonna. He's like, again, like he's like, I'm not a big video game person, but I'm definitely.
All those little kits sitting on the shelves there.
But yeah, like they showed his apartment, and he's got like all his Legos, like all and like whatever. He's like very into like putting together. Like I feel like it's kind of his like way he like is like just how he kind of spends his time and like focusing. Like that's how he kind of clears his head. Like I feel like when you're on the road and you're doing that, like you gotta have something.
Legos are good.
And for some guys, it's cocaine, and for Finn Balor,
fortunately, it's Legos. Luke and Audrey have been doing Legos all week long because he got all those sets for his birthday, you know.
Well, I remember it was funny. Remember when we were when we were outside and we like Luke was like by himself just sitting there, and it was cool watching him just because he was so. I'm like, I don't know. It reminded me of like being a kid and being that into something and just like watching him just like, because I'm like, he could do this like forever and he's totally completely satisfied, and he's not. There's no like none of that BS that like creeps in later, and like it's pure and
into it.
Just completely into something and just like so stoked. And he's like, I don't know. I'm just like, oh man, it made me like. I mean, this is what you like. I now I get it when I remember the way my parents would look at me sometimes, and I'm like, I'm like exactly like I'm like, oh, I get it now. Like, it's like remember, and you're kind of it's like this moment where you remember what that was like, and like you want that like more than anything.
It's fun. And I'll tell you, it's so fun to like have kids that like want to do some of the stuff that I like to do. Like I get to just play with them a lot. It's great. We started a Star Wars puzzle yesterday.
Yeah.
We're just doing puzzles. It's great.
I gotta finish that puzzle.
I help a little bit every time. There's a jigsaw puzzle in here that I help a little bit every time.
There was a period where I was like on a tear, but now I don't have like, because I was doing it like during the day and stuff. And now that I guess I could do it on the weekend, but now that like shows are back on, I gotta stay up on the shows. So I don't know. I need to work on it more.
Well, I'll keep plugging away at it as I come over.
All right, Denver.
What did Denver write today? NTLD.
NTLD. I lived in Denver for 6 months in '95. I worked our warehouse all by myself with all my bosses in Kansas City. I was just about 22, and it was the first time I got cable. Wow, Denver's like way older than us.
In 95.
He was 22 in 95. I was 15.
So I was like 17.
Not way older.
Yeah.
So he's like 5
years older than
7
me. Yeah. Okay.
But still, I think it's an honor that like an older
someone older than I know
doesn't, because like I feel like we're cool, because like I feel like I'm not cool enough. Like I feel that makes me feel better that like an older person.
Not older, I mean.
But like an old, like, because you would have been like one of the big kids.
Yeah, a big
it's like
kid.
having a big
so
kid.
So a big kid thinks we're cool.
Yeah.
That's exactly what it is.
So I stayed up late every night watching everything I could. I would go to work, drink some coffee, read the paper, lock the doors, turn out the lights, and take a nap behind the counter till lunch. Wow. I would get a call now and then and answer, "This is Denver." Until they realized who I was, they would say, "Yes, I know I'm calling the Denver warehouse. Who am I speaking to?" Oh, the laughs never ended.
That's good.
Sure, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
That's funny. Because I did call the episode Denver Squared.
I know, that was good.
Didn't know what else.
Multiple references.
Since it's getting close to Halloween, I have a little story to share.
Ooh, Halloween story.
This story is kind of nuts. My wife knows the owner of the old hospital in town and gave us the keys to go check it out.
Already, I'm out. Like, that's...
Old hospital?
No, I'll go check out an old amusement park, but old hospital? I don't think so. I don't like new hospitals.
If there's one place that would be haunted, it's a hospital.
Yeah, I mean...
Because, like, people die.
Ugh.
Because that's the other thing. If ghosts were real, wouldn't hospitals just be...
It would just be...
to the brim?
Who was talking about that?
We were talking about that.
Yeah, if ghosts were real, it'd just be millions
everywhere.
of ghosts everywhere.
We were talking about that last week,
That's
but
right,
especially in hospitals.
Especially, yeah.
Like, wouldn't hospitals
just be
be
wall
like...
to wall. Like...
But if ghosts, if anything remotely related to the paranormal is real, hospitals would have to
be the center
like,
of it.
and that's why old hospitals. That's one of the reasons why they are. Because like, if there is anything remotely paranormal, it's probably happening at a hospital. Because they're just because like between the death and just the negative energy and like the sadness, and like, cause think about like just going to a hospital. Yes,
like I said, I don't like going to them like current ones.
Yeah. So, anyways, this is crazy. It's been closed for 6 years, and we went on an adventure. I had a 3D cell Maglite flashlight. She used her phone. The first weird thing was when walking down the hallway, there was a spot that smelled very hospital-y. It was like a smell pocket.
Ugh.
I put it off as we are in a hospital. The second part took a part of my manhood.
Oh gosh, I can't hear this.
Well, he's not saying literally.
No, I know. I've read ahead a little.
We reached the operating room down the darkest part of the hospital.
No.
You wouldn't do that?
No.
You'd go into an abandoned theme park?
Way before I would do this. Absolutely.
I almost stood outside the door and shone our flashlights into the room. The lights reflected. So this is how you can get yourself all worked up, because it reflective surfaces. The lights reflected off the cold green tile and stainless steel from the other side of the room. Just as we were about to go into the room, my flashlight went out.
Oh.
And this is when I will never live down my next action. I immediately took cover behind my wife and began to scare myself. She did not take too kindly to that, so we decided to leave with my tail between my legs. So brave I am. The third weird thing freaked us both out. It was one of those quiet rooms where a priest and family members meet, so like the little chapel. There was a bird outside the window standing on a rock and flying into the window over and over and over again. We heard the noise before we opened the door, and after that we decided to make a hasty retreat. I did make it out with some really long Q-tips and an X-ray light that I used for a light board for tracing.
I hope you don't mind having a haunted tracing board, because, geez, that's terrifying.
And then this is a thing. I didn't look this up. We should look this up now. Joe Mathlete explains today's Marmaduke is a site I think you guys might like. Has the same thoughts on Marmaduke as you guys, maybe a bit more crass.
So wait, we're not the first people to read Marmadukes? Thought we invented that. Someone else has actually read Marmaduke?
MarmadukeExplained.blogspot.com.
Wow. Since 2010.
Well, I think that's when it was last.
Yeah, it was like the last update. Wow. He talked about Marmaduke the movie. We'll have to look into this here. That's crazy. Well, I guess we can't.
Because a lot of it is about the movie.
Wow.
So,
but I think the older ones, he actually like reads the comics.
Marmaduke tipped the cab driver with a bone, but presumably he paid the actual fare with cash. See, Marmaduke thinks he's people, which honestly seems weird to me. Sometimes I find myself thinking about these things for too long, and it's never good for my health.
We need to like get in touch with Joe Matthews.
Oh, these are single strips. I don't call this a tip, and it's just a cabbie waving a bone.
There's a while, like...
I think he likes that zigzag chart. You don't really think he understands economics, do you? That's the whole thing.
That's it.
Marmaduke creator Ben Anderson has a dim awareness that something significant is going on in the news lately with economics. Oh, these are like current ones. These are the current strips.
2009.
So 2009. So he was still doing single strips.
Wow.
And then he's like, he's just writing a thing about it. Okay. That's pretty funny.
We should get in touch with Joe Mathlete.
Definitely. I got to save this.
That's funny stuff. All right. Thanks for the tip on that.
Thank you, Denver. All right. Again, love the shows, and just check the kitchen counter. It looks like a little woman made some cookies, and of course, she's letting them cookies cool.
Nice.
All right, next.
Thank you for writing.
Stephen Day writes, "Hi, guys. I went to a marathon of the Back to the Future trilogy at my local Alamo Draft House in Kalamazoo, Michigan on the 21st.
Nice.
It's been a while since I'd seen any of them, and it was great seeing them back to back to back. The first is my favorite movie, and I love the whole trilogy, but I was born a few months after the first one came out, so getting to see them in a theater with other fans was an experience I had never expected to have, and one I'll never forget. I know Mark Ariano went and saw them too. The real reason I'm writing is to get your thoughts on the online backlash." See,
backlash?
I feel like this depends on who you're friends with.
Yeah, everyone Facebook. I saw would just like totally.
I saw one post again, and this is where again I will never understand this. Where someone felt the need to be like, "Oh, I'm so sick of all these Back to the Future posts." I'm like, then don't. The fact that you felt the need to say anything.
And then he made another one.
Yeah. I apologize if you already covered this. I don't have a good memory. My thoughts are perfectly summed up by Brian Lynch on Twitter. Guys, I'm really sorry. People love movies. My thoughts are with you. Like, the fact that you feel the need to, like, that to me is, like, the ultimate, like, that's proof that you're a narcissist on social media. If you feel the need to comment on everything and, like, my voice needs to be heard. that I need to say, like, oh, I don't want to, like, now I'm seeing people start, like, can we get over Star Wars already? I'm like, why do you need to put that out there in the world? Like, the fact, like, again, like, I feel like what Kevin Smith always talks about, like, some people, like, feel the need to destroy. I want to create stuff, and like just it's that whole destroy. Like I need to tear this down. I need to do this. Like I will never understand that, and it drives me crazy. But like, because again, like the other one that I don't understand is like I've seen all kinds of tweets and posts about this like supposed like racist group that's like calling Star Wars like anti-white. The only time I ever see it mentioned is people saying.
Writing about
I'm like,
it's probably fake.
I think that some troll made up, and then so I'm like, you're giving, and I even wrote this. I just got so frustrated because I'm like, maybe one, I think people are, if you're following people that are actually saying that stuff, you need to get that out of your life because nobody in I never saw a single post saying. I saw plenty of people. So I'm like, stop giving a voice to. I said stop giving a voice to dipshits who in a normal system they would just they would be ignored
or and they wouldn't have said it in the first place in the real world.
Yeah. And I'm like, these people normally would go ignored, but you're amplifying their voice. Stop it. Stop doing that.
Right.
Like, you know how to make that stuff go away? Don't
ignore it.
Don't let them. You're feeding the troll just by mentioning it. No, but we need to. No, you don't. We don't. You don't need to. We don't need. You don't need to be outraged about something because that only amplifies it.
If no one cares, then no one's saying anything about it.
And then it just goes away.
Now we did do our part in celebrating Back to the Future Day.
Yeah.
Some of you guys are going to be hearing this. Others you might not if
you're not a Kickstarter backer.
But we recorded our commentary to Back to the Future Part 2.
Commentary.
If you're a Kickstarter backer, that will be in your inbox tonight. So keep an eye out for that, and you can listen to our commentary. It was really fun. I probably haven't watched it for, 5 years or something like that.
I think I watched it because I had when the Blu-ray set came out.
Right.
So that would have been a couple of years ago. That was the last time I had watched it because I watched all three on Blu-ray because I wanted to see them like in glorious HD. And then I watched them all again because I watched one right before I watched two. And then I guess I haven't watched. I put it on my list of things to do was watch 3 because they're all on Amazon Prime.
Right.
And they're all they all looks awesome. And I watched 1 right before, and they're so freaking good.
It's amazing. It was great. It was really fun doing the commentary.
Yeah.
I hope it's fun. I think it's fun.
I think it'll be fun.
You guys
People liked our Batman.
I guess so. Yeah.
Other ones.
I don't know. I think we're funny. Maybe.
I don't know.
Yeah. At least it's like watching a movie with us.
I've seen memes about the Biff being Donald Trump, and we talked about that at LA Podfest. So over a month ago.
Yeah.
So just remember that we were ahead of the curve.
Cutting edge there, guys.
Because that's what we'll talk about that in a minute. But we made it onto the Succotash comedy podcast because I think he thought that bit was funny.
Because of that bit, right? Which, if you're out there listening, we're sorry we didn't ask you to be on our show.
We'll talk about that.
We'll talk about that in a bit. All right. Well, thank you for writing. And we have
also,
more.
It was sad. Back to the Future Day, the Cubs got the last, so like that day was the day they got swept.
But still, like
in the National League Championship,
they were even close.
They almost made it to the World Series. That's
pretty nuts.
But they got destroyed.
All right.
Mark Bolton, good old Mark Bolton.
All right.
Of Comic Nerd Unite.
Yes.
All right. Hey, Brendomaniacs, Mark Bolton again. Just finished the last episode with Phil's sister-in-law Amber. She was really cool.
Yeah.
Great guest, and I hope she's back on. So hopefully Amber is now listening to the show because she said she would.
Right. Janelle listened to it. She thought it was really funny, so we got the approval there.
You guys discussed the strange Christian practice of watching secular films and being ashamed about it later.
Okay.
Yeah, because that is.
Yeah.
And I have a story in this vein. I went to hang out with a high school friend at his college dorm. He was a good kid from a Christian home. We were hanging out with his 2 dorm mates, and they decided to watch Fight Club. A great movie, but I thought it was a little out of character for my friend due to the explicit content. All we talked about in high school was Star Wars, Animaniacs, and Space Ghosts.
Anyway, we're watching the movie. Everything's great. But when the scene comes on about the adult item in the luggage, one of the guys gets up and turns off the volume. I had no idea what was going on. There was no explanation for this behavior. After that scene was over, he just turns the sound back on. No one else is fazed by this. Later, an especially violent scene starts, so he turns the screen off while leaving the sound on. It was baffling. I'm not sure why these guys would want to watch a movie like Fight Club if they didn't approve of particular content, because that kind of content is like 2/3 of the movie. Very strange. Yeah, it is weird, but we saw growing, especially like we saw that stuff happen. That was a pretty normal.
Well, I don't know. See, it's funny because
not for us, but I would see other people would do stuff like that.
And it's funny because my parents, for whatever reason, I mean, definitely it was a quote-unquote conservative Christian home, but I don't think they fit the mold really, because I was super into Monty Python in high school, of course, and I remember on I think it was my 16th birthday, and I had a big party, and then for my party I wanted to watch Monty Python, so we watched And Now for Something Completely Different, which first of all is as far as theatrical releases, the most tame of all of them. I mean, it
wasn't Meaning of Life.
No, nothing like that. I mean, it's very much in the PG, maybe pushed to PG-13, but very, very, very light PG-13, right? And I remember this one kid who was at my youth, he was a kind of a big leader, an older kid who was a senior, and I was sophomore, I guess. Is this right? Anyway, somewhere like that. And he was got up when I put it on. And was I can't believe you're watching this, and I feel like this is not really in your character, and he left the party, and I'm like, geez, he's a downer, but we watched it anyway, of course.
Yeah.
And I had this discussion with him later about it, and I just didn't understand why was he so stressed about it? And then fast forward a couple years at Biola, and I don't know if you remember this. This might have been freshman year, but Matt Most and I were in our room and we were watching The Life of Brian.
Oh, Nick?
No, it's actually Dave.
I know that was the one that Nick would not watch.
No, so what happened is we're watching it, and word gets around that we're watching it, and we start having people come in and tell us we're doing something wrong, we need to turn it off, and this guy Dave in particular, he couldn't believe it, and he would he wouldn't talk to us for a while, and so it was just really, it was sacrilegious that we would watch it.
I got into fights with people. That was a constant thing for me too, all the time, and I just never followed that.
And that one in particular for me always bugged me, because if it's one of those things where people. Christians do this a lot. Well, they hear about something and they say this is evil, and they won't watch it.
Well, I mean, it was.
So they don't know.
I mean that really was the fever pitch with Life of Brian, and then what's the Scorsese movie?
The Last Temptation.
Last Temptation of Christ is another one where where people would always look at, and I'm like, have you even seen that movie?
Yeah. Well, okay. Life of Brian in particular, though, if you watch it, and one of the things I love, the behind-the-scenes stuff, you watch interviews with them, they set out, they were going to do this whole thing, making fun of Jesus and stuff, and they said when they started reading the stuff, they're really, it's not that, it's more the followers that are who we want to make fun of. So if you watch the movie, it's some of the more accurate, film representation of what Jesus did.
Yeah.
It's the followers
that's all happening in the background.
And that's magical, because those are the people that should be made fun of. And so, the idea that there's the always look on the bright side of life at the end, and they're dancing on the crosses. I mean, we have adopted the cross as a symbol of Christianity, but that was the way that they tortured and killed people. Yeah. And it wasn't just Jesus. Thousands or hundreds or however many people were killed that way. So, that's are we not allowed to depict that? That whole subject matter is not allowed to be depicted.
That's where sometimes comedians talk about that. They're it is kind of weird that they wear the cross, because you don't see people wearing nooses and electric chairs, and
so that's fair. I remember one of my favorite parts in it is where Jesus is doing the Sermon on the Mount. Yeah. It starts off and he's up close and he's speaking and everyone's listening, and it gets further and further back, and so you got the people let's speak up, and the whole thing where they're misunderstanding him.
Blessed are the
cheesemakers, but that's funny because they didn't have PAs then, and so they thought of these situations that were real, and I don't know. To me, I mean, it's dirty, obviously. I mean, there's language and nudity and stuff, but the parts that deal with Jesus I don't see them being as offensive. And so that just boggled my mind that they would make those judgments, never having seen it or really understanding what's in the movie.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's a huge
that was a part of the Christian culture that never. I mean, I would get in fights with people all the time because of that. Like I remember, and then it just escalated to a crazy level when I went to Central because they were just like you could actually get in trouble for even in the privacy of your dorm room watching R-rated movies, which I did all the time.
Well,
and so but in Biola you could watch whatever you wanted in your room,
right?
But you had to be careful in the lobby. But we would stretch. Yeah, we stretched that.
I remember I showed The Man with Two Brains in the lobby.
Yeah,
there's a little like nudity up front. And I'm like, oh shoot, I forgot about that part. And then it's like everyone's like Phil, and I'm like, what? I forgot. But okay, so one of my favorite things to come out of this though, and then I'll get off on this subject. But again, like a lot of Christians have done this, like no R-rated movies, and it's a line in the sand, and blah blah blah.
And then The Passion came out.
And that was rated
Hearing
R.
people backpedal on that was
gosh, it was magical,
crazy. Some of the things that people said, I just was nuts.
Yes, I
love
seeing that. Like, oh, here you go, Jesus movie rated R. What are you gonna do?
Because at Central, it was like way more. Because I was like, they even made an official ruling on if students could go see it without getting in trouble. And I'm like, this is crazy. And then I remember the hypocrisy that involved, because I was open. I'm like, screw this rule. I'm not, you can do whatever you, and I remember I got written up multiple times. Nothing ever happened.
Right.
But like, I got in trouble all the time for like watching, because like, and I was like, no, this is stupid, and I'm not gonna just do whatever the frick you want. I know you're not gonna kick me out because like
over watching a movie.
Like, so I'll just do it. And then I remember the first time I realized everyone was full of crap was it was The Matrix Reloaded came out, and at midnight, and we get there, and of course we were first. But first of all, it was after curfew. And there was a curfew in place, and we were always a little nervous going to the movie theater after, because I'm like, you never knew who you would run into there. Right. So I was always a little scared, because I was under curfew for one semester, but all my friends who were still freshmen, we always had to deal. It was always because you could get in trouble, like real trouble, and we did. Because we snuck out after curfew all the time.
I would have never been able to do that.
Yeah, we had to deal with that. But so midnight movies were always kind of like a touchy. So after a while we started going to Columbia because we didn't want to deal with. But so Matrix Reloaded came out, and we were all there at midnight, and of course we were up front because we got there at like 10, but like I swear by like 11:30, like 3/4 of the school was there, and I just started yelling at people because I was like, you got mad at me for having this DVD, and this is a violent R-rated. Right. I mean, I was pissed. Like I just started, and then
you had to watch the movie,
and then no, but then to cap it all off, like because I was like, first of all, you are all. I remember somebody somebody that had given a freaking sermon about obeying the curfew. What is he? We're telling stories about I guess Christian outrage at R-rated movies and weird things like that at school, and so
this guy gave a sermon.
This guy had given a sermon about obeying the curfew and how by disobeying that and some bull crap, like just total BS, like respecting authority and that was Adam.
Oh, I think Adam is typing. So yeah, we got a couple people typing on the same account there in the chat.
Okay. So
so what was?
Well, yeah. Oh. So he gave the sermon, and then he was at the midnight screening, and he's like, "Well, I really want to see this movie." I'm like, "Oh, so now it's okay." And like, I remember I got right in his face, and then to top it all off, our freaking RD showed up. And at first, I thought he was there to bust everybody, because at first I'm like, "Oh crap." Like because I think we had reached like where he's like, if you guys, if I catch you breaking curfew again, like something bad is gonna happen. He didn't say what, like I don't know what it was gonna be. So he shows up, and I thought I'm like, he actually showed up to bust everybody, and I was convinced he was gonna, but nope, he was there with his wife, and they were there to see the movie, and I was like, you guys are all jerks. Like I yelled, I'm like, I'm gonna remember this, remembering it, like, because I was so mad. And like I was like, oh, because I was the rebel, like outlaw there, and they were like, oh, Brenda, and so that happened, and it was.
So what was the
crazy.
final ruling on the Passion? Did they say gay?
Oh yeah, they were very
So
like,
okay.
and I was like, you realize you're a bunch of freaking.
That was one of the weirdest movie-going experiences of my life, by the way, because I saw it in the theater.
I saw it, like, I saw
They
it.
didn't have trailers, and there was silent afterwards. No one talked. We all walked out in, like, hushed tones.
I saw it, like the premiere
weird.
screening, and Mel Gibson was there, and it was crazy.
Oh, was that Biola, right?
Well, no, I saw it at the Butnumathon.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
With Mel Gibson, and, like, it was the first time he'd shown it to a I guess he'd shown to some pastors.
Yeah.
And like it was a big deal, and and I remember that was another one where I got pissed off at people because I'm like, first of all, like, because I had actually gotten in big trouble because that year I was an RA, and I may have started like a group of people that we watched some like very like not appropriate movies.
Okay.
Like not appropriate for like them. Like
okay.
So like we were watching, like, we may have watched some Takeshi Miike movies in the dorm.
Oh,
like but whatever, it's college and it's a dorm and like nobody, but like I remember they were going after me and like I actually got in trouble. Like I almost got fired as an RA because of this. And then The Passion came out and everybody was singing. I remember like getting like, because I got in trouble again, and I'm like, I swear to you on a stack of Bibles that the Passion is one of, and I've said this multiple, I've seen a lot of crazy stuff. At that time, I was heavy into like the super violent. That was when I finally saw Battle Royale and like Kill Bill had come out and like all that stuff. And so I was like watching all these crazy kung fu movies. I started watching a ton of Shaw Brothers where it's like just people getting their arms chopped off and like all this crazy stuff. And I'm like, I can say completely without like making like that was the most violent movie I've ever seen in my entire life.
All it was.
And that's like, I mean, you want torture porn, like that's again like, and so I'm like, how can you possibly try and say that like this is worse? Because it's like, and they didn't have it, because I'm like, you cannot get mad at me. Like I'm like, this changes everything.
Right.
I'm like, how can you like, and they couldn't do it. Like they were like, all right.
Well, I remember
like that's how I think I might have. I don't think I would have gotten expelled, but I think I definitely would have like gotten removed because like we were watching a lot of.
But The Passion came to save.
Yeah, The Passion saved my butt. Because
So,
I'm like I described scenes in like this movie that we were watching, and I'm like, and then I actually prepared some scenes from The Passion. I'm like, this is way worse. This is way worse.
So then when it came out on DVD, Janelle's mom bought a copy for us. And I remember for a while, like it was sealed and we kept it like kind of out of guilt. Like,
you're never going to watch that again.
No. And then we're like, no, that's exactly what we said. We're like, we're never going to watch this. Never going to.
Ever.
I think we wound up selling it when the price
when
was
people,
still high.
I genuinely, because like people look at me like I'm messed up because I've seen some of the movies that I have. Like the reaction I get, like when I tell you I watched The Green Inferno.
Yeah.
Like you do that.
Yeah.
I have the same reaction when someone says they've seen The Passion multiple times.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, that's
not
messed
a
up.
View.
That's messed up.
No.
That's messed up. Like I'm disturbed by that. You think
it should make you feel good to know that we sold it sealed.
Well, I remember when you did that.
Yeah. But it was one of those like, I don't know, like do we keep this? It was a gift. It's weird to like sell the Jesus torture movie.
But is it?
Well, I just almost felt bad like selling it to someone else. But then, it was just so anyway, I hope that answers some of your question there. I don't know if that's exactly what you were talking about. Because it wasn't like really, we didn't talk about like people censoring it, but it all fits in that category.
I remember watching, we had some movie night at church, like at the because I was part of a young adult college group. And This is also one of those, like, they wouldn't let me get, like, I think I wanted to watch some dumb comedy, and they're like, let's get Traffic. And I'm like, what? Like, I wanted to watch Traffic, but I'm like,
but that's not a like
but
hangout fun.
but like, I'm like, you won't watch this? I think it was some dumb, I think it might have been like a Farrelly Brothers, like something.
Yeah.
But like, because it was like 99, 2000. So it seemed, I think it might have been Me, Myself, and Irene. And there, but you want to watch Traffic? And then I remember she like would turn the sound off at certain parts. I'm like, what are we doing? Like, this is stupid. This is freaking stupid.
To be fair, like when I've shown certain like 80s movies to youth groups, I might like just bleep a couple choice words, you know, for the sake of not having parents come after me. Even though you and I know those kids have heard those words way more times at school than they ever would in a movie.
I don't know. I come from a world where the reason why I saw so many R-rated movies in high school was because my youth pastor took us to see them. Like,
see, I was more like a, you know, CYA. Like, I'm just.
But he does not do that.
Hear about this, you know.
He definitely doesn't do that now. He's like, oh, I could never do that now. But like, he did it. Like, we saw every horror movie, like every horror, because Mike is a horror junkie. So like I saw Scream 2. Like I remember that was a big one. Like, and like all those movies, like just. I remember. What did we see where like I think we were? Oh, it was Air Force One, and like the theater manager came and he's like, "There's no way you guys are all related. What is happening?" And he's like, "No, I'm their uncle. Like they're all there on Mike. Like,
Uncle Mike.
Uncle Mike." Like, he's like, "Show me where it says like," because he's like, he was pissed because like, he realized like somebody bought all your tickets. There's no way any of you. And he's like, what? I'm here. I'm with them. Who cares?
Air Force One.
Yeah.
I forgot. That was rated R?
Yep.
So there's some language in it?
I think it was violence and language.
It's pretty like tame R though, isn't it?
I don't know.
Well, anyway.
But yeah, I just remember that was one where it got called into question.
It's a great movie though.
But yeah, that's kind of the environment. So I never had that. So when I always experienced it, it was always just so jarring and weird. Like, I remember, my last story of this.
Okay. Because
it's so stupid. Oh, I turned on Cortana.
How did that happen?
Who knows?
My last Cortana.
So I remember, it was in China, and it was with like some of the other people I was there with, like other Americans.
Uh-huh.
And one of the girls was like from Nebraska and like had gone to another like college, like Central in Nebraska.
Uh-huh.
So I was already like, oh, I know what to expect. She's super nice girl. But she was just very conservative and very sheltered. So I remember we all like once a week we would have a movie night, and we always just had to pick the most like just white bread stuff because of her.
Right.
Like she was the one person, but it was fine, whatever. Like when we watched Elf and like other things, like just like good. And like, so we started trying to like push it a little bit. And I remember like we came up with like, okay, a PG-13 comedy. So we watched Dodgeball.
All right.
She like, I remember she started crying because she's like, this is just so upsetting, just so like evil. Dodgeball. Like she couldn't, and I was just like, whoa. Like then I am like, that's where sometimes I would feel like I'm like, am I doing this wrong? Because she was like driven to like crying because she was so convicted
about watching Dodgeball,
and I was like, am I going? Sometimes I would be like, am I just going to hell? Like, am I just like?
I think you're okay with Dodgeball. Okay, here's my last one on that. And it's partly for bragging rights.
Because that was the other thing, like with people, especially with like you never knew what would. That's why you had, especially at Biola, when we had newbies like in our group, we always it was sometimes we had to be very careful because you never knew what was gonna make people flip out.
And part of with the back to the Life of Brian, part of what made me so mad in that situation is that these same dudes I watched Swingers with, I watched The Warriors with, I watched The Big Lebowski.
That's why. That's again.
And then we put on Life of Brian and like.
That's why you never knew what was gonna set somebody off.
Really, guys? I mean, come on. So, but one other one, just to show like the depths to how much sometimes people feel like this weird like guilt conviction.
Yeah.
Is at Biola, Matt Most had taped every single Seinfeld, as you remember,
Yeah,
on VHS tape,
which was like our big thing.
And
we would watch it all.
But this was before you could buy this stuff. Like
it was taped off a TV.
All of them, had them cataloged carefully, and so we made this goal that we were going to watch every single episode from start to finish,
which we did
out of order. I think about 4 or 5 episodes. So we started out, there was like 30 people that were all doing it with us. And then they start petering out. And in the end, I think Matt and I are the only ones that like truly made it all the way to the end with no cheats.
Well, we finished before I left. But there was a couple times where as long as you two were there, you would just watch them. So sometimes you would do it, but it was very rarely. Yeah. Because I would always raise a stink.
Yeah.
So but I missed a couple. But then I would go back and watch them.
Right.
Because you guys would if one of you wasn't there, you would watch whatever episode. So if there was one that you'd already watched,
we could go back, but
you could go back. You couldn't go forward.
Yeah.
You could go back, and you would always watch on one of those. Yeah. So if there was one that you guys had watched together that I watched, you'd be like, oh yeah, sure, we can throw that one on. Like if Matt. So but I remember definitely I was there. Yeah. I watched the whole thing. So
you remember from the beginning there was like a bunch of people, and then by episode 3 or 4, a lot of people dropped out, and I remember somewhere around 4. And I remember who this was, but I won't say it. But this person, it was a girl, and she said like she just couldn't do it anymore. She felt like a dark spirit about it, that it just, they talked about inappropriate things, and she just didn't think it was right for us to be watching it. And I'm like, okay, like if that's your conviction or whatever, and she was very sad, felt very dark about it, and like left and kind of like guilted us about that we were still going to watch Seinfeld. And I'm like, I'm okay with it.
Yeah.
It's not bringing me down. Like I'm not going to force anyone.
Yeah.
But yeah, people like, and I think there's this like deep guilt that's kind of like driven into us. Like if you're, I mean, to a certain degree, I understand like making wise choices. I'm not saying people shouldn't think about what they do and their entertainment and blah, blah, blah. But
I never had a problem with it. It was just when people would turn that, like I get like, because there were things that I would like every once in a while I'd be like convicted personally, but I never had that desire to then turn it on other people. Yeah. But the people but that's what always drove me crazy. Was like, I'm like, that's fine. Like, I get it. Like, we all have our limits and our things that bother us. Even today, I have things that just for one reason or like, I'm not into that.
For instance, you watch The Green Inferno, I would not walk within a mile of that kind of thing.
So, like,
but I'm not going to tell you, like, you're going to hell now because you watched The Green Inferno. But like that's the line there, right? I never understood that, and it always drove me crazy because, first of all, the moment you do that, I'm immediately looking for ways you've contradicted yourself, and there always are. Yeah. There always is. Well, I can tell you this right now: there's no like gross cannibal movies that I've watched.
Well, not even, but
I'm not telling you that you can't either.
But because then I could be like, well, you watched this, and like it might not be a gross cannibal movie, but it's still like so. Like if you tried to do that, there would be
I'm smarter than that.
Yeah, because
and nicer than that.
Because you're not a dick, and also because if you're gonna start, then you better like have your ducks in order. Yeah. And because nobody ever does, because it's stupid.
Yeah. Especially, I mean, Seinfeld, and I get
Seinfeld.
It. Like. Yeah, they're not nice people. I mean, you're not like.
Well, I mean, they talk about sex all the time. They talk about I could tell you right now why, like casual sex. And
stuff. Absolutely. But if you've ever watched a sitcom,
that's I mean, like I don't know.
It doesn't. But see, to me, like watching that doesn't mean now I feel like I'm going to go out and have to do that. Like
it doesn't, Phil.
I can watch something and see other people because I mean, when you look at the characters on Seinfeld, they're not people you should want to like.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want to be friends with them. I think it's funny, but I would never want to be like associated. They're sociopaths throughout the whole series. That's part of what's so funny about it. But to me, I don't mind. I feel like I can see that and not emulate that.
Mm-hmm.
But if I watch a cannibal movie, I want to eat people, so I can't do that.
Yeah, I totally want to eat people.
Totally. I'm worried, like sitting this close, you keep looking at me like.
That's if anything, it does the opposite because like it's disgusting.
It's like that Seinfeld episode where Kramer like butters himself up.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, buddy.
Yeah,
Puts him in butter.
No, it makes it. It doesn't make.
It's not like it's appealing.
Oh
It's
gosh.
how horrific.
Now you're not allowed to tell me like details of this, just so you know. I do not want to know. You can talk about general impressions.
We almost made Lynch like throw up.
He
Like,
went and saw
well,
it.
no, but like Derek
Telling
and I have seen it, so he's because he would be like, he's like, don't tell me, and he's like, well, what about this? And then we tell him, he's like, oh, and then like, he's like,
no, I don't want, I'm not gonna even ask you any of those. I have no desire to know. It's disgusting.
So then, because he'd ask us something, and then he'd tell it, and then we'd tell him, and he'd be like, "Oh, why did I ask you that?"
Yeah,
He'd be like,
yeah.
"Oh." And like one time, I seriously thought he was gonna throw up.
Well,
He's like, like he's like, I told him, like, he's like, I could make you throw up.
I'm
know
sure
I
that
could.
you could. If you, I'm doing it on your carpet. If
I
you
can
do
turn
that,
it on right now.
if you do that, I'm doing it in your
I got
living
the scene
room.
queued up
In your living room, on your computer. If you do, I will lean forward and do it into your keyboard.
I won't do that. I would never do that.
I'm
to
just
you.
telling you.
All right, we got another part of this email.
Oh yeah, more from Mark Bolton.
On another note, this is for Denver and TLD.
Not the last time, sir.
I am so happy that Uncle Buck is your favorite John Candy movie. Uncle Buck is my favorite movie of all time. I love it more than the Star Wars movies,
Wow.
more than the Indiana Jones movies,
Wow.
more than any movie ever. Uncle Buck, UB, as he abbreviates it, touches my soul in ways nothing else does. Did you have an uncle that like? Did he like drill through the doorknob? Did your parents leave you home alone with a distant relative that you didn't know? And is that why this connected? Did you have a significant other that was overly handsy with you, that only wanted one thing, and then he drove through the doorknob?
That was my favorite part.
Oh, that part is, and then I also love the part where he just like has the crowbar and like, it's just so like, just Uncle Buck is so good. Macaulay Culkin in that movie, like you can see why John Hughes picked, because Macaulay Culkin is amazing, and also Gabby, what's her last name? Gabby Hoffman. So funny.
Well, I remember like making a lot of Uncle Buck references as we like dubbed you Godfather, like that may come a day when you have to be the Uncle Buck,
which I've already done a little bit.
Yeah. So hopefully not to the extent that it happens, but
Well, like I remember when Audrey was over here and she's just like, "Do you have anything to eat?" And I'm like, "No." "Do you have anything to drink?" "Water."
Yeah.
I'm like, "There's some mustard in them." I can put some.
She does like mustard.
On a plate.
She likes mustard.
Just like dip your finger. What if you came over here to pick her up and she's just like
mustard.
sitting there eating mustard?
You're like, all right, we're gonna probably do some other stuff now.
As for my favorite Saturday morning cartoons, because that was Denver's question.
This is the response from the.
There are many because I greatly love cartoons.
Yes, good.
I wanted to be an animator for much of my life. Muppet Babies is still a favorite of mine.
Yes.
Batman the Animated Series is also still a favorite of mine. Smurfs and X-Men were big ones. The cartoons that really influenced me were often the original cartoons on Nickelodeon and Cartoon Network. Ren and Stimpy and Rocko's Modern Life were huge influences, as well as Dexter's Lab and Powerpuff Girls. Looney Tunes is still amazing and some of the best comedy ever made. So what was your favorite TGIF sitcom? There you go. That's a good question.
Okay, that's the new pen pal question.
I mean, mine is Full House. Definitely.
What else? What other ones are
you got? Options? Step by Step, Family Matters, Boy Meets World. Later.
Yeah, I don't know. I never was into really any of those. I got to be honest. What? I don't know. I feel like there was more though. What else was there? Home Improvement.
Home Improvement was in there.
All right, probably Home Improvement. I put that in there.
I was definitely like Step by Step and Family Matters. Also, remember when
Growing Pains?
Maybe at some point. I think you're right. Some Growing Pains is part of the OG.
Maybe if that was, then I'd put that up there too.
But I remember the first. Like one of the first big crossover events, like because they would do crossover events. And I remember Urkel, like when he made the jetpack and he blasted off, and then he landed in the living room in Step by Step, and that episode was just like crazy.
That's cool.
And then when Urkel showed up on Full House,
I'm gonna make another confession. I remember watching like an early episode of Family Matters over at my friend Zach Allen's house. And they all loved it. It was like their, weekly show they watched. And I just found Urkel like really irritating. I never thought it was funny at all.
Love that show.
So I just never got into it. But I mean, Home Improvement, it's funny though, going back and watching episodes of Home Improvement, it does not hold
Home
up.
Improvement is terrible.
No, but like at the time, that was like my favorite thing. I really liked Home Improvement. And if Growing Pains was in there, I also like that.
Also, those kids are annoying.
No, it really does not. Like the storylines are awful. I mean,
I
Tim
do
Allen
remember
is
being
funny, but
I guess if you find somebody making weird noises
But
and talking about cars,
I did like I think there's still stuff. His relationship with Al is pretty funny, but
or something.
there's a lot.
I
that doesn't
remember
hold
being
up.
really freaked out by an episode of Home Improvement that I saw at a young impressionable age, where like Randy had like a lump on his neck, and they thought he would like might have had cancer.
It was like a very special episode,
and it turned out it was just like a goiter or something. Because I remember I would get them sometimes on my neck, and I remember that episode made me convinced that I had cancer. So I'm like, good job, Home Improvement.
Thanks.
You made a 12-year-old convinced that he had freaking cancer.
Plus, Tool Time was always funny. He
Yeah.
always breaks stuff. They had pretty ladies to introduce
Pamela
it.
Anderson, and then the lady that replaced Pamela Anderson. All right.
One last
Phil
little
and
bit.
Brendo love the show. Also, Phil, maybe you should reach out to Mark Ruffalo and Meryl Streep. So maybe that's a suggestion.
All right. Well, if you're listening, Mark and Meryl, yeah.
What would you say to them?
I would say, I really like Safe Men that Mark was in.
Mm-hmm.
And Meryl, I enjoyed Stuck on You a lot. And I should give you guys credit for those things. And She-Devil.
You need to watch Death Becomes Her because it's awesome and funny and great. And you need to watch it. And also Deer Hunter.
All right. And what
about Kramer versus Kramer?
Those ones always blurred. The 70s Streep always blur together. Which one? Is that the adoption one? No, that's the divorce one?
The divorce one.
Yeah, I feel like maybe I saw it at some point. I don't know. I'm probably not going to go back and watch those, let's be honest. But I do like Stuck on You. Because.
Someone chat me?
Probably not.
This guy said hi.
Hi. I don't know.
I don't want that.
Doesn't sound like something you want. Anyway, but I respect you guys and what you do. That's great. If you ever want to come on our show, I don't know. I mean, it's good. I'd be a terrible actor, So I can't fault them for doing what they do. They're probably better than me.
All right,
I'll give them that. You've seen my acting. I was the what do you call it? The coroner.
Were you in
Deadline?
Did you see that Jonathan posted Back to the
Future? I wasn't in
Future?
that one. Janelle was in it and was like the
Janelle was Marty's
AD.
sister.
Yeah. I wasn't a part of that one. I mean, I did a lot of Biola movies, but for whatever reason, I wasn't on that one.
All right. Well, then he says, letting those cookies cool like nobody's business.
Yeah. Dude, we got a lot of letters tonight.
Did you figure out the letting the cookies cool sticker?
Oh no, I got a contact Mark. If I haven't written you by the time you hear this, Mark, you want to draw one more sketch for us of like some cookies? Because I've tried.
Phil can draw cookies for the let the cookies cool sticker.
Circles. I don't know. Like it just looks like blobs. And you're good. So maybe like just a little one more thing. Maybe help us out. I'll do the rest if you just draw some cookies with like cooling little heat wave things or something. I don't know.
All right.
We'll talk. All
right. Mrs. Denver,
aka
Carol. Hey Brendo, this is Mrs. Denver, aka Carol. I wanted to correct my dear husband regarding my favorite John Candy movie. It is actually The Great Outdoors and not Cool Runnings, although Cool Runnings is an awesome movie and I still reference often.
Great Outdoors is fantastic.
So good.
It's definitely up there in my candy.
That's Howard Deutsch and John Hughes, man. They made some great movies together, including Some Kind of Wonderful.
And one of my favorite Dan Aykroyd performances as well.
Because, like, I just thought that was cool that, like, John Hughes, in order to increase his output, found Howard Deutsch, like, brought him up, taught him everything, so that way he can make 2 movies a year instead of just 1.
Yeah.
Because he would write them, he wrote all of them, and then he's like, I can't direct both of these. So he just basically got a mini John Hughes.
Right.
And we did get some good movies out of that.
One of my favorite parts of that is when he eats the like giant like Paul Bunyan steak thing.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
And then like just comes home and sees the trash build out and just barfs. That was fantastic. And the old guy that
the
guy that dies. And then
died on the way here.
And then the guy that gets the six how many times you hit 6 times? 60 times. I don't know. We did that at school a bunch, so that was really funny.
The bear.
Yeah, the bear's great.
The butt.
And the whole water skiing scene. Faster? What? He said faster?
Well, Dan Aykroyd and then Annette Bening in that movie is like so. Everybody is really funny.
Great movie.
Great movie.
Good choice.
All of your talk. Oh wait. So all of your talk. Oh, this is really great because we can solve this in an instant.
Okay.
All of your talk about Universal Studios reminded me of the time we went. Oh wait, this part isn't, but later on.
Yeah. Okay.
We went and visited. Reminds me of the time we went and visited when I was 5. My aunt and uncle lived in San Bernardino, so we went to visit very close to here.
Yeah.
It was my first plane trip and also my first trip to Disney. The day we went to Universal, there was a huge entrance line. They used to have characters come and chat with the crowd while you waited. Herman Munster came up to me and grabbed my hand. I remember.
Very cool. Yeah.
There was Herman Munster and there was Frankenstein.
Yeah.
There was 2. Apparently, I followed him all the way to the front of the line, and we got in without waiting. My dad thought it was the best thing ever. My mom was terrified that I took off with Herman Munster. 2 days later, we went to Disneyland. Tweedledee and Tweedledum were working the line that day. They came over to dance with me. I took their hands, and we skipped the line again. Suffice it to say, we saved a lot of line waiting that trip, and I got a stern talking to about going with strangers, even if they were in costume.
So just because you see Tweedledum and Tweedledee doesn't mean you should walk off with them in a crowd?
Sure it does.
These were different times. This was a time when you could have characters walking around the Esplanade and people weren't swarming them and like climbing all over them.
Yeah.
It's a different time now.
All this nostalgia brings me to the point of my letter. So this is where we can easily...
Yes, definitely can shed some light.
Also, if you were a member of the Radio BrendoMan Facebook group, you would already know that this is
we've
a
been
real
talking
thing.
about
We
this.
talked about this. Every time we would visit California, my aunt insisted that we go to this strange little amusement park called Santa's Village.
Yes.
Probably because they lived in San Bernardino and it was very close. This is in Lake Arrowhead, which is very close to San
16
Bernardino.
acres of Fun Forest and fantasy all rolled into one.
I remember that it had this ride that looked like a Christmas tree, and you rode in the ornaments.
It was like a Dumbo type spinny ride.
You could control them up and down. It was so scary because I think there was a lack of safety concern in the mid-'80s.
Definitely.
Anyway, there was also a large pull of... You remember this?
Yes, absolutely.
There was a large pull of ice representing the North Pole that you could touch. I thought it was gross because all the kids were licking it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's one of those, like, you know, you can put your finger in and it, like, melts into it.
You could also see Santa. I know this place was real because I have photographic evidence. The question is, has anyone else been there? Does it still exist? Great memories. You're talking of Santa's Village.
Santa's Village.
In Lake Arrowhead. It closed in what, 99?
Something like that. Now, I grew up in Big Bear, which is even closer to Santa's Village. I mean, it was about a half an hour from our house, maybe like 35 minutes. We had annual passes there, and we would go there all the time.
Yeah.
So I'm very, very familiar with
We went there
Santa's
quite
Village.
a bit. Even because from San Diego it was like an hour.
Yeah. I mean, our doctor was in Lake Arrowhead, so we would drive by there like on a regular basis. You know?
And while it has been closed for a number of years, if you look, they are refurbishing it currently, and they're reopening it.
There was a fire at some point.
Yeah.
A lot of the stuff was damaged.
But basically, they're taking the structures that they couldn't salvage, and they're actually turning it in. They actually have this cool on-site mill. I don't know if you saw one of the videos where they're milling all the wood and stuff from those structures they couldn't save, and they're making new wood and rebuilding the structures basically with the old wood, just refurbished. And it's going to be more of like an outdoor park.
There's like a
skate park and like hiking trails and all kinds. So it's like an outdoor adventure park, I guess is what they're, but it's going to have all the restaurants and all the theming and stuff, and all the buildings are still going to be there, the shops, and then they are going to have like a Santa thing. Yeah. And then the one ride that they are keeping intact is the Bumblebee like Skyway.
Monorail,
but they're going to make it so like you pedal it.
Yeah, so
it looks really cool.
So it's to me, it's kind of a bummer that they. I mean, I know a lot of the stuff was lost, but I was hoping they kind of bring back that like old amusement park carnival type feel. But whatever, at least something's coming back.
They are sort of bringing it back,
sort of. So, but yeah, here's some other
called
highlights.
Sky
there.
Park at Santa's Village,
Right.
I think is what it's going to be called.
Some other highlights there. There's a Ferris wheel. Of course.
There was a creepy Alice in Wonderland like mirror walkthrough thing,
almost like a haunted house.
Because we actually saw, I think it was that Woo guy went in there, and we saw a video where they go in, and I'm like, I would not have.
Yeah,
that part was
great.
Freaky.
There was like when you first walked in the park. There was it almost was like Mr. Toad's Wild Ride cars, except they're outside for the most part. You could drive around in those.
There was also like a little roller coaster.
Called the bobsled.
Yeah, the bobsled.
And that one, I remember one day, like, because we had passes, so we would go there, and we knew like the ride operators would like recognize us. And my brother and I got on it, David and I, and there was no one else in line, and he let us go like 20 times in a row, just looping around, or go again and be like, yeah, again, and we just kept cheering every time we get back to the front, and he just let us go and go. It was amazing. There was like a train ride, like a kid train ride, kind of like in the Jerk, where you like sit on the little thing in the front, and the kids go behind you. What else? There was a carriage, like a Cinderella's carriage, where it would look like a pumpkin, and the horses pulled you around. One of the best attractions, like in the stores, was they had the mine. You remember this? Where like you would go in, you put like quarters in or something, and there's this whole like mechanical thing, and then these little rock candies. They were like not gummy, but I guess like jelly beans, but they look like rocks, and you come out the bottom. So anyway, a lot of great memories there. Oh, they actually had reindeer there also.
Yep.
And then they had a little petting zoo, which I like never have been into petting zoos, and so. When I was in 8th grade,
there's all kinds of pictures of us at Disney World, and you would not go in.
I don't do.
You just took pictures.
Well, this is why. On top of not liking it,
a goat eat something of yours.
8th grade, and I went to. It was my first time ever going to a dance with a girl. I'd gone to dances before where we like go and sit on the side, and like nobody talks to each other. But 8th grade, I went to like our last 8th grade dance with this girl, and. I mean, I think she probably was more mature than me and like wanted to be my girlfriend. And I just thought, I don't know, we're hanging out. So like for the rest of the summer, we kind of dated, I guess. I went like her dad owned a boat. So I went out on the boat for a day with them on the lake and stuff. And one of the things we did is went to Santa's Village for the day because everyone had passes. And she wanted me to go in the petting zoo. And I was like, I don't know. So we went in there. And I remember I was trying to like dress nice. So I had like a button up shirt on and stuff. And immediately this goat comes up and like jumps up on me and like hits me with its feet, and it had poop all over its hooves. And so the whole front of my shirt was just streaked with this like green goat poo. And the rest of the day, that was like right when we got there, the rest of the day I'm walking around with goat poo all over my shirt. And so no, I will never go in a petting zoo. The kids can go in with mom. I will not. I'm done. So yeah, that's Santa's Village. It was fantastic, and I'm glad that you remember it a little bit.
Yeah, you can totally look it up on the internet.
There's lots of footage and pictures of it.
Websites.
And stuff.
I remember the commercials would air all the time.
Yeah, Fun Forest and Fantasy all rolled into one. 18 rides and attractions.
What was the candy store called? It was like somebody's candy shop.
I can't remember. Mrs. Claus, I think, probably had something in there.
Love you, love Phil. Thanks for keeping me entertained on my daily commute.
Yeah, thanks for writing.
Thanks for listening. Thanks for writing.
Thanks for protecting Denver in the scary hospital.
You can go to BrendoMan, radiobrendo.com, click the contact to send us a letter, or BrendoMan at Gmail, at BrendoMan on Twitter, Facebook,
etc.
All that stuff. Just go to radiobrendo.com, and that'll take you wherever you want to go. If you want to get up on this.
Yeah. And make sure you answer your pen pals if you've had someone write to you.
Josh.
And
we're still waiting for Craig from the Res from his last.
That's true. Although I called him out for not doing his survey, and he has done that yet. So thank you, Craig. And actually, most people have. While I'm thinking about it,
we got a couple.
Well, the only one that I'll mention is Dave Moffat. I don't know if
Dave
you're still
Moffat,
listening, but
where
get
you
on
at,
it,
buddy?
Please. I think you're the last one that
we made him mad.
I hope not.
What did we do?
No, he wants your stuff though. If you want your stuff, you gotta have your address and all that. So anyway. Other than that, thank you guys for writing, and thank you for listening on various devices.
Speaking of listening on various devices,
yes.
If you're not listening to podcasts on Stitcher, well, let me tell you, it's a great way to listen to podcasts. It's how I listen to all my podcasts.
Janelle's listening all this week.
And on all mobile devices, you can listen on the web, on any web browser. Sign up for a free account. Go to radiobrendo.com, click the Stitcher link, and use the code BrendoMan if you haven't signed up for your free account. And give us a thumbs up when you're listening. I don't know. Who cares?
Janelle tried signing up on her phone. She never saw it. But maybe if you do on the computer.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Well, I think you can sign in with Facebook, and then it doesn't ask you.
Okay. Well, just put BrendoMan everywhere you go, and it'll
whatever. But make sure you thumbs up the show, comment, review.
Please.
That helps us. Rate and review us on iTunes.
Yeah.
If you listen on iTunes or whatever podcast. If you have a podcast thing and it's asking you for a rating, help us out. That's the best way you can help out the show.
And if there's somewhere you're listening to it that we don't know about, tell us. Where else are we?
Anywhere.
Yeah.
And when you're listening to podcasts on Stitcher or wherever else, make sure you listen to all the Benview Network podcasts. Go to BenviewNetwork.com and listen to all those shows.
Good.
And if you want to be cool and have your own website, maybe you want to start the U Network.
Yeah.
Wherever you are.
Insert your name here.
You can do that using DreamHost, the official host of Radio BrendoMan.
That's right.
Use the promo code Radio BrendoMan at checkout. If you get some cool, you get a web hosting package or you get a domain name through them or whatever you get, you will save $50 off your order.
That's a lot of bucks.
And you'll get a free domain registration. If you sign up for a year hosting, that includes a free domain. So if you use our promo code, you get two.
And you say $50. That's three Lego sets for the new Dimensions game right there.
Boom.
So that's worth it. Do this and you can get into Lego Dimensions.com.
Also, one more way, we don't talk about this too much, but if you want to help us out, help us with our costs, there is a contribute to hosting,
right?
And that'll go straight in. If you go to radiobrendo.com, click that hosting donation accepted link. That any money you put in there will go straight to our hosting account.
Doesn't pass through our dirty little fingers at all.
And speaking of our dirty little fingers,
yes.
You know what I like using my dirty little fingers to buy things on Amazon Prime.
Of course,
for instance. Amazon, I guess I figure, they've got so much data on me because I've been buying things on Amazon for the last 15 years.
Right.
They have 15 years worth of data. They know what I like. So I got this email because, sometimes they'll send you emails like stuff you made. So it was 2 Battle Royale books that I did not know existed. One of which we'll talk about in a minute.
Okay.
Second of which was there's a new translation of the book with a new introduction. So of course
you had to get that.
I've bought this book 3 times, but it's a new edition. It has a really cool cover. I don't normally buy physical books, but this I'm like, new Battle Royale, new translation, better translation, and new supplemental materials and a new cover. Yeah, I'll buy that on Amazon. So Amazon Prime, boom, boom. It's gonna get here probably tomorrow.
Nice.
And I'm super stoked. Presents, birthday shopping. All kinds of the best, and you can get a free trial, as we talked about Back to the Future on Amazon Prime streaming.
Yeah.
All kind HBO shows,
all kinds of
awesome
stuff. Mortimer Gibbons is coming back for season 2.
I know there's a lot of big praise for I want to check it out now because Matthew was talking about The Man in the High Castle.
Oh yeah.
If the Nazis won World War II,
right?
It's an alternate
really cool.
universe type thing. And they're entering season 2. You also got that the what is it called with crap. Now I don't even know.
You gave me no clues whatsoever. That show, the something with something.
The show with Bluth with the
Arrested Development.
Yeah, well, the show with him.
Which one?
Main Bluth, not the dad.
Job. Oh, I know what you're talking about now.
That show.
Okay. Wow, that was some good information.
Trans something.
Okay. Transamerica?
No, that's the movie.
I don't know. Well, anyway, that show. That's on it.
Yes.
There's many shows, and you could do that. But let's say you already have Amazon Prime, or you're just not.
Well, you get
into
that free trial. Go to
stuff.
radiobrendo.com. If you already have it, or you're not ready to make that kind of commitment, you can still buy stuff on Amazon. Because I mean, who doesn't buy stuff on Amazon?
Help us out. In fact, a lot of you guys have.
Go to Radio Brendo, click that Amazon link,
and we'll read what you guys buy anonymously, of course. What do people buy this week? We actually got 2 weeks worth since we didn't do it last week with Amber.
We got Columbia Men's Steens Mountain Full Zip Trade Winds. This is what
I think it's a jacket from that description. Something with a zipper.
It is a
jacket. Woo! I win. All right.
This does not match this.
Yeah, well, because the zip. What else has a zip? I guess pants it could be.
Or some kind of camping thing.
I guess.
Well, anyway, somebody bought a jacket.
All right, good.
We got Edge of Eternity, Book 3 of the Century trilogy. We got Henry and Beezus.
Ooh, someone's going to be reading some books with us.
Yeah. Well, you know what I discovered?
What?
Most of the Henry Huggins books are on overdrive because I already finished one and I'm already halfway through the second one.
You're like way ahead.
Well, I saw that they were on the list.
Yeah.
I figured you had already started them, assuming that because I assumed this was you that bought this.
That was me.
And so I'm like, I better get going. And then I discovered you're not even done with the last Lemonade.
No, I'm on the last one.
What the crap?
I'm still keeping up with the schedule on the thing.
I thought I got a notification saying we were starting Henry.
This is coming soon. They usually give you like 2 weeks notice on those.
All right. Well, that's why.
That's all right.
Well, anyways, they were on overdrive, and I read and I started reading it, and I realized, oh, I'm almost done. And I finished the first one, and I'm already like halfway done the second one. We got Panasonic DMC Lumix travel zoom camera with eye viewfinder, Polaroid 57. This is like a tripod. It comes with everything. It's like a whole camera.
Oh, like
kit.
the accessories kit.
It's like that and the camera.
It comes with the camera. Nice.
So for $398, you get everything. You get 2 different tripods, a flash, a
32 gig
flash card, a battery pack, a case, like all kinds of different stands.
Someone's going on vacation, maybe.
Just a big
Someone's
camera
be
kit,
doing some photography,
a charger, all kinds of puffy thing, whatever that is.
I don't know, a pen, laser pointer
stuff.
I don't know what half of that stuff does.
Big giant kit of camera stuff.
Nice.
It's pretty cool. So that was a big purchase for somebody. We got a Bluedio Melody Hurricane Series Bluetooth headset, wireless headphones, earbuds, something.
Ford generation. I think it's supposed to be 4th generation, but it says 4RD, like 3rd.
All right, we got on DVD here. We got Army of Darkness Collector Edition Blu-ray.
That's funny.
We got Christine Blu-ray, Hannibal Season 3, and Scream 3. So I'm getting some scary.
A lot of 3s there. Army of Darkness being the 3rd one in the trilogy there. Also, I have to point out, speaking of like censored things, one thing we didn't touch on is like edited for TV movies, which is a different category.
Yeah.
But Army of Darkness, I think I might have told this on the show once upon a time, but one time I was subbing for a high school class, and the teacher left a movie to show, and it was Army of Darkness, which is highly inappropriate to show to a high school class. But like I guess, and so I put it in, and it was like an edited for TV version.
Yeah.
And because of the content in Army of Darkness, it was
like 45 minutes.
It was like 45 minutes. Literally, I had time to start it and show it in like a high school period, and then they moved on.
Maybe that's why.
And the kids were like, "What's happening?" Because it's so cut down, like it doesn't make any sense. And I kind of like filled in, like, "Well, see, this happened here," and so they're like, "Oh, it was ridiculous." All right, carry on.
That's pretty funny. I remember one of my life-changing events was for band. Like we would just get generic substitutes, so they couldn't. So if we had a sub and band, we wouldn't play. We would watch a movie.
Right.
So we rarely had a sub and band, but sometimes we did, and because they didn't know what to do, so they would just show a movie. And I remember one time a guy showed Ferris Bueller's Day Off, so I saw it when I was in 8th grade. Life changing, like I'd never seen anything like that.
Right.
So that was a big deal. But again, like probably
not appropriate.
Well, I remember right away when he's like if you stuck if you stuck coal up Cameron's ass, he'd shit a diamond. And I was like, what?
What just happened in school right now?
Like, this isn't school. And then they said shit. Okay, this is somebody, I don't know.
So did someone buy these
Are these real?
for real or just to make us read these? I don't know.
Yeast Guard Advanced Suppositories 10 count boxes.
Let's see what we got here. Suppositories.
Well, these are for like yeast infections.
Yep. Yeah. Well, I mean, you know,
It's a thing that happens.
You need it. I don't know if you're gonna buy it. I'd rather you buy it through us.
Yeah.
So,
You want to get this homeopathic formula.
Although it's GARD, G-A-R-D, I'd be concerned buying a medical thing that doesn't know how to spell a word correctly. Is that of concern
What's
there?
Up with that? What's up with that?
Yeast Guard, yo.
Also, it's sold by Toys and Games, etc.
Wait, does it have like used and new? Please tell me you bought new.
Yeah, but why is Toys and Games, etc. selling
I don't know.
yeast guards?
Well, maybe they just got some extras and they're selling them off.
What?
I don't know.
That's weird.
Wait. It's highly reviewed. Okay, that's good. 4.5 stars.
Oh, we have to read some yeast guard reviews.
I'm scared to even know what people wrote. Oh no, a 1 star. Give us the 1 star. Oh gosh. Oh no. Oh, even the good one. Finally, some relief. That's great.
Living in Canada, I can't order these. With the help of good friends, I was able to. These are amazing. I suffer from chronic yeast infections, and just one vaginal suppository usually is all it takes when I feel the onset of a yeast infection occurring. So happy after 4 years to finally have relief. These can be a little messy, but honestly, I could care less since they work so great. I'm not sure I'd recommend this product. When I used it only once, it made me very dry internally. Just my experience.
Well, if someone did
1 star. Her name is on this.
What does it say?
Susan London.
Does
not work as described. Is very disappointing. Can we
Wow.
get some Can we elaborate? Ooh, somebody asked a question. Are they glycerin suppositories like yeast away? Inactive ingredients are bacillus coagulans and plythene glycols.
Huh. Well, if someone did buy this just to make us read
More like
something
beeswax.
It's none of your beeswax. That's what I should have said. All right.
This is where I just like, but I remember in football there would be dudes on the football team.
Well, yeah, I mean that's
infections.
that's you know,
that's freaking.
It's a real thing. Let me tell you. It's not an uncommon fat issue to have.
I've never had one.
Dudes get them in different places. We won't have to go into details, you know. Just saying. All right.
Works really well. Then used rootery by mixing powder in a syringe and shooting it up there.
Oh gosh. All right. I think we've read enough of this. I'm getting red under the collar here.
Yeast Guard Advanced Homeopathic Capsules.
We got the capsules and the suppositories.
All right. Somebody's dealing with taking care of business.
Good. Either that or they just really wanted us to read about that. And they got their way either way.
That's a lot of money to spend. Maybe. I think that's real.
Maybe. That's good. I hope. I hope it works.
Your mom.
I don't. I see. I can't. Because
I know she's into the natural.
I can't go down this path. I can't have this conversation.
Embroidered Vines Fairfield Curtain Collection. Buying curtains.
Curtains. Gonna redecorate? Why not do it through this?
Fox Run set of 3 icing bottles.
What's that? It's an icing bottle. Oh, like icing. Like on a cake.
Okay.
All right. That's cool. Ooh, someone's making a cake.
Ooh.
I can talk about that.
They're not microwave safe.
Birthday? Christmas?
Icing. You can get icing mix. For $8.45.
Pound of icing mix.
Oh my gosh.
Meringue powder? Is powder always a meringue? I mean, is meringue always a powder?
Yeah, I think you like mix it and you just make it. That's how you make
meringue?
it.
Isn't it like eggs?
I think you mix it with eggs and then it like, I don't know.
Huh. All right. We don't have to like learn the history.
No, we got to learn all about it now.
All right. So icing, that's good. Hope you have a good party.
All right. We got a Krupp's electric spice and coffee grinder. Some grinding.
It's good if you like coffee, I guess.
Kitchen selective slow cooker.
Ooh, gonna make some like a crock pot?
Yeah.
That's nice. One.
It's pretty good.
Good. $19.99. It's a good deal.
Yeah.
Make some good meals there. Those are easier to use than I thought.
Oh, they're amazing.
When Janelle told me, like, I'm going to leave a thing for you, I'm like, no, I can't. What am I going to do?
Put it in, then you turn it on.
I know. And then I'm like, that's
it. And then food comes out.
Yeah. Oh, look. They bought the meringue powder
Wilton
too.
meringue powder, 8-ounce can.
Oh, maybe they're making like a meringue pie. That meringue pie is really good.
I'm not that into it.
Is there other kinds of meringue besides lemon?
I think there's all kinds of meringue.
We have peach meringue,
I don't know.
strawberry meringue. Why is it always lemon?
Recipes included. It can be used as an egg white substitute. Okay, so this is
this is like a substitute.
So it's got eggs in it.
I wonder why.
Adds body, stabilizes buttercream, replaces egg white. So it's like powdered egg whites.
All right, but what? I don't know. Why is it always lemon? Why can't you have other meringues? We're gonna solve this someday. All right, what else we got?
Amtone C Shop special brand new pocket or pouch tobacco pipe, reamer, tamper, or pokers.
Some of these descriptions, I swear, they're just putting as many words as they can to try to get.
It's like no, this is like the little thing you use to like
poke.
You tamp it down and you measure it out, and then you.
It's like a measuring tool.
Yeah, but also to like tamp down the tobacco. Whoa. I hit the mic real sorry about that.
Sorry if you're listening to that on headphones right now. You just
and it's got a little scooper thing. Ooh, I kind of need one of these. $4. Free shipping. I like that.
You like free shipping. Amazon.
Ooh, a little brush. Pipe cleaners.
You shopping now?
Kind of shopping now.
All right, what else we got?
We got Frost Carbon Clipper Utility Knife.
Ooh. That sounds fancy.
I'm gonna look at it. So you gotta look all this stuff. That's why Amazon. Whoa, that's like a serious knife.
Someone's getting into a knife fight.
That's like a chop your. You could like chop something.
What do you do with it?
I guess it's like a utility knife. I mean, like cut things, cut pipe.
I'm not allowed to use knives. I'm sure I've shared that before, but I'm very dangerous with knives. Just cutting any like food. What's a 1 star? What is a 1 star on a knife?
Horrible corrosion. Knife started to corrode and rust a week after I received it, despite proper cleaning and drying. Very sharp blade, which field dressed to quail nicely, but cannot recommend to others after such a lousy product.
There's 7 comments on that. What do people have to say about that?
No. Simple maintenance. Oh, he said what the maintenance was. Mineral oil will be worth your while. Humidity will determine when needed. Mac the knife. Thanks for me, since I'm not good at sharpening knives. A carbon steel sounds the best. If you stick this knife in a potato overnight, it will patina nicely. Go on YouTube and see if you like the look of a patina knife. It makes it quite resistant to deep rust. Or you can swipe mineral oil. Wow. May I ask where the reviewer lives? I live on the big island of Hawaii and get a lot of rain. Anything made of carbon steel is going to rust without maintenance. Get rid of the rust, force a patina, and keep it with a light coat of oil. It will serve many years with just this minimal care.
I've been really neglecting my knives, I guess.
Funny how you're the only one.
It's always got to be that guy.
That guy. Blade is good and comes ridiculously sharp, but the handle feels plasticky and very hard to grip. I would prefer the actual, more active companion. This is a no BS knife. Good steel, very sharp, cuts great. Blade finish kind of rough, but who cares? Needs a little vegetable oil on the blade. Keep in mind, the best Japanese swords also require oil.
This is like a whole nother world. I mean, that I've never.
Knife people?
Yeah, I didn't.
Scary, man. It kind of freaks me out.
They know a lot more about knives than I knew there was to know about knives.
They're the kind of guys that have like swords. Yeah. Collections and
again, I would chop off a limb if I had that stuff around.
Like you would like that was one of my favorite like How I Met Your Mother when they finally do and like Lily gets like stabbed.
Yeah. Well, like the most recent one and when everyone like in my family officially like banned me from knives is I think it was like Christmas or Thanksgiving and everyone's like, oh, don't give Phil a knife. And like, ha ha ha, it's fine. Like they sent me to go start cutting like like you shave the carcass afterwards, and I immediately like slice my finger wide open, like bleeding. It's like, what did you do?
Oh my gosh!
So I'm banned from knives.
Nest Learning Thermostat. Oh, so the Nest thermostat, yeah, that's like the smart thermostat.
Okay.
And I think you can control it with like your phone.
Like your phone? That's cool.
Yeah, that would be pretty.
So like you can have it nice and cool when you
get home. Yeah. Like
hot.
It's like smart. And it's got like, yeah, it's pretty cool. Remote control, Nest app. Yeah, the app. So there's an app. And you can and also helps track your energy use and all that stuff. So it's pretty sweet.
That's cool.
Sato Tech model CXR wireless doorbell.
Huh.
With 1 remote button and 2 plug-in receivers. So you can plug in wherever you're like in another room.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's
over
exciting.
500 feet with over 50 chimes.
Ooh, so you can like mix it up.
Yeah. Was this you?
That might have been me.
Lego
too.
Mixels Wave 2.
Yeah, I got a great deal on this. Amazon. Bought it from this guy's in Europe.
Mm-hmm.
Way cheaper than America.
Yeah, doesn't he charge?
No, with shipping.
How does he make money?
I don't. They must be more plentiful over there, I guess, or something.
But wouldn't you just lose money on the shipping?
Well, that's the thing. His shipping is like $27.
Yeah.
But the whole set was only like $9 for 9 sets. So anyway, good deal. Well, thank you everybody for buying stuff on Amazon. It helps us out greatly. Keep doing that, especially as the holidays are coming. Don't forget to click those links.
Yep.
Before you shop.
Yeah, do all your holiday shopping. I do all my holiday shopping on Amazon.
Do it from the comfort of your own home.
You can, with that 2-day shipping.
Yeah, it's great.
It's pretty awesome, and I just do all my shopping.
And then it's fun because, like, especially for kids, they get stuff in the mail.
Yep.
It's nothing like coming back and there's a package on the door.
Like how stoked was Luke when he got my present.
Oh, very.
Addressed to Luke.
But again, he didn't, like, once he got inside and saw it was a present, he didn't want to, like, open it without you being there. So he was like, he cares.
Is he digging that book?
Oh, yeah. That goes with him everywhere. Yeah. Like, everywhere that thing comes. The whole, I mean, it's
Have you gotten a chance to take a look at it?
Well, yeah, I've looked at it with him some, but he mostly has it. You know, I don't get to touch all the toys as much anymore. They're very protective.
All right. Well, make sure you check out if you want to be part of all of our cool stuff, make sure you check out our Facebook group.
Lots of action always happening.
If you go to radiobrendo.com, it's got our links to all this stuff. But we have a Facebook group, not just our Facebook page. Our Facebook page, that's where like we post the new episodes and stuff.
Yeah, you'll see announcements from us.
But Facebook group, because you'll see everything, we have a pretty thriving community.
Yeah, it's much more interactive.
A lot of interactive, a lot of comments, and
a lot of dumb videos,
a lot of dumb jokes and silly stuff that and everybody's contributing.
Yeah, I've been having a lot of fun with that, I got to tell you.
And then we also have our subreddits. We got we already Kickstarter. We got the Back to the Future.
Well, so yeah,
we ordered the vinyl.
The vinyl is away. Like it's being worked on
manufactured.
Right now.
Isn't it coming from like in Europe or something?
Well, I think it's actually. I think that parts of it are being done in France and then some up in Washington because they have like a North American place too. I don't know how it all works. I think like the printing is done in one place and the records themselves are made somewhere else. I don't know how it works. But the cool thing is they have like a little chart and it shows all the steps and it tells you the progress it's going through. It's probably going to be a while.
So they're still doing the checking.
They're still, yeah. I mean, I already approved the proofs for the art and all that kind of stuff. I was telling Brendan before the show, but
you gave a teaser on the Facebook page.
A little, yeah, you can see the labels.
The labels.
Yep. There's a lot more steps to like doing vinyl than CDs. I've done CDs for years and I've got that down, but it's crazy, like all the different options and things I didn't even know were things I had to think about. So it was a good learning experience for sure. But it's all ordered now. It's paid for. It's just a matter of how long it takes them. The estimate now, probably because we're coming up to the holidays, it's probably going to be like right after the new year that we actually get.
Still, it's pretty awesome.
So, which is pretty great.
It's happening.
It's possible it could be.
We're going to beat Marin.
So. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, because it's just how long it takes to get it done.
Because the record store day is in like June.
Yeah.
So, May.
But it's a way. I mean, it could come whenever.
He still wasn't even sure he was going to do that.
So we are the first 7-inch, first podcast 7-inch ever.
Stoked.
Yep. So it's happening. I'm stoked on the art. We got Mark Bolton's artwork, and I colored it and did the layout and stuff, and I think it turned out pretty good.
Yeah.
And it's going to be great.
And then so we did one of the commentaries. We're probably going to be recording the second one at some point. Yeah. We got the 2 episodes.
Yeah.
We got some other stuff.
We're going to keep content and stuff. All the rewards are trickling out at you.
In the pipeline.
Yeah, I've been working on that. That's the next like physical thing we'll be putting out there. So that's good.
And then we're going to do the MP3 download of the episode that'll be a simultaneous with
with the records. We want you to like hear it on the record first if you can, and then you'll get to hear that MP3. Because otherwise you'll be like, I don't care about getting the record. I already heard it. We want it to be a little fresh when it comes.
All right. Next, make sure if you are playing Clicker Heroes on Steam or on your mobile device or on just the web, it's a Flash game. Also, clickerheroes.com. We have a clan. We have 3 more slots left.
It's almost full now, right?
In the Radio BrendoMan clan. It's Radio space BrendoMan, capital R, capital B in Brendo, capital M in Man. Radio space BrendoMan. You can just ask to join and I'll approve you. And we have 3 more slots. Once it's full, it's full. Maybe we'll create a second one if there's enough demand.
That's cool.
Well, somebody would have to create it. So maybe we won't.
You guys have been having fun with that. That's pretty cool.
Well, now that David and Kermit are just like way ahead of everybody. So they team up and they take down the primal boss, and then we're getting. If you want a ton of hero souls, just join our clan.
Reaping all the benefits
because we get like we're up to like where we get like 900 hero souls each time they beat the boss.
That's cool.
It's pretty sweet, and they're doing all the work, so it's fine with me. And then we were featured on this past episode of Succotash,
the comedy podcast,
which it is crap.
Oh, here, isn't it right over here? Here it is, right here. It's at succotashshow.com.
Yeah, you can listen to the episode, and it features a clip of us because he was sitting across from us.
Yeah,
and I know he jokingly joked about us not asking him to be on the show, but we thought he was working. Like,
because he had a very professional setup.
He had a very professional setup. He was always like, he had like multiple computers.
He was taking notes. He had like a schedule of like comedians that would come in. And he was bringing in.
He was on his own. He was bringing in like, I think he was the reason Greg Proops was in there.
And those guys all knew him. Like, oh, it's good to see you. Like. So his name is Mark that does the show.
So we just didn't want to butt in on whatever he was doing.
We kind of like talked in hushed tones. Should we ask him?
And then we talked to him a little bit, and he was a nice guy. But like,
so then now we feel a little bad that we didn't ask him. But I think he was kind of joking.
Yeah,
maybe. But
if he wasn't joking, he wouldn't have put us on the show.
True.
And he gave us plugs, and he's tweeted us, and so we
cool.
really appreciate all that.
And he liked our page on Facebook even. So
and that is
Succotash.
Mark Hershon.
Yes.
And he was really cool. So that's succotashshow.com. And there's lots of other, if you want to find out about other comedy podcasts, he has a lot of guests.
Like, he talks about them, but then he
has clips from the show. So he took a clip from our show at the Podfest where we were doing our Back to the Future stuff.
Which I have to say, it was like weird, kind of like really honoring, because part of it too is it was like
we're not really like
it's a comedy podcast. Like, are we funny? I'm like, I don't know.
Like, I like to think that we're funny,
but then they featured a bit, and then listening to them, like, I guess that's pretty funny. You know?
Well, because I was specifically I read, but it made me realize how we're doing pretty good because I read my joke, but then we started riffing on it,
right? And
then it kind of turned into this whole big thing.
And we were talking about Trump and all that stuff, and
because Trump is evil
Biff. Yeah. So I don't know his guy, because he said he has like a producer guy that came across it.
And then they even confirmed just recently, like I think in an interview with Bob Gale, he said, we did base that off Trump.
I guess it's pretty thinly veiled. Watching it now.
Especially watching it now, we're like, oh my gosh.
Yeah, that's definitely what they were doing. I mean, even like the hairstyle that Biff has in that alternate 1985.
Just his mannerisms and just very
the tower,
and then just the like self-aggrandizing, like having a museum dedicated to yourself, and like Trump, and like that's a very Trump thing. Like, just so proud of him. Like, I'm great. I'm pretty smart. Like it's like I'm a smart guy. Like, and that's Trump like all over. Like, so it's like when 2016 when you're thinking about casting that vote, just watch Back to the Future 2 because that's what you have to look forward to. That's a good deterrent there.
Yeah. So I think I was pretty honored that he like picked up and thought that was funny.
So thank you, Mark, and be sure to check that out. Succotashshow.com. Also, I want to give one more shout out to Cheryl at
Movies Made Me.
She just had this awesome author on her newest episode who wrote a book about movies that impacted her life. And so Cheryl had her on the show.
Cool.
She also was the screenwriter for Don't Tell Mom, The Babysitter's Dead.
Oh, nice.
And she writes books now. So like I was, but that was a cool guest. So Cheryl's getting all these cool guests. She actually met this woman at the event that I've always wanted to go to, but I've never, it's something I realize you have to really plan for.
Okay.
The Los Angeles Times Festival of Books.
Oh, yeah. We talked
that
about
UCLA.
That.
Well, because one year Matt and I were going to go, and then we realized, like, oh, this is a huge thing because I don't know, it was just like complete dead zone traffic around UCLA. Like you couldn't even like the 10 like Sunset when you got to like that area, like it was just shut down. So I'm like, I guess we're not doing this. Like I think it's where you would have to take like public transportation or something. But I've always wanted to go because they have all these author Q&As and like author signings and events and like big authors. Like I think we were gonna go because like I think one year it was like Joe Hill was there, Chuck Palahniuk, like a bunch of.
Is that the one that William Goldman has
been there.
Yeah.
Tons. Will Wheaton's been there multiple times.
Yeah.
And because I remember one of the first times we ever met Will Wheaton, I told him, he's like, because we told him how crazy that, and he said there's another one. It was like the Beverly Hills, which I also want to go to that one because he's like, oh yeah, LA Times Festival of Books is nuts. You should go to this one. And then we haven't gotten to that one either. But I've always wanted to go to a big book festival where there's all these authors. And
yeah, it sounds cool.
So that's where Cheryl went, met this author, and then asked her to be on her show. So I feel like from a podcast perspective, it's probably like you can get some gold there.
So Cheryl is at Movies Made Me. Her website is mmmpodcast.wordpress.com.
Yeah. And then her next episode that's coming out in November is going to be her second part from the LA Podcast Festival.
She's
got Leonard Maltin, Marin, and Andrew Lindy.
Yeah.
And I think Benson, maybe
so.
Just Lindy.
We'll have to hear. One more cool thing so through her podcast, Cheryl has become friends with the guys that do Phineas and Ferb. They're like creators and showrunners of Phineas and Ferb. One of them being Jeff Swampy Marsh.
Yeah.
This is like, nickname or whatever. And so she made a comment. She posted a thing. I can't even remember what it was. Oh, it was about Terry Gilliam. Something about Terry Gilliam.
Well, she went to the event
Terry Gilliam thing,
that we were talking about going to.
So I commented on it and said, like, that one of my favorites of his is Jabberwocky. It's like an unsung.
Yeah.
Blah blah blah.
Wait, did Swampy
liked my comment?
Oh,
so the dude that co-created Phineas and Ferb liked my comment about Terry Gilliam.
There you go.
So thank you, Cheryl, for that roundabout way of making that happen. That's pretty sweet.
Nice.
So yeah. I was kind of excited about that.
You got anything going on?
Well, we've talked about all this stuff.
What else?
Here's one thing.
What else have you and the kids?
Thing that I didn't put in the movies thing, but the kids and I have been rewatching through the Star Wars trilogy, the only Star Wars trilogy. And we're about to start Return of the Jedi. We kind of do it in chunks. It takes about like 3 sittings for each one because I want them to have fun with it, and then they start to get a little bored, like especially in like the slow talking parts and stuff. But oh my gosh, it's been so fun. So I've watched through this with both of them before, but they both were real hazy on it. They didn't remember all the stuff. They knew who C-3PO and R2-D2 is, but then like before we were watching Empire Strikes Back and they were talking, they're like, who is like Darth Vader? Like they're trying to figure out how he was related to Luke. They couldn't remember for sure. So like watching it again, and we get to the part, no, I'm your father. And it was like all over again. Like, oh yeah, oh my gosh, it is like crazy. But the best part is this. So he says that, and then Luke has this whole thing, and Darth Vader, like he's cut his hand off, right? And the kids are like silent, like they're like, I'm like, oh, what's wrong, guys? And they're like, he cut his hand off, and I'm like, yeah, I know. Remember we talked about how he wears the black glove, and that's why now he gets like a robot hand and stuff. And they're like, you can't live if your hand gets cut off. Like, how come he didn't die? And I'm like, no, you could. Like actually, no. Like if you get your hand cut off, you would die, right? And I'm like, no. Like I said, there's people that don't have limbs at all. And they're like, no. Like they did not believe me. Like we had to like have a serious talk about like, yeah, there's parts of you that would hurt.
You kind of have to, because you don't also you got to prepare. I guess is that something you have to, because you don't want your kid to be the kid that like flips out when they do see someone in public.
Right. Well, and again, it's funny because
I sometimes I don't know. There's a dude at my work that like I can't believe that it's a constant reminder that like you can't complain about anything, because there is a dude at my work that is like nothing from the waist down, like
right.
he's a torso, and like but he moves around on a skateboard, and he just kind of skates, or he just pushes himself around, and he's completely self-sufficient, and like he has a job. And I'm like, if I like had nothing below my like, so he doesn't even have like a waist,
right?
And like that's gotta be like, how does he get out of bed? How does he get up into bed?
Start feeling like gripey and stuff.
I'm like, that dude, and not only is he like not just like lying in bed somewhere, he's like working and going all about on his own, and he doesn't have a wheelchair. He's like pushing himself around on a skateboard.
Yeah, I can't even stand on a skateboard.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Well, so it is. It's one of those conversations, and we've talked with the kids about this kind of thing since they were little, and but it's hard because they don't have great memories for certain things, you know. So you kind of have to reintroduce these concepts. And so we talked about that. Like, yeah, some people don't, and you know, it might be more challenging, and there might be things you have to do differently, but you can. But and then they got it, you know. But they just for a while were completely incredulous that you could survive after having cut.
Well, it depends. I mean, like depending on how it happens.
Well, you could.
I mean, yes, you could. But if if it happens and like,
well, if it's a laser, it's gonna cauterize.
Yeah, well, that I mean, but then also if you immediately like put a tourniquet on it,
right,
and like people
survive go into the details on that,
but it's but yeah, there is, because you can die from getting, but you can also survive,
definitely,
and people do. I mean, like think about like even going back. I mean, amputating limbs and things like that, which still is like. It's like my worst.
Oh,
we were just talking about
a leather strap.
Well, also we were just talking about when I was with Derek, he was reminding me, because we were talking about The Walking Dead, and he's like, that was the whole reason why I fell down the stairs and smashed my toes, was because I was running down the stairs, because Walking Dead it was when the show started for the first episode 1, and we had those wood stairs.
So you were running down to go see it,
and then I smashed. I'm lucky I didn't just break all of my toes.
Stairs.
And the way I landed, and I smashed them all, and it was just gnarly, and they all bled all over the place. And but I was because there was the guy that had come to Smodcast all the time that had his toe removed, and I was convinced
that's what was
they were going to have to remove one of my toes, because one of them turned purple.
Oh gosh!
And I was like, oh no, I'm gonna cut off my toe, and like that was just a nightmare scenario. And I'm still real, because like I think a few months later, Black Swan came out, and there's a lot of stuff with like ballet, because then it's always like ballet dancers are always smashing their toes and cutting them and up, and I was just like, like it added this extra level of just like terror. Like I'm just like, ugh. Like because like I just couldn't, all I can think about was because that was horrible. It was like I still can't imagine what that was like for John and Grace when they came home, and because I had somehow managed to crawl upstairs because my phone was in my room, and then I didn't want to go back down the stairs, so I'm just sitting there on the floor in my room, and I was bleeding all over the place. So when they came in, they saw just this like in the living room, there was all this blood, and then there was this blood going all the way up the stairs, just blood everywhere. And they were like,
"You got murdered."
Like, is Brendo dead up there? Like, it's blood everywhere, and it's bad.
I can't remember what the. Anyway, so we've been watching Star Wars. That's what it was. Okay.
Yeah. Is that what you wanted to talk about? Because you said you had something.
Yeah, that was it. Well, because I forgot to put that on the movies later on, that we've been watching the Star Wars movies. So,
all right,
in preparation. So, what you got there?
Well, as I talked about, so last episode we left in such a hurry because I had to get to pick up Derek. Right. So there, I went to Halloween Horror Nights with Derek and Brian Lynch and Jordy and Strang. We all went to Halloween Horror Nights, which is kind of our tradition.
Right.
And and while we were at Horror Nights, I'm like, I'm getting a lot of like my Facebook is blowing up, and like I was getting tweets. I'm like, I wonder what's going on. So I finally turn it on, and it was like 3 different people. Mark Ariano had started a thread, or was it Steve?
I think it was Mark, but one of those guys.
I think it was Mark. It started a thread in the Radio Rental Room. The feed was still on,
We didn't turn it
and
off
it was
when we
just
left.
a dark room. And then so I was telling Strang, I'm like, I left my webcam on, and so I actually pulled up the video on my phone. And he's like, "What would you do if because we had just gone through the Insidious maze, which was really scary this year.
Right.
Normally it wasn't that great, but it was one of the best ones because there would be because I don't know if you've seen the movie, one of the,
I saw the
movies.
first one. I think.
So there's these guys, they crawl on the wall
Yeah.
and they pop out. So there would be a projection of the shadow guy, and then a real guy would pop out of the wall. And it was really scary, and there was all kinds of people coming out of everywhere. And there was one part where there was this really fat dude, and he was just it was just really creepy, and he wasn't doing anything, but it was just really disturbing, just really, really disturbing. And so we just got out of that, and Strang's like, what if one of the Insidious people was just if you right on your I'm I would never go home. I would just done. That's it. And he's and then we started spitballing things what if Derek was in your house right now? What if it was you?
That Alfred Hitchcock episode.
And we were just so we kind of just were freaking ourselves out ugh.
Well, we had already started doing that on Facebook. I was like, ooh, keep an eye out if there's any creeps.
And Mark said he was scared.
Yeah,
he said it scared
I think
him.
some of the guys kept the feed on.
Mark said he kept it up, and so I got back, and I skimmed it. Nothing
popped up.
Nothing popped up.
If someone finds something in there, it's on YouTube. It's 8 hours long.
It's 8 hours long.
We found out the limit.
Because the podcast, we were done at 1 hour and 40. We left.
Yeah.
And somebody also commented that the mic was really good because our whole conversation, even stuff that happened going out, you could hear the whole thing.
Everything.
So it is a good microphone. Blue Yeti.
So again, kind of
blue microphone.
What if it's just sitting there and you just hear voices?
Dude. I would die.
You skimmed through and you didn't see anything.
I didn't. I was listening. You can hear.
What if you listened the whole time and there's just whispering?
I would.
What if? Oh,
I would flip out. Brandon, that'd be horrible.
Come on, Brandon. We're waiting for you.
That'd be awful.
But if you're listening on your headphones and you,
I would run out of and then never come back. I'd leave all of my stuff. How would that even work? They'd be the rental company's so you're leaving. I'm yep. Just done. And they're what about your stuff? I don't know. It's sell it. You can sell it.
Ghost. Just burn it down. Burn the whole place down.
I would just be no stuff. I'm not going in there. Maybe I would hire. I'd have to hire a moving company. I'm yeah, box everything up.
But what if it was your microphone that was haunted, though? And then you brought it with you.
The haunted microphone.
Brenda, come on.
How would a microphone be haunted?
I don't know. A famous jazz musician died while singing
in the USB blue microphone.
Well, they used some of the components, and it got passed on to the next.
Yeah, they reuse.
Totally, it's a green thing. You wouldn't understand,
Okay.
Yeah, it's plausible.
Yeah.
It's possible.
Yeah.
So that was cool.
We haven't been paying attention. Oh, wait, no, never mind. I was I haven't been paying attention to the chat.
I think everybody had to go to bed. So, good horror nights, though. Sounds like you guys had fun.
Yeah, it was real fun. The mazes were great this year. Jabberwockies sucked.
Oh, the dance thing.
Yeah, because it was
what are the chances we'd both talk about a Jabberwocky thing tonight?
There was very little. I thought it was all breakdancing, which I'm way into breakdancing. Yeah. It was mostly moving their hands around.
So we said it was a fat guy show.
Because none of them were fat, but I'm
but we could do that.
Jordy started doing it, and at first I'm ah, but then I'm oh no, he's doing all the moves. And if he can do it.
But you didn't have black lights though.
It's true.
So that's the key.
It was really dumb, and I'm this is all Vice's fault for writing that article exposing the Bill and Ted show that was crass and sexist and inappropriate, but that's what it was, and everybody knew that, and If you didn't want that, and
no
like
more Bill and Ted.
it was just very. They still do it in Florida, and 'cause it's like the hanging. It's just like the dumb thing, and it was just fun. It was fun to watch people get upset. Like that was always the fun part. Was just constant stream throughout the entire show of people getting up and leaving.
Maybe that's why they didn't want to have it anymore.
Well, no, it was this. They had that was always how it was, and then this Vice article, like then it made a big. And I'm like, come on, can't we just have some of these things?
Do they have a lot of advertisement in there? In Vice?
No.
No?
I don't know.
I don't know. They have no advice for you? I don't know.
That was a big stretch
That's
there.
pretty good, right?
No.
That's pretty good.
That was dumb. But the mazes were great. The Halloween one was definitely awesome. I really liked the Crimson Peak maze. The Terror Tram with the Purge was cool. Yeah. Kept getting purged.
Kept getting purged.
I
do want to see Crimson Peak. I think it looks cool.
I've heard it's like not really a horror movie. It's a gothic romance.
But there's definitely like ghosts and stuff.
There's ghosts, but it's not. Derek said the maze was like way scarier than the movie.
It's not like, I just want it to be gory. Is it super gory?
It's PG-13.
No, it's R.
Oh, well then maybe.
See, for that, I don't know. I can't handle that.
Why can't you handle it?
It's not
real.
It doesn't matter unless it's like Army of Darkness, where it's like
I'm telling you, like I always thought that like part of me was always like, oh, I'm like desensitized, and then I saw a dead body, and I was like, nope, I am not desensitized, because I seriously almost threw up in Derek's car and had a freaking panic attack just from like being in a proximity to like. So I'm like, nope, I'm not. And this was I don't know. I guess, you know, again, different people. I get it. But like I really like, anyways, Horror Nights was awesome. I got scared a lot. It was fun. And we got to go on. I'd never been on the Minions ride before.
Oh yeah.
And the Minions ride was a lot of fun. It was cool. Your kids.
I know. We definitely
love, before the prices go way up. We definitely
need to get over there.
Seeing Hogwarts is like done.
Really?
Dude, it looks so cool. They have like they had the whole Hogsmeade village, and then the end of the village is like the castle, but they had like a gate, and it was all like, but I'm like, they could have done like some kind of haunted thing there, and it would have been freaking awesome. But it just being in close, it was just like, oh, like I was already sold.
I wouldn't even know what it would look like.
Oh, dude, it was so awesome. It was great. Loved it. Can't wait. So excited. They already have a giant Harry Potter gift shop, so they're already selling all like robes, wands.
Is there like a new movie of it coming out or something?
There is. So there's gonna be it's like a spin-off.
Okay.
So they actually published one of the textbooks called Fabulous Beasts and Where to Find Them.
Okay.
They're doing a movie of that.
Of the textbook?
Yes. Well, it's like the stories about these. So it's like written by a wizard and like his adventures, cataloging these beasts and stuff. And so I think it's going to be it's going to be cool. And then they're doing she's also doing a stage play that follows Harry's son.
Okay.
And it's called The Cursed Child.
Kids, spoiler alert.
Spoiler.
I've never read them.
Well, that's next, right? After Rib.
Yeah, I guess so. I guess I said
Come
yes.
Come on.
Yes.
You pick everything.
I know, I said yes.
Why? They're so good. You're going to love it.
I read the first one.
First one's great.
Didn't do it for me.
Well,
I was bored. I wanted to read it because of all the like controversy. I'm like, I got to see what everyone's so upset about. And then I'm like, kind of disappointed.
Well, they're really good. They get better I think 3 is when both the book and the movies for me really hit.
All right. I'll give it a try.
Well, I'm gonna.
But first, are you done with? No, we have.
Oh yeah. So right now I'm in a pickle, Phil.
Okay.
So WWE Hell in a Cell is Sunday at Staples Center.
Okay. Like in 2 days.
In 2 days, this Sunday.
Okay.
And it's sold out. The tickets went on sale when I was unemployed, like right after Comic-Con, so I had no money, and I just assumed I'd be okay because like the big pay-per-views, like it seemed like historically don't really sell out, or like even Staples Center events, like even SummerSlam tickets didn't. There was always like I figured I could get like super high up seats, but like as soon I knew I should have known. As soon as they announced it was Undertaker versus Brock Lesnar in Hell in a Cell, which Undertaker only usually wrestles like once a year. This year he's wrestled a couple times because he seems to be healthier than normal. Last year he only wrestled once at the WrestleMania. This year, this is like his third match this year. But against Brock Lesnar in a Hell in a Cell match, which for those that don't know, a Hell in a Cell match, it's a cage with a roof on it.
Right.
So you cannot get out. It's an extremely, even in the real sense of real, like, dangerous. It's a dangerous match because it's not a fake cage. It's real metal, and you get thrown into the metal, and it cuts you. And, like, there's usually, like, they call it the hard way, like when you bleed for real, not using a blade.
Okay.
There's a lot of hard way bleeding that happens in Hell in a Cell matches. A lot of crazy in previous. They don't really do these anymore ever since that. You've seen the video of Mick Foley going through the cage and going off the cage. Since then, that does not happen all that often because that is very dangerous. And but you used to commonly see people get thrown off the cell. They would wrestle on top of it. You still see that a little bit, but it's a pretty crazy. And Undertaker and Brock Lesnar are both like two pretty big deals. Brock Lesnar being like just a in real life monster dude, legitimate NCAA Ultimate Fighting champion, just like legitimate badass, could murder you, dude. Like I think he could legitimately walk up to me and like rip my head off with his bare hands. And so anyways, it's a big deal. And there's gonna be there's like 2 Hell in the Cell matches. Roman Reigns is wrestling Bray Wyatt in the cell also.
Barry White, yes.
Wow,
that is quite
the ghost of Barry White.
How are they making that happen?
And yeah, but anyways, so I really want to go, and also because they now have announced that SummerSlam. I had heard through the grapevine that SummerSlam was coming back here next year. Okay, it went so well in Brooklyn. They signed like a 3-year deal. So it's not coming back here.
So this is your chance. Huh?
So I'm like, but now it's all secondary market tickets. So the cheapest tickets are like $75, and those are face value like $35 like moon seats.
Yeah.
And I'd be paying $75 for them. So I'm thinking about going on. I've been looking around on StubHub, and there's another one now, SeatGeek, which it's kind of like a Priceline type, like where they get a bunch of different, but not so you can get like there's some decent deals. Like if I paid like $100, I could get like slightly better than like the nosebleed seats. So I'm thinking about I'm doing really good financially wise, so there is money available. I feel like I'm like supporting.
Seems like you're feeding that.
But I really want to go.
That's how they have you.
But there's so many tickets up on StubHub. I'm like, these are not people that have extra tickets. These are people that bought these tickets. Yeah. That's why, you know what I'm going to do? Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to wait till Sunday.
Yeah.
And then like.
Then they're going to be slashing those
I remember regretting buying WrestleMania tickets in New Orleans because I remember being around and people were like, wait, you already bought your tickets? Like, don't do that. Because, like, there were people that, like, this guy, he's like, I just got, like, floor seats for, like, because he bought
them online.
Yeah,
right?
The day of.
So you could drive out there and then buy them once you're out there.
Could. I'd be a little nervous about it.
Yeah, but what if, like, you got, like, super cheap?
I don't think they get that crazy.
But they're getting nothing if they don't sell them to you.
It's true.
I don't know. Interesting.
So that's what I'm thinking. I'm gonna.
I wouldn't want to pay more than they're worth.
Well, there's nothing if you don't nothing on StubHub. If it's sold out, there isn't going to be anything at face value because it's sold out.
I couldn't do it. As much as I'm obsessed with Amiibos and I love them, and I'll buy them secondhand if they're what I would have paid for in the store or less. I've never paid more.
That doesn't work with tickets.
I know, but see, I couldn't support that.
but
I would be against it.
But I want to go, and it's not like an amiibo where you find a better deal eventually. Yeah, but eventually you'll probably.
I might never get that Wii Fit trainer. I'm never gonna.
You'll have somewhere down the road. You might have a chance. Whereas with this, like this event is never gonna happen again. Yeah, this is a once.
That's true.
In a lifetime.
You watch it.
I can watch it live on WWE Network from the comfort, but having gone to wrestling events and being there, it's a whole other thing. Even if the show sucks, it's still fun because you're there and it's fun. So even things that like if you watch on TV, you're like, that wasn't great. Like it's always fun watching it in person. And I really want to go. So I'm just kind of in this dilemma, but I'm going to see what happens on Sunday. I don't know.
I think that's at least your best bet there. I don't know.
Speaking of tickets.
Yeah.
So first of all, the new Star Wars trailer dropped during Monday Night Football.
Yeah.
And it might be the greatest movie trailer I've ever seen in my life.
I'm telling you, it's fantastic. I've watched it so many times.
I watched it on my TV like 25 times.
I watched it with the kids for the first time, and I was just like bawling by the end. Like it's amazing.
So good.
They have that like Empire Strikes Back theme going through it, and
just seeing like Han and Leia.
Oh my gosh, that shot of her like hugging him and it's incredible. It just looks amazing. I love everything about it.
There's just so many things about it. I was just like freaking out.
Everything looks amazing. The new characters all look super cool.
Like they did it. Like I'm sorry.
I'm already planning on seeing it at least 3 times. Once regular, once in 3D, and once in IMAX.
Yeah.
At least.
Yeah.
And I know I'm like I said this before. I'm like the Charlie Bucket of Star Wars film goers.
Well, now
going 3 times.
We were talking about it at work, and now I kind of want to go to like the iPick and see it like in a fancy nice one.
I think we're gonna have a chance to do that because it's gonna be in the theaters for a while.
Well, considering that they theorized that the opening weekend they're at like they're already. I don't know if this is in pre-sale, but opening weekend, but it's already like the pre-sale was 8 times whatever Mockingjay was.
Right, the highest record of all time.
So that's crazy. And then they are projecting. They're hovering around $600 million domestic.
And I don't think that's unreasonable.
That's like, what's the record right now? 250.
Yeah, something like that. Well, it's for Avengers.
Yeah,
I'll look and see.
And so you're looking at like 3 times that.
Yeah.
So this thing's gonna just if it stays. If it has that kind of opening weekend, and then you got to figure the longevity on it, and the repeat viewing factor.
This could be like a Batman '89. It's just be in theaters for a whole year.
This is gonna destroy Avatar.
Oh, and you heard it from me a long time ago.
Yeah,
it's gonna be. I think it'll be the first $1 billion domestic movie.
Yeah,
I already said that, and it's gonna destroy Avatar. It'll be $2 billion plus. Worldwide,
because you got to think the legs on it are going to be huge. I think this could be. I think you're going to have for at least the first couple weekends. You know how you're on average, you're looking at like a 50% drop off.
Yeah,
I think you're going to have a 0.
No, yeah, absolutely.
Maybe even
because they're all sold out. I mean, already to get that opening, like you're going to have to wait till Monday at least to see it. If not longer.
Well, I know some theaters are completely sold out, but like other theaters like aren't, and they're showing it like every half hour.
Yeah, but I'm telling you, it's gonna be full because everyone wants to see this movie. This is one of those hits on all the demographics. There's nobody that doesn't want to see this movie.
I feel like
there's one guy that you said on the internet that said, "Oh, I don't want to see this," but everyone else is gonna see it, and that guy's gonna see it too.
Why would you take the time to even say that? Just because you got to be that guy, and then I'm like, I don't like you. Anyways, that's nuts. So we have our tickets. 7:30 Thursday
opening.
It's gonna be crazy.
It's gonna be the 5 of us.
How are we gonna get 5 seats together?
I don't know. We're gonna have to get there early, I guess.
I can only get there like the earliest I could get there is like 5:45.
That's a little early. I don't know. We might be sitting separate. We might have to like grab a kid each or something, you know. I don't know. I can't find the record without like concentrating on it. So But it broke like all the records. IMAX, it sold like 6.5 million on the first day of IMAX pre-sales. That's nuts.
Yeah.
So
I saw one of the IMAX posters that they're doing, and it almost made me. I'm like, maybe I could do a midnight IMAX to get that poster. And I'm like, no. What the heck? Do you have an advertisement open?
I must have like looked at the thing.
What are you doing?
I don't know.
Close it.
I can't. Where is it?
Why do you have? How many things do you have open?
No, it's just the site I was trying to find like the Star Wars thing on, and it was some dumb website that started a video.
Why didn't you just type top opening?
I did, but I can't concentrate on it and still have a conversation, so I had to put it away.
All right, and then this was something that we joked about because Steve Espinosa was like, "Do you guys get your tickets to the big event?" We're like, "Yeah, we got our Star Wars tickets." He's like, "No, I was talking about the Masked Saint, which is this Christian wrestling movie with Roddy Piper in it that we've been talking about in the Facebook group and on and off." So they have said that they are releasing it in theaters in winter 2016. So we're gonna get a group together.
If it shows anywhere near us
in the greater Inland Empire, Los Angeles area,
we're gonna do an official radio.
We're gonna do a Radio BrendoMan hangout to go see this Masked Saint movie
because it just sounds nuts.
Although we're still debating on if it's at some crazy Pentecostal church.
Yeah, I don't know. That part's a little scary. That's sketchy. But I have a feeling it'll be in theaters.
I bet you somewhere it'll show.
Somewhere we can see.
Maybe at the Mills, because they show everything there.
Yeah.
They got like 60 screens there.
Palm Springs has
Ontario, because they have that 30 and then there's a 20 like right across the street.
So they get a
That's
lot.
50 screens.
Yeah, they've got a lot of stuff there. So I think somewhere we can find it. So because
that's where I went.
California.
Speaking of, well, I guess we'll talk about it in a minute. All right. So Book Corner.
Book Corner.
We'll keep you updated on that Masked
We
Saint.
don't know yet.
We don't know because the Facebook page is super vague, which makes me think like this movie.
Who knows what's actually
going to happen? Who knows what's actually happening with this?
It does look kind of crazy. It looks like a real life, like serious take.
It's just really weird because the wrestling scenes look like they spent a lot of money, and then the rest of the movie looks like they spent no money.
Right. They put it all in the wrestling.
And they spent all the money on Roddy Piper, and I think now they're trying to profit off his death, which is so messed up.
Yeah, but they wouldn't be the first movie to do something like that. So.
No. All right, so Book Corner. I've finished a lot of books.
All right,
I finished We Are All Completely Fine, which is that one about the group therapy, the therapy group, which is all people that had suffered from like horrific, like supernatural like events that happened and like mass murders and stuff. It was really good. It kind of set up for like future books down the line, but she hasn't written any, so I don't know what's going on, but it was good.
Okay.
Then I read an anthology book called Darkness: 2 Decades of Modern Horror. So it was like a bunch of horror stories from like all kinds of writers. There was even a Stephen King one from there was a story from Nightmares and Dreamscapes that was in there. It was a really good one. But there's a lot of good, both some like not so scary but humorous, and then some downright scary stuff that like has stayed with me. But really good. It was really good. That was part of a Humble book bundle.
Okay.
I got all these horror. I think it was a Humble horror bundle. Those Humble book bundles are awesome. Right now, they're doing a comics one that's basically like the entire Top Cow catalog. Huh. They also had because they just had an audiobook one. I didn't get it because I'm not a big audiobook guy.
Right.
But it was like every Goosebumps audiobook.
That's funny.
So I read that, and then seeing that it was coming up, I kind of jumped the gun a little bit. But I plugged it into the library because I was going to get ahead and reserve it. And it was like, oh, most of the Henry Huggins books are on Overdrive, which is a digital. All? I didn't look down the list, but each one that I checked, it was on there. So I got the first 2 because you can only keep them for 2 weeks. So I didn't want to get too ahead of myself.
Right.
So today I checked out Henry Huggins, and then I read it today. Like I read the whole thing in one day.
Yeah.
2 poops.
It's a 2-pooper.
Yeah. So
I love seeing on your list Darkness: 2 Decades of Modern Horror. Henry Huggins.
Yep. So Henry
good.
Huggins is great because I forgot that they're like it's almost like she wrote it like the way she wrote them. It was like short stories.
Yeah, little vignettes.
Yeah, and it's just really cool stuff, and especially reading her introduction to the book because she like wrote an introduction, and Henry Huggins is the first thing she ever wrote,
first published book, right?
And she was trying to write a book about a girl, and it just wasn't working. And then she remembered these when she was a librarian. These boys were always like, "Where there's no books for us to read. There's like dog books,
horse
it's
books,
about it."
And boys.
So she specifically like had those boys in mind, and she wrote. That's where she came up with Henry Huggins, and she wanted to write books for boys to read that were like exciting and about normal people and about normal things, and it's kind of it's about a normal kid that lives on a normal street, and he finds his dog, and then stuff happens, and he goes on adventures, and nothing too crazy, but they're good books. They're fun.
Now you haven't met Beezus yet, right?
Yes, she's in the first one.
She is in the first one?
Yes.
Okay. I couldn't remember. I haven't read
Beezus
these in a long
and Ramona
time.
are in both of them.
Really?
Yeah, Beezus and Ramona are in all of them. Ramona's like a little kid.
Right.
And my favorite, the only one of these that I have read, well, I remember they had them at my grandparents' house, but I think I only read a couple like pieces of it.
Okay.
Because I remember like some of the stories, but not all of them. And then I haven't read most of them. The book that I did own, I was given Henry and Ribsy, which is the third one.
Right.
And I read that one, and that one has probably my favorite Ramona story, period.
Oh.
Where they like Henry is like hanging out because his mom and dad are at a PTA meeting, and so they're at the playground, and Ramona gets confused because they're at the point where they have to spell out things that they don't want her to hear. So she's smart enough to know when somebody spells something that it's something that she wants.
She's interested in.
So when she keeps hearing people saying PTA, she thinks it's a food that she can't have. So she goes on. She has these giant tantrums where she's like, "I want some PTA. I want." And it's little Ramona like screaming and having a fit. And she climbs to the top of the jungle gym and won't come down until somebody gives her PTA. So Henry has the bright idea to go to the grocery store and buy a bag of chips and give them to her and say, "Here's your PTA." And I just thought that was really funny.
Yeah.
So this then there's a lot of cool little stories, and it's really funny, and it almost makes me want a dog, but not really.
I think I read all of them as a kid, but it's been a long time.
Yeah. So they are a lot. If your library has Overdrive, they might have them on there. So look into that. So that's So I read that one, and then like I said, I found there was 2 Battle Royal books.
Right.
And the other one was this book called the Battle Royal Slam book, and I was like, "What the heck is that?" Because again, I am on top of like every Battle Royal thing that has come out. I bought like when I found out there was a new manga, I bought it at the comic book store because I was like, I have to have this, and I'm kind of on top of things when it comes to that. And there hasn't been a whole lot of things published because the author has still only written that one book, and Kushun Takami. And so this Battle Royal Slam book is actually a book of essays about Battle Royal, both the comic, the movie, and the book. So all 3, and various essays. And it's great because one of the essays is actually, was the final selling point. At first I'm like, do you know how some of these are like cash-ins? Right. But these, like I read an excerpt, and I haven't gotten to this yet in my reading of it, but one of the essays is about the Battle Royal and its connection to Japanese pro wrestling. And I'm like, oh,
that was it.
Sold.
That put you over the edge. It's like they wrote it just for you. What would Brendan like in a book?
Yeah. So
if it was written by the guy who played Angus, I think that would have been like your...
So a lot of these essays do deal with a lot of the themes in the books, like violence in school and children.
Right.
And so one of the essays that I have read was fascinating because it talks about the myth that violence in schools is a recent thing, which is a talking point that is pretty common in this discussion that we have, that some people seem to think that school violence started with Columbine, which it could not be farther from the truth. And he actually, in this essay, and I actually went and checked all the sources, because at first I'm like, that doesn't sound right. But I actually went back, and then there's even more that he didn't document. He chronicled school shootings dating back to the late 1800s.
Wow.
And there are a lot. And it's interesting to see that the only thing that does change is the technology of the weapons.
Right.
But the idea that like kids turned violent at some point in history is definitely a myth. Because there's evidence, and not just like, oh, some kid pulled a gun at school, because it was a kid came to school specifically to shoot either a specific person, and then some innocent person got shot, or most of them were like, oh, this kid shot this kid, and like this kid did this, and like this kid shot there's a lot of kids shooting their teachers all through history.
Wow.
And then even as far back as like the early 1900s, there was a mass shooting, like 12 people died. But again, like I think a lot of it is the gun lobby tries to frame this as this is not a gun issue, and it's people are violent, and it's due to our modern violent society, and that is not true. It's simply not true. That particular line of thought that this is a newer thing that's happened, not true.
Well, probably just the ubiquity of news and media in general is what's, everybody can see everything all the time, so we see it more.
But I just from Googling some of the things this guy mentions, I found articles that even he didn't even bring up. Like, it doesn't take that much, especially now that Google has chronicled like a lot of newspapers and everything, like that whole project. And if you just type school shootings, like, and you can go as far back as you want to go.
Wow.
and they're there. It wasn't, is at first I'm like, oh, this guy's just, not that he wasn't making it up, but I'm like, but no, it's there.
So who would have thought like that kind of thing from a Battle Royale book?
Well, because I mean, Battle Royale does address, like, I mean, that's the whole thing.
Well,
like the idea, because then also the idea that, like, we like to kind of portray this idea that kids, that there's this breaking point where kids are innocent, and then at some point they're not innocent, and that's kind
Lord
of
the Flies.
And that's kind of a myth that we liked, but it's also from our own nostalgia, where we like to look back on that time in our lives where, like, but then you also look back, and I'm like, there was never a time where in school where it's not that there wasn't, where it was like everything was horrible, but there was always bullies, there was always the tough kids, there was always an element of, like, it certainly rose, I mean, to the point like 6th, 7th, 8th grade where, like, I was like, where it became a constant thing where I was constantly afraid of, like, but the idea that like kids are innocent and perfect and are corrupted by some outside force, I think there's part of it, but I think there's also just as human beings, we're not as, there's sometimes, I mean, also I think also from, I don't know about you, but having been violently attacked, that did also kind of change my outlook on things. Like
you definitely dealt with that more than me.
But no, I'm talking about us in college.
As adults, yeah.
Like, that was a very eye-opening incident for me.
Well, it changes your sense of safety. Like, you don't think about things the same way.
That changed the way, because I think before that happened, I wasn't like a jumpy person when, like, walking down the street. I was
definitely am now.
Now, like, I mean, especially when it's us together, like I think about that comment, like, we're hyper aware of everything. Because we have been attacked by complete strangers completely randomly.
Right.
Like, because you always hear like, oh, that never happens, but it does happen, and at some point it might happen to you, and it happened to us.
Yeah.
Like, and
It's scary.
It is a very scary thing. So the idea of violence, and a lot of the essays talk about that, and Lord of the Flies is constantly brought up in a lot of the essays.
That's definitely
and
sort of a
and
predecessor.
Fahrenheit 451 and some various other Ray Bradbury.
Yeah.
There's a few Ray Bradbury short stories. Did you ever? They did remind me of one that I had totally forgotten about. Was All of Summer in a Day.
Sounds
the one
very familiar.
where it's like these kids where due to like new like the way the clouds are now, I think they're on Jupiter or something, that summer, like the sun only comes out for like one day once every 7 years, and the kids lock the girl in the closet and she misses it.
Yeah.
And it's very like disturbing.
It's funny. We've been watching like just some old home videos after Amber came. We pulled those out, so we watched some more. And I found one, and it's me after I met Ray Bradbury for the first time in 5th grade, and I did like a report. Like I guess I missed school for a day and went to this thing, and then brought back a report. And I was doing a speech to the class, and my mom videoed it. It was cool seeing me talking about Ray Bradbury, like inspiring me and wanting to be an author and all this kind of stuff. It was like
that's cool.
It was there. Like
awesome.
I didn't remember even doing that report until I saw it. So
that's awesome.
Yeah.
So that book's really good. I'm glad I bought it. I did get it on Kindle because like while I feel like I need the physical Battle Royal book just to kind of fill in my collection, this is a book of essays that I can deal.
Yeah.
It was half the price on Kindle, so I'm still and like I don't know. I'm not as into physical stuff anymore.
I know.
I gave up on Mondo's.
Really?
The Goonies and Batman dropped, and I didn't even try because I'm like, one, I'm probably not gonna get, and then also like, I don't need to spend $100. Those would have been $120 for both.
You
of
have
those.
a lot of cool ones already.
And also, like, I haven't even put up all of them because my Paranorman like fell off the wall. So I'm
really?
I need to mount that for real.
Yeah.
And I would need help. So at some point, I'm gonna need you to come.
Yeah.
Help me out because.
Probably shouldn't do it like at 3 in the morning.
Not because also it's loud.
Well, that's what I mean.
I said it. That's why I said something. But yeah. So I've been got rid of most of my. I don't know. After having moved as many times as I have, and also just seeing how much stuff just sits there that I don't even touch.
Yeah.
Like, because like it just made me realize like I don't need stuff because it just sits there.
No, but I like it to sit there so I know it's there.
But what's the point?
I don't know, but it's comforting.
But why?
I don't know. If I could explain that, I wouldn't have so much junk in my garage.
All right, and then I'm reading Henry and Beezus right now.
Right, second one.
And
still plugging away here.
I don't know. I forgot about it, and then I now have $2 in late fees
for the rest is noise
because it lets you renew it, but then it's like if you do this, you'll have $2 in late fees. I'm like, fine. One of these weekends, maybe this weekend, some week, I'm just gonna have to sit down.
Now you've paid $2 for it. Now you have to finish it, right?
I have to finish it.
I don't know. See, I would have just stopped.
I have to finish it, Phil.
I don't see that. So that's weird because I love collecting things, but I have no problem not finishing a book I don't like or a movie.
It's not that I don't like it. I like it.
Or that doesn't like completely attach my attention, I don't know.
Now I'm like on a mission.
But see, to me, I've gotten to the point in my life where I realize I will never read all the books and I will never see all the movies and I'll never play all the games. So if something doesn't like really, really interest me, I'm done.
But it does really interest me. I just only read physical books on the toilet, and that's only brief period of time because everywhere else I'm reading on my phone.
Right.
Maybe if I had this as an ebook.
Maybe here's what you do. Go through the book, take a picture of each page, and then just read it.
Maybe I just need to buy
your camera.
the ebook.
Oh, no. See, now you're like getting deeper and deeper into it.
But then I'll read it, the whole thing. If I had this on ebook, I would have been done like months ago.
I like my idea. Take pictures.
I'm not doing that.
Just take pictures of each page, and then you can just flip through it in your camera app.
All right. Well, what about you?
Well, I finished the Candy Smash, which is the 4th book in the Lemonade War series, and it was amazing. All of them have been. This is the one that deals with Valentine's Day,
poetry,
love, investigative journalism.
Yeah.
and it's
ethics
great.
and journalism.
Ethics and journalism, just in this whole like Evan finding his like love for poetry and like writing really good stuff.
Dude, that poetry about
writing about his
grandmother
grandma
and the girl that he likes.
Oh my gosh, it was amazing. They left it kind of like, and I'm assuming they're going to wrap it up here, but we leave it at the end where Jesse's gotten a love note and she doesn't know who it's from. And she doesn't like understand what it means.
Mm-hmm.
I'm assuming probably next. I have started the next one.
In the next one.
Not addressed at all.
I think they're saving that.
I think she's gonna write it.
I think she's gonna this one because the Magic Trap was 2014.
Yeah.
I think this is gonna be an ongoing.
Well, so I'm currently reading the last one, The Magic Trap, and it's already really good. I haven't gotten super far into it.
But did you get to at least where like he's got the magic book?
That he just found the magic book.
Like it's freaking awesome. And
Yeah.
that's a real book.
Yeah.
I looked it up. That's a real book.
It's really cool.
It's the most popular, like Penn Jillette says it's the reason why he got into magic,
Right.
like this book.
Well, it's really crazy because I didn't expect these books to be so.
I wasn't.
Like,
I had no
engaging.
idea what to expect.
No.
These books kind of blew my freaking
The
brain.
first book was really good, but I
Yeah.
feel like ever since that, it just gets like better and better and better.
Well, Harry Potter does the same thing.
Well, I'm gonna give
By
it a try.
that seventh
give
book,
it a try.
you're just latched in.
All right. We're still reading How to Eat Fried Worms.
Kids like and all that.
Kids like it. It's definitely like they're not quite as passionate about it as they were because Sideways Stories is like silly and fun. How to Eat Fried Worms still is, but it's a little more.
So you read all the Sideways Stories?
Yeah, we
books?
read the whole series.
Yeah.
We loved it. And then I'm like probably a chapter away from finishing. Otherwise,
So what are your
Notice You
thoughts?
It's really good. It definitely does not belong as part of the main Fudge series. We were right about that. And it's from her perspective. I mean, it's not. I don't like it as much as the others because it's all from her perspective, and she's a character that I mean, I like her character like as part of the story, but she's kind of annoying. You know, she's like that annoying girl.
Yeah.
And so the whole book is written from like an annoying girl's perspective, and it's not bad, but it's not as fun to read as the other ones. And maybe it's just because I'm not a girl and I don't identify as much. I don't know. It's not like girl issue type things, but it's just it's different. It's fun though. It's good. It's definitely worth reading. But we made the right call.
Yeah.
All right.
It's good to hear. All right. Well, I would do music talk, but I don't want to end up talking about Beach Boys for an hour because we're
Suffice
already
it
at
to
30
say,
hours.
we talked
'Cause
about
that's
that
what
for
we
2
did
hours
before,
already. So
Because I've been completely obsessed
Yeah.
with Brian Wilson and the Beach Boys and all the other projects.
I've got like
and
50 emails from you. I keep like not being able to reply.
I just keep sending you these
emails.
emails.
I'm like,
Look at this. Look at this. Check this out. Look at
all
this.
of them. There's so many.
I'm just
I can't keep
constantly
up.
like finding stuff. I've been like spending late nights sitting on YouTube watching them. You saw my YouTube history.
Yeah,
it was like
all
all
Beach
Beach
Boys.
Boys.
You
and
gotta
then-
watch.
and then I
you
gotta
watch this movie.
I know I gotta watch Love and Mercy,
It's so good.
but I feel like I've been building myself up to it so much that it's gonna be like the greatest thing ever. And
It's pretty great.
but then it'll like that. I don't. What's gonna happen to me after I see the movie? Like
you'll be that much more obsessed because I went on a binge for
I've
days.
already been obsessed. I've always been obsessed.
Watching like the reenactment of recording that part that was the most impactful for me.
And I've been
them.
watching the footage, the actual footage of those
you'll be
sessions.
like blown away. And then there's a couple documentaries, like mini documentaries at the end that are totally worth watching too. So
Which I've been watching a lot of mini documentaries.
or on like the DVD, special.
But yeah, I gotta make sure because I was just gonna grab it on Amazon.
You could, but those little behind the scene things were very eye opening as well. A lot of cool like footage of actual them, like comparing it to the stuff in the movie.
That's worth getting.
So yeah, Redbox. I would
Redbox.
recommend that because it's fun.
Well, I'm excited and I love my mission now, as I've said to you in multiple emails, is we have to see Brian Wilson live. The next time he announces, I don't care what's happening, like we're going. And like that's my new mission. Like I have to go because I remember debating because when the reunion tour 2012, they played at the Hollywood Bowl and I was debating about it and then I didn't go. I remember 2005 he played Smile at the Hollywood Bowl and I didn't go. Like there's been times that I just kind of like and like I'm now even more so I totally regret it. I hadn't listened to Smile in years because it came out when I was in China, and like I kind of pushed a lot of that stuff to the side because like it brings me back to that place. And it, not that it like China itself was like an overall bad, but I was not in a good place. So like I'd somehow associate that, and then I'm like, what was I doing? Because like it just instantly just hearing that opening track again. Because I listened to when it came out, like Brian Wilson's Smile, like I listened to it over and 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 over again. So being back and listening to that, and then I sent you that live performance of it, and again, we are. We're talking about it.
You said you weren't going to do it.
I was going to do it. And
that's okay.
But I watched some new movies.
New movies. I'm scared about this.
You haven't played any of the new ringtones.
Oh, that's true.
You said there's some good ones.
Yeah, we have some good ones. We're not done with all of them yet, but I think we have, I don't know, like 4 or something like that. So
can you give me a tease?
Well, I mean, I don't have them on me is the thing.
They're on my computer. Know them?
Well, there's some good. There's one just of me this time. I don't think I had any just of me. But there's just one, I don't know, because again, Matthew's the one that's grabbing these.
Yeah.
So I don't know if it's funny, but it's just me, and I said like, I call shenanigans. What is just that? I call shenanigans. I call shenanigans.
I want to know if anybody is actually using these ringtones.
Please, someone do it.
Does Matthew use them?
I don't know. I don't even think he does. I don't know how to change my ringtone. You're kidding me? I have no idea how to put that on my phone.
I love that.
I mean, I could go through like preset ones.
This is Phil that uses web pages for things that have apps.
I don't know
like
how to
Gmail.
do it. How do you get like an audio file on your computer to go on your phone?
You save an MP3 file either from the web on your phone or upload it or anything, and then make it your MP3. You make it your ringtone in the settings. There's also apps. Like I use an app. I don't know if they have it on Apple, but it's called Zedge. And you just search within the app and then make that my ringtone, and then it does it. Huh. But I don't know if there's an Apple equivalent. Yeah. But I'm sure there is.
Probably.
And that's how I have like the wrestling ones that I have.
Here's the thing. I could Google it. It's not like I couldn't figure it out. I realize that. But I'm probably not going to.
That's so dumb.
There's one where you were like doing, I can't remember what it was. You were performing like some soundtrack. Yeah, but you like kind of stumble at the beginning, so you say it's like the v, and like I think you titled that it's like the v. So you're like it's like the v, it's like the v, it's like it's like the v, it's like the v. What? I can't remember what you're singing, but it's pretty great.
All right,
it's like the v. So there's a little sneak peek of some of the ringtones there.
Well, I watched a couple new movies.
All right, let's hear about
this. On video on demand, I watched The Final Girls.
What's that? That doesn't ring a bell.
That is, I knew about it because Derek posted the trailer, and also Thomas Middleditch, who we saw
yes, that's right.
at the live Indoor Kids at LA Podfest. He talked about it there,
right? And
he's in it. And it's like Last Action Hero, but slasher movie. They get sucked into a slasher movie, but it's very poignant because this girl. It's about this girl. It's Vera Farmiga's daughter. I forgot her first name, but I didn't put that together until this movie where I'm like, they really look alike, and then it's like, oh, it's her daughter.
Okay.
And I didn't even realize her last name was Farmiga. That would have clued me in, but I didn't realize that because she was in American Horror Story, and I was like, that girl really, really. I wonder if they're related to her daughter. But The Final Girls, it's about this girl. Her mom is an actress, and she dies. And then it cuts to like 3 years that she dies in a car accident.
Okay.
And then 3 years later, and her and her friends go to a screening of the horror movie that she's in. It's called Camp Bloodbath. And then through a series of events that happen, they get sucked in to the movie. So it's like this weird thing where she sees her mom, but it's not really her mom. Right. It's a character in a movie. She's not self-aware. But then through their actions, the characters in the movie realize they're in a movie. And then they have to, but the movie just keeps repeating itself, and they have to figure. And the way they realize that in order to get out, they have to kill the guy, and there's rules they have to follow. There has to be the final girl, and that whole thing. And so it's very funny, but also like poignant and clever, and there's some scary parts, but it's really good. It's PG-13, so I think you would.
I remember now.
And it's got Mylon Ackerman and it's got Ellie Shawkat.
Oh yeah,
she's really funny.
maybe
it's really good. And Nina Dobrev from Vampire Diaries.
Okay.
She's in some other stuff, but it's really good, really funny, and I really liked it. I liked it a lot.
Okay.
It's definitely a good one to pick up, and if you're looking for something
Amazon?
new, it's on Amazon.
Okay.
I mean, you have to buy it,
Well, yeah.
but it's worth it.
Okay.
I got it on YouTube for $6.
Okay. So
Because I had a credit.
Okay.
And then I because I'm a gore hound. I mean, I guess I am. Having seen Cannibal Holocaust and having read things where like they're like, if you've seen Cannibal Holocaust, you can watch this. Because at first I thought what would be the ultimate thing? And I always thought after seeing Hostel and Hostel 2, I'm like, if Eli Roth makes a cannibal movie, that's gonna be it. That's gonna be the most horrific, disgusting thing ever made. And so I watched The Green Inferno.
Ugh.
I went to Ontario Mills.
Ugh. Well, I like Ontario Mills,
but it's really gory, but there was nothing in it that I feel like I thought he was going to just go to the total extreme, and there was nothing. Yes, I guess it was more disturbing because the special effects were more well done than some of like the 70s and 80s cannibal movies, but there wasn't anything that was like that much more like crazy. Although these movies go to the limits already, so for a normal person, I'm guessing. I mean, it's
I don't even like seeing the poster.
People get dismembered and get eaten, and
no
stuff happens.
No way I'm even remotely interested.
It was. I mean, there was a lot of outrage over this. I don't really get a lot of that. I mean, it's pretty standard stuff.
It's horror. I mean,
it's pretty standard exploitation. There aren't cannibals like that kind of like the people that are worried. The people that were like, oh, this is super xenophobic, but I mean that's true of the whole genre, and it's a genre movie.
Yeah.
And like there aren't tribes that eat people, like it doesn't exist as far as we know, and that's pretty well done. I mean, there's been a lot of people that have done a lot of research, and there are some uncontacted tribes, but as far as everybody sees, this idea of like these hostile cannibal tribes that does not exist in reality. Like, and but they did go and film it in Peru, and it's beautiful. I mean, it's breathtaking.
Ugh.
The scenery, it's the most beautiful. The shots are amazing.
I'd watch the scenery cut where it's only scenery.
Yeah, it's the same thing. It's, and I don't know. Some of it just seemed, and then there are parts of it that are like, you're like, whoa, they ran out of money. Like this is like really, some of the acting is really bad. Just really bad. And then there are parts where I'm just like, they had no money and like they ran out of budget and time and just like strung some of this together. Like, and it suffered from the same problem that a lot of these movies. It's like, just get them into the jungle and get them in peril, because like for the first 45 minutes, like 30 minutes, so they're on a college campus. I'm like, I don't care about any of this. Just get them there, and get going already. And I don't know. And then it has kind of a clever ending and a weird setup to a sequel, which I just read. Like I read they had plans, and then I guess what happened, because this movie was supposed to come out last year. The company, the major company that was funding the movie, like hit huge financial problems, and basically like I think they went out of business, and good old Blumhouse came through. And I mean, if you're into that kind of stuff, but if you're even remotely on the fence about this, don't do it.
No, I'm not even looking at the fence.
Like I guarantee you Phil would like throw up immediately.
The
first scene is the worst scene. The first big scene, like, so their plane crashes and then the cannibals come, and the first big scene is the most. Right. It's horrible.
You tell me any details, I'm throwing up on
the keyboard. The fat guy.
Oh, of course it is. Of course it is.
Yeah, of course it is. So it was, I don't know, it was all right. But if you're into that, if you're into Eli Roth at all, if you're into cannibal movies, if you can sit there, and again, Cannibal Holocaust is way worse because Cannibal Holocaust has the legitimate animal torture, which this does not have, thankfully.
Oh wow, that's good.
That was one of the trademarks of the 70s and 80s cannibal genre, which is not. I don't think that's something.
There was like a genre of that.
Oh yeah, it's a genre.
Huh.
There's a bunch of them.
I've avoided that genre, thankfully.
I found a couple on YouTube. I'm not on YouTube, on Hulu. I don't know if you ever get bored, look up the popular movies section on Hulu. There is some weird, there's some stuff that's only on Hulu. There is some weird crap in there, and not weird. There is some strange. There's a lot of stuff that you would probably, because I spent 20 minutes. I added 30 movies to my queue because there's a lot of, and it wasn't any normal. There's a lot of weird crap in there.
Well, I did watch a movie on Hulu this week, but we'll get to that.
All right. Well, yeah. So that was those. Again, Green Inferno was all right. It wasn't anything mind blowing, I thought.
All right.
And Derek was telling me about Knock Knock with it's his Eli Roth other movie that came out where it's these random strangers come and knock on Keanu Reeves' door, and he these girls that are acting like they're in peril, and then once they get in the house, they torture him for 2 hours.
Gosh,
the whole rest of the movie. I kind of want to see that. That sounds better.
No appeal to me. I don't get it.
I don't know, horror. I want to watch something that is just I like horror movies, but I want to see something that isn't real, that isn't even close to reality, just super crazy.
So I like ghost movies.
See, for me, that's too creepy. Not that it's not real, but it's just too. I like those movies, but I get scared. These kind of movies, I don't get scared because it's just so crazy, and I don't know, it's just so completely nuts. Hostel is nuts, but it also is, but then also I guess also it's scary, but then it scares me also because to me it's not even that it's also extreme, but it also is, there is an element of this could really happen.
Yeah,
that those ones are terrifying in that sense, but cannibal movies and all these just extreme, the weird Japanese crap and Takeshi Miike, that's where I'm just this is just that totally outrageous. I don't know, that's how I feel about it. So then on the DVD on demand corner, WWE Network, New Japan World,
wrestling.
Been watching some. There's been a lot of cool WWE Network's been doing these Table for Three, they're kind of a ripoff of the Jon Favreau Dinner for Five.
Okay.
And it's there'll be a theme, and it'll be three wrestlers just talking. This is pretty cool.
Okay.
And it's very candid. And then there was Steve Austin did his podcast with Brock Lesnar, and hearing Brock Lesnar just talk like a normal person, and seems cool. I've been watching 90210, the original, just keeping up with 90210, our friends at the Blaze.
Nice.
And that's been great. And then, holy crap, Last Man on Earth.
Oh, just gets better every time.
It's so good. But
spoiler if you haven't watched the most recent one.
I don't know what they're doing, but I feel like there's going to be some big swerve coming up because they are making Todd's doing something crazy. They've made the group, the big group, the most, I hate them.
Yeah, they're evil.
They're evil. And I feel like they're doing something to mess with us.
Well, here's the thing. He's the last man on Earth.
Yeah.
They're going to die at some point.
You think so?
At least the dudes.
Yeah,
they've got to, because otherwise he's not the last man on Earth.
I think starting off, he thought he was the last man on Earth.
Yeah, but I think it's going to come around.
I think you're that's taking things a little too.
I don't know. We'll see. But the thing that I love about the show is you never know.
I was just getting so frustrated because I'm why isn't Carol doing anything? If she loved him, she would just not tolerate this. And then I don't know, January Jones is so good at playing people you hate, and I think that's because I think that's just what she does.
I don't know.
And because I don't know what to think.
But I'll tell you what I love about it though, and as the more you watch it, like they've all been through this like extreme psychological trauma.
Yeah.
So they're all a little nuts. Too.
Yeah.
Like he's obviously the most, Will Forte's character, Phil Tandy, is like the most nuts.
Yeah.
But they all
the other Phil is like completely insane.
Yeah.
He put a loaded gun to Tandy's head. Tandy would never do that.
Right. Well, and then like Todd's acting all weird. I think that they're all just kind of like there's this they're acting like they're normal people, but there's a crack. And I think it's really cool. It's kind of a cool little subtle.
Yeah. It was a really good episode, but it was like the show really puts you through the ringer.
Oh yeah. Because it's funny, but it's really emotional too.
Yeah.
Like they're mean to him.
Yeah.
But he's also like an idiot. So it's tough.
The stuff with like the shock collar, and then they had a thing like the spray.
Citronella up. Will Forte is so funny.
He is.
Oh my gosh,
the funniest. He's so funny.
Yeah.
This would not work with like I just can't.
No. Well, and not to downplay the others because Kristen Shaw is genius in it.
They're all really good, and
and
it's just like I don't know. It's just, why is Cortana blowing up on that?
Sorry.
Shut up.
Can you like disable that? Does that like have to be?
There's a way, but I don't at the time right now. I'd have to mess around with something.
Speaking of Kristen Shaw,
Bob's Burgers, another great Halloween episode.
Yeah, so good.
Like I kind of saw it coming, like where I'm like, oh, they're double tricking.
Yeah, I did too.
Also, because it kind of ripped off Roseanne.
Oh, really?
There was a Roseanne episode where they kind of did they made a crappy haunted house to fake out the kids, and then they did then they really scared them.
I think
that's just a comment. Yeah. It was still so well done and so funny.
Yeah.
And Kristen Shaw Louise is so great. And again, like just dumb things like Eugene, like in his underwear and leave out. It's like dumb crap like that. And it's just so funny.
Yeah.
And
it's so good.
It's so good. Just the episode. It's been great. This whole season's been great.
The last one with where Nathan from You his character keeps kissing her over the nose.
Yeah.
And like because he doesn't know how to kiss.
Oh yeah, Ghost Kid.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Just the whole Ghost Kid thing I thought was really funny.
He was like Banksy.
Yeah.
It was great. All right, what else?
I also like that. Was it that episode or the episode before that? Billy Eichner's character was the librarian.
Yeah, but I can't remember which episode.
I love him on it.
Oh yeah, he's super funny.
Have you watched Billy on the Street at all?
Yeah.
So have you seen the new one where I think it was a couple weeks ago where he was walking around with Chris Pratt and he was like, "I'll give you $1 if you know who this is," and like 15 people. It took forever before somebody. It was really.
I love his celebrity stuff.
There was another one with Paul Rudd where he's like,
I saw the Paul Rudd one.
Would you have sex with Paul Rudd? For
it's great. He's really funny.
I mean, my favorite still is probably like Big Bird and Michelle Obama. That was really funny. Just all the celebrities.
The Amy Poehler one is really good too. I don't know if you ever saw that one.
But he's so funny. He's so funny, and then he's like his character on Bob's Burgers is very much like he just yells at everybody, and you shouldn't be reading this. I think it was that same episode, maybe I don't know. But yeah, it was great. And then Scream Queens has been really good. Their Halloween episode was really good.
Yeah,
they have like this party where there's the super spoiled rich, so she insists on having a recreation of the hedge maze from The Shining, complete with snow. And so then funny. Like one of the climatic scenes where the killer's chasing, like the killer guy is chasing one of the dudes in the maze. It's pretty cool.
Huh.
It's good.
That's cool.
So it's like very like tongue in cheek, and Nassim Petarod is great, and it's good. The Muppets, I still love. People I don't know. I feel like we need to enjoy this because I don't know.
I think it's gonna make it at least because I watched this one. I like the third one better than the last. I think it was really good.
I really like it.
I think it's funny. It's
Did you see the Jason Sudeikis one?
Well, now that you
I think
say
that's
that, I'm
the
trying to
fourth one.
remember. Maybe I haven't seen the fourth one.
So you saw the one with Fozzie.
I saw the one, right, where he wants to be a writer. That's
Yeah.
the last one I saw.
There's one after
okay,
that.
so I haven't seen the most recent.
So there's one where Miss Piggy wants to hang out with him after, and it's where you know how it is. Like after work, everybody goes and hangs out, and then complains about. But Miss Piggy actually wants. So at first they're all bummed, but then she's like they sing karaoke, and she brings Jason Sudeikis, and they're like, I thought it was pretty. I thought it was.
I think it's been fun.
I like it. Also, it's a really funny plot line in this one where Sam Eagle has like a crush on what's the girl in the Electric?
Oh, I can't remember.
Yeah, her.
She looks a lot like Kim Kelly though.
This is really
I
funny.
always thought Kim Kelly looked like her.
And yes, that's good. South Park has been so good, so funny. Like this season is taken on political correctness, gentrification, hipsters, like the whole like so they made like this part of town where it's like Kenny's house, and so it's like the super poor part of town, and then they like urbanize it, so they put all these shops around Kenny's house, and it's like so stupid, but it's really funny. And Cartman, this last episode, they took on Yelp because like the whole idea that everybody's a food critic and everybody thinks they're so important that the world needs to hear their food reviews, and it was really funny. And then there was a fake article that went around that people bought into that Yelp sued South Park.
Oh, I did see that.
Everybody needs to stop falling for it. If you're linking to a website that the end of the URL is .co, that's not real.
What is .co?
It's just a cheap domain name. Okay. So it'll be like nbc.com.co, and it'll have all these BS news articles, and those are spreading around Facebook like crazy.
What if people start seeing BrendoMan.com.co?
It's probably fake. People need to stop. Just if something sounds fake, it's probably fake.
Probably fake.
So stop it, and stop giving a voice to idiots, because that's what you're doing when you repeat the Black Star Wars stuff and all that other things. Like your outrage is just amplifying what normally would have gone away.
Been ignored, yeah.
So stop it. Then
is there a new Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. that start up again?
Oh yeah, we're on like episode.
What are we on?
Okay, do you have Hulu Plus?
Well, we just got it.
You add a show to your favorites.
I gotta do that.
And then when new episodes happen, it pops up in your queue.
Yeah, I should look at that.
So that's how you keep track.
We just got Hulu Plus last night.
How do you keep track?
But listen to this. This is what I was going to tell you. We got Hulu Plus commercial free.
I'm thinking about it.
We did it because it was like a few more bucks.
Yeah, but I already pay. I don't want to pay more.
I'm just saying, like, the amount of time we waste on commercials. If you said $3 for this month, you don't have to watch commercials, worth it.
I'm thinking about it. I'm just so mad about the fragmentation and that we're just going to keep paying more and more from her. And now there's that. I really want to get that CISO thing when it comes out.
What's that?
I put a link to it on the BrendoMan group. It's going to have, it's NBC's comedy. Well, it's only like $4. So I'm already like pretty sold. It's called CISO. It starts in January, and they are advertising the complete SNL library, like complete. Also, Kids in the Hall, a bunch of both offices, so UK and then a bunch of other stuff, and then a bunch of original content. And the original content sounds awesome. There's like a couple. There's Scott Aukerman like worked on something. There's Jonah Ray has a show called Hidden America, which sounds awesome. And then I'm just gonna tell you one show. This is what sold me. It's animated, Harmon Quest.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
It's only $4 a month, and if you get and if it's full SNL and it's the full library, I feel like that alone. Oh, also Monty Python.
See, I have. Almost
I know
everything
that.
you just said
but
DVD.
But I don't want all that on DVD.
But I have it all.
You don't have all of SNL on DVD.
I have a lot of it, but not all of it.
How many?
I don't know. Some of them haven't even opened.
They only made like a few of the complete sets.
Well, at least 5.
So that's not all. That's nowhere near all.
No, but that's a lot.
That's only 5 seasons.
I have Probably
best
30 of those best of.
Yeah, but that's still, you're missing
I'm
so
not
much
saying
stuff.
that I don't have everything, but I also don't have time to watch all that.
Well, I don't know. I really want to get it.
I'm not saying no, but I
But
don't
those
know.
all the original content sounds awesome, and that Jonah Ray show, especially because it's like just looking at cool stuff, and I really like Jonah Ray.
It does
And then
sound
there's
cool.
a Scott Aukerman thing, and then Harmon Quest. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
Also, especially now that I don't know if you saw the news article about Yahoo lost $60 million on the Yahoo Screen experiment with Community and that Paul Feig show. So those are definitely, that's done.
Well, that's their own fault. Their site is broken.
They lost 16 million.
Because I still haven't finished that Community season because it's so frustrating to watch on their thing.
You gotta get the Xbox one.
How am I gonna get the Xbox one? I'm not
getting
an Xbox. I'm not getting an Xbox.
Come over. You can come over and watch it.
Well, I may have to do that because they're like the computer website is really, really irritating.
Okay. Well, mine it works fine.
Yeah.
I haven't watched the Paul Feig show yet. I really want to, and it's got Eugene Cordero in it. And he's really funny and everything.
It looks really funny.
I've been a fan of his since he came to Smodcastle, and like a lot of these comedians, I discovered like that's where I miss being in LA and getting to go to these like alt comedy shows because like for a time I like knew who all the up and coming guys were, and now I don't. Like there's comedians that'll be on like Doug Loves Movies or like Pete Holmes. I'm like I have no idea who these people are, whereas I used to know who all the like. Because they came through that show that was it, and those shows exist in.
You just have to be out there.
And like I would go to Meltdown like all the time. I want to like God. Anyways, so Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. has been really great. I can't believe you've been missing out.
I need to catch up.
You better get on that because you know how they do it.
Even with Plus, they do that.
Yep.
Even with like the Deluxe Plus,
I think so.
That's irritating.
I know. That's why I'm hesitant about paying more money because the fact that they do that.
If we're gonna do it, I'd rather not have to watch the commercials.
Well, then you better get on Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. because this season they're like full on Inhumans. Like they're chasing Inhumans.
Don't tell me.
He won't tell you what happened.
Don't tell me.
Because I guess that's right.
I don't know any of this.
Now that I remember how season 2 ended.
Yeah, I don't know.
Because season 2 ended with Simmons getting sucked into that portal.
Yeah, that's the last thing I saw.
Well,
all right, I'll catch up on that.
Better catch up.
All right.
Oh yeah, and what's her face got shot?
The mom?
No, Nightingale, and she did. Yeah.
What is her name? Chloe Bennett?
No.
No. Shoot.
Bobby.
Yeah. What's her name? What's the actress?
Nightingale.
Well, anyway, yeah.
Bird lady.
That girl.
That girl. Anyway, it's really good. I had to sit through listening like to Jordy and Strang give me crap about Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.
They don't like it?
Oh, they hate it.
What? Why?
I don't know. That's what I said.
Shame. Well, they don't have to worry about it then.
That's what I say.
Yeah, don't watch it then.
And then to get pumped up for Universal, I watched The Purge Anarchy.
Yeah, that's the second one.
Yeah, it was. I liked it a lot better than the first one because the first one just takes place in somebody's house, so you don't get to. I'm like, The Purge is happening outside. Like, I want to see what that's like. This one, you get to see what happens out in the world during the Purge, and it's crazy. Like it's nuts and it's terrifying because I'm like, I would be so dead, like a million times dead. Like just I would die there. I'd be dead there. I'd be dead. I'm dead. And there's parts of it where you're like, are we that far off from something like this? Like at first you're like, there's no way. But then like some of the things that statements like the government in the movie and like some of the things you're like, this seems plausible. Like when I think of things like a Trump presidency and other crazy things, because it turns into like a much more bigger statement on the socioeconomic, like income disparity. And like, because it turns out that the Purge is used where the government, it's just a cover so they can just basically start exterminating the poor, where you find out they're sending in just like kill squads going into like the projects and just like killing poor people, and they can get away with it because of the Purge. And that's what's really keeping society is, guess what? There's no poor people because we kill them all.
Wow.
And I'm like, are we really that far away from all that? Like, I don't know.
Pretty sure.
Like, so it's pretty nuts. But then there's like a whole resistance, which I think the third one, they already said there's going to be a third one, and it's going to be like a full scale like class war, like because there's like the anti-purge people, and that's led by Omar from The Wire, Michael K. Williams. He's really good, and then the other thing though that it kind of because I had come up with if there was a purge. In a purge situation, I would plan some kind of elaborate like bank heist or something. Well, I find they address that in this one because they go through the financial district and it's like empty, and they're like, "Why is it so empty?" Like the banks relocate all their money during the purge. I'm like, "Dang it!" So now, but my other plan, my third plan, and this would also be from the safety of my home that's all locked down or whatever.
Right.
Cybercrime. I'd just be like full on, just hack everything, identity theft, everything. That would be my purge.
You just be downloading TV shows illegally. That's what you'd do.
No, I'd do some Robin Hood stuff.
Oh, okay.
Like I'd
downloading for the rich and giving to the
I
poor.
would just do all kinds of identity theft, phishing stuff. Stuff that I could do but don't do because you get arrested pretty quick.
That's bad.
And it's bad.
It's bad.
But if it was a purge situation.
Well, I watched Bob's Burgers, Muppets, and Last Man on Earth. We already talked about those. So go ahead to your Netflix.
So Netflix. I went on Netflix to watch. I just told you this.
Yeah.
I went on Netflix because there's a Wrecking Crew documentary. If you're not familiar, Wrecking Crew, very famous session musicians. They did all the session recording on Pet Sounds because the Beach Boys were on tour. So Brian Wilson hired the Wrecking Crew, and they did most of the work. Him and the Wrecking Crew, and they worked on pretty much every iconic album from that time period. And there's a documentary on Netflix. And instead of that, because at some point, you'll be like flipping through and you forget. So then I ended up watching like 6 episodes of The League. So I'm still deep into that, and it's really funny. And I think you should watch it because you don't have to know anything. It doesn't like the funny stuff is not about football, and it has every Nick Kroll, Mark Duplass, Paul Shear. It's so funny. But the episode I just watched, like, who was in it? Will Forte was just in an episode. It was so funny.
Yeah, but it's about sports.
It's not about sports. It's
what kind of league?
It's a fantasy football league, but that's not what the show is about. You just talked about how much you liked like some car movie.
Car movie?
I don't know. Something.
I don't know what you're talking about. Well, anyway, you never know. But I'm probably not gonna. Just being honest.
You're missing out.
But I'll finish Twin Peaks this week.
Yeah. Just about that last episode.
That last episode is really weird.
Total cliffhanger.
Yeah, like
you think he's dead?
Wait, who?
Kyle MacLachlan?
No, he's not dead.
Some people think he's dead.
It shows him like alive.
Some people think he got taken over.
Well, he did. I mean, he's dead.
Bob
in him.
Yeah.
But he's not dead because the other guy, Ray Wise, wasn't dead after Bob left him.
All right.
I think he was killed then.
But do you think but he's evil now?
Well, yeah, he's evil now.
Is he though?
Well, it showed Bob in him.
Is he?
I don't know. I mean, it showed it.
People have been talking about this for years.
I don't know. I mean, that's what I saw. Well, and I kind of thought like from that last episode, like
wait, what movie did you watch on Hulu?
I put it under Netflix, but I watched it on Hulu. I put it in the wrong spot there. It's this last one here.
All right. You watched Fire Walk with Me?
I have not because it's not on anything.
Isn't?
I have to buy it somewhere.
I thought it was.
It was at one point, but it's not anymore. So I kind of might just wait because they cycle through all that old stuff and it'll come back.
You got to watch it while it's still fresh in your mind and before the new ones come out.
Well, if the new ones come out and I haven't gotten it yet, I'll watch it then. So this one I actually watched on Hulu because we got Hulu Plus, so I was flipping through, and it's really interesting. It's called Dear White People.
It's on Netflix.
Well, I watched it on Hulu, so I'm just saying that's where it was.
Well, oh yeah, but you don't have because I was like, why would you watch it on Hulu if it has commercials? Commercial-free Hulu. That's what annoys me about watching Hulu is even the movies have commercials, and I'm like, this is bull crap.
Yeah, well, so again, in order to use it to its full potential, You know,
I'm thinking about it.
I don't know. I'm
I'll
not saying
probably
everyone
do
has
it.
to, but we decided to, and whatever.
I don't know. It just annoys me that we're paying and they still take shows away.
Yeah, but that's the nature of the thing. It's still a lot cheaper than cable.
It's true.
It's not like
and
cable
it is.
gives
This
you-
is like current run stuff.
Right. This is between Amazon Prime, Netflix, and Hulu Plus. I'm good. I got everything I need.
Except for Storage Wars. We need more Storage
Well,
Wars.
yeah, that would be nice. But even still on cable, I mean, I guess if you were recording it with like a
Oh,
TiVo
and
or
I
something,
did.
Yeah.
And in just a few days, I could have a whole library.
It's true. But I don't know. To me, this is still better. I'd much rather deal with it this way. But anyway, I watched Dear White People. Very interesting kind of like indie style and stuff. But it was really interesting. And kind of the backdrop of it is they're at this college. And you probably heard about like in for real in the news, the white like upper class students plan a big like sorority or fraternity party.
Just happened again.
Yeah.
Again, like last
and the
week.
theme, quote unquote, is like black, like you're supposed to dress
Yeah.
ghetto.
Which this again just happened.
They go in blackface,
constantly happens in the news.
Yeah.
In real life.
At the end of the movie, it showed like just a slideshow of like all these different, throughout decades of people still doing this. Like, and so that's kind of the backdrop. And there's all this like dynamics between, the different people at the school, white, black, gay, straight. Like it was really interesting and well done. So, and kind of what made me want to see it in the first place was the kid that was Chris, and Everybody Hates Chris. The kid, he's like one of the main characters in it. So it's kind of cool seeing him like a little grown up.
You love that show. I never really watched it.
Oh, dude, President Camacho.
Watched it a few times, but I just never got it. I know that was one of your guys.
So love that show.
Terry Crews.
And you should give it another chance.
I mean, I knew a lot of the stories because he talks about it in his comedy.
It's like seeing young Chris Rock.
I knew because I would tell you things. You're like, oh yeah, that's from like I tell you the jokes that I would hear from his like albums. You'd be like, oh yeah, that's in the show. Like the more Tussin.
Yeah. Oh dude, that's all.
Shake it up.
It's all
more
in there.
Tussin.
So good. You should give it another chance.
Get that Tussin Get that Tussin in there, boy.
Yeah. Now imagine Terry Crews doing that. It's great.
Do they go to Montgomery Ward?
Oh, sure.
The whole thing about Montgomery Ward and the Black Mall.
Yeah.
My Black Mall is nothing but, what did he say? Black Mall is nothing but Montgomery Ward and something else.
I'm sure he talks about like generic food and stuff in the store.
Grape drink.
Yeah, cookie. He just comes up with a big thing and just says cookie. Oh, dude, it's great.
I kind of miss Montgomery Ward because like that used to be like where my brother and I would get like Christmas presents for people, and you could get a lot of stuff for a little bit of money.
Yeah, it's kind of like Ross now. I feel like that's like it's different, but that's sort of a successor.
Kind of.
But just because of the random nature of it.
But Montgomery Ward to like a whole other level. I feel like.
Yeah, different time. So anyway, that's what I watched.
My parents were always good sports about the crap food right here.
Hey, well, you just appreciate your kids because whatever. But I like our kids do like drawings and write us notes and stuff like that.
And then they give you a bunch of amiibos in video games.
Well, that's from Janelle.
Yeah,
and they get credit for it, But
I just don't ever see your kids buying you a tie.
Oh gosh,
something dumb.
They would be punished.
Like you're never gonna get any of those really dumb dad presents.
No. They can make something.
I can never see them giving you like a coffee mug, or like
if it was like if they would give me one if it had like I don't know like Star Wars on it or something.
You don't drink coffee.
No, but I pour hot chocolate in it.
Do you?
Could.
How often are you drinking hot chocolate?
I don't know. Once every couple of months, maybe. The kids really like hot chocolate.
Okay.
Who knows? That'd be better than a tie, though. A tie, I'm trading this in.
What if it was a Star Wars tie?
I guess if we're going on a cruise.
Yeah, when have I ever seen you wear a tie?
That's when. Cruise and I don't know. I think that's it. Pretty sure.
All right, let's do this real quick because we're at 3:37
I'm
here.
ready.
It's 3:52 in the morning.
It's time.
All right. Just quick video games. I'm really excited because WWE 2K16 comes out on Tuesday. That'll be my first new game.
We're losing you
in a while.
I'm gonna say goodbye now.
I seriously today was gonna buy Splatoon and Mario Maker, and then I'm like, oh wait, WWE 2K16
but
coming
you're missing
out.
on good stuff.
Give me like a month,
All
and then
right.
I'll be back.
You'll
and
climb
I'll be
back out of the hole, and we'll
Yeah.
see you again.
Yeah. All right. So, but still, Pokemon Shuffle, Street Pass. That's like all the
That's
time.
mainstay.
Clicker Heroes again. So PlayStation Plus games are like pretty much the only other games that I've been playing. I actually had let my PlayStation Plus lapse, but then the Star Wars Battlefront beta came out, and you have to have PlayStation Plus to play multiplayer. So I actually renewed it to do that.
Just so you could get that.
And I died a ton, but it was fun. I think I talked about that already.
Yeah, I think so.
But that was fun. I'm on the fence still about buying the game, but now they've said, like I saw a thing where if you pre-order, you can get advanced. You can get the big thing from episode 7 is going to be the Battle of Jakku.
Okay.
And I'm just like, ooh, yeah.
Whatever that is.
Like, good. I don't know what that is, but I want in on it. And even though I suck at this game, like, it's still fun being a stormtrooper and being a rebel and doing it's all the sound effects and it's this music and it's Star Wars. I don't know. We'll see. But then the games from the PlayStation Plus that I downloaded and am playing, the one that I played the most, it's called Unmechanical. I think it's a multi-platform game, so it might be on PC, might even be on Wii U. So you play like you're like this little guy and you like fly around and like it's like kind of a puzzle platformer, but it's like really weird. And then it turns out you're like inside this like, I don't know if it's a monster or like it's like you're like putting together, you're like reanimating this body and like it's really crazy. And it's like a cool little puzzle game. Speaking of puzzle platformers, this is an oldie but a goodie, but just dropped on PlayStation 4, Super Meat Boy. I forgot how hard it is. Yeah. It's really fun though, and like it's just like the graphics and the music. It's very like Super Nintendo. I'm sure you're familiar with it.
Yeah.
It's a lot of fun. Another one that's like that. It's got a cool mechanic. It's called, I don't know if you've heard about this. It's called Time Force Ultra.
Okay.
So you have like 3 different guys. And then, like, in order to finish the objective, sometimes you have to, like, rewind, and then you can, like, have a new guy enter a time point and then, like, do stuff. And, like, you go back and forth in time with a different guy. It's really crazy. It takes a lot of, like, trial and error to figure out how to play. I had at times I got frustrated because I didn't understand what was going on. But then once you figure out the time travel mechanic,
that's pretty cool.
It's pretty cool. And the graphics, and again, it's very 16-bit. Awesome. Rocket League is like soccer with cars.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of people like talking about that.
It's fun, but it's pretty fun. And like I guess if I had friends and I played it locally,
right?
And like the online multiplayer, I suck so bad that I'm just like, but it's pretty fun.
Okay.
Like it's a fun and I think they have a Star Wars mod now. So I'm thinking about buying that. And then this game was really cool. I spent quite a while playing this.
Okay.
It's called Grow Home, and it's like this physics engine. You're like this. It's a free roam, and you have to like build these giant things and like connect these like plants to other things, and like you're growing these big plants to try and you have to. There's like this weird climbing mechanic, and it's really strange and fun.
Sounds cool.
And then another like super like lo-fi like basic. It's this game called Entwined. And at first, it took me a while to figure out what was going on. But you, like the 2 thumbsticks, one thumbstick controls one guy and one controls the other. And then you have to like go in sync with and you have to figure out patterns. And then it's another like kind of surreal, but just really cool indie game. That's called Entwined.
That sounds cool.
It was really fun.
All right. So I didn't update mine because I forgot to get.
You had these from last time. I had these from last time,
but I had some other things I didn't add. So,
okay.
But I did beat Adventure Time. Hey, Ice King, why did you steal our garbage? I got 100% on it. It was fun.
Yeah.
It's very much like Zelda 2: The Adventure of Link. That's definitely what they modeled it after.
Cool.
It was a lot of fun. Street Pass and Pokemon Shuffle, of course. Crosswords 3DS has been in there, just kind of playing with that. I've been playing through Mutant Muds.
How's that?
Which is really fun. It's like a platformer, but it works really well in the 3DS. There's like different planes, and you jump back and forth, to like the foreground and the background, and there's different planes you can go across, and it's cool. Just like a fun shooting platformer type thing. Looks really good. But then my brother actually came over, Matthew did like a surprise, like late night hangout one night for a while. And we finally played through and beat the end of game we talked about a while ago. It's called Master Reboot. I think I played a little with you.
Is it that scary one?
Yeah, it's the scary one.
Yeah.
But
with all the weird, like where you're going through your memories.
Yeah. And you and I played a bit, but then you didn't get to the scary part.
Well, no,
yet.
Then you showed me the scary part.
I showed with the girls like coming out and stuff.
And then we did a bunch of other levels after that.
Right.
There was like the rain level and like all the other
the playground and there's like circus, like a haunted circus thing. And so anyway, we had gotten right up to the end, and the final like challenge is really, really hard.
Yeah.
And it took us, we probably spent 2 hours like going back and forth. I would try and then he would, and we finally combined our skills. Like he did there's like a platforming part that's really hard, and then I did like the speed parts through the other, and with our powers combined, we beat it. And then like the ending was like, oh yay! It was like very much like an old Nintendo ending. Like we worked for 2 hours on this, and it showed like the bad guy, like, and then it's like, thank you for saving us. The end, or something like that, And it was a little disappointing, but it was great. It was very satisfying having beaten it, blah blah. And then we started playing this game. It's one of the ones I got in that Humble Bundle, the Humble Nindy Bundle.
Which I have that, and I haven't played any of the games.
It's called The Fall.
Yeah, I've heard about that. That's the one I think Josh said.
Josh is totally right. It's amazing.
What's it about?
So you're basically like it's like this robot thing. It looks like armor, and it falls down onto this planet, and it's all dark, and all you have is like a flashlight, and so you can illuminate parts. It plays sort of like Super Metroid with like the scanner, except that it lights it up. But then you find out that you're not playing there's a person inside. It's like an armor, and the person inside is unconscious, and you're playing this like armor on the outside, trying to protect this like person who's dying inside of you. So it's like a really cool concept, and it's very dark. Like already we found another, like there's all these like all of a sudden in the background there'll be these creatures that jump across and they're like chasing you. And like right off the bat you find this other one that was like crucified, and there's blood dripping down from it, and you have to collect the blood to like feed this rodent to get it off of this carcass and stuff. Like it's a little like creepy, dark. I have it in my daddy folder on the Wii U, so kids don't like stumble upon it, But anyway, it's really, really good. We haven't gotten super far in it, but it's very cool. Just a very creative, different kind of gameplay. So we did that, and then finally Matthew showed me Limbo on his phone. I've been playing that a little bit with him, and it's pretty cool. It's hard, but fun.
Yeah, I have it on my PS4, and it's the first part, like when you first get to the first spider leg thing.
Yeah,
it's terrifying.
Well, just the first bear trap, I was like, whoa!
Yeah,
and then I couldn't figure out
what to do. Then the spider leg, just figuring out some of those puzzles.
Yeah,
is both scary and it was like, ugh.
But it's fun though. It's really cool.
It reminded me of the first Half-Life level where like one of those giant alien legs was like poking out, and it's like it would stab you if you got close to it, and you got to figure out what to do. And I was like, ugh.
Wow, it's a pretty cool game. And I love the silhouette style. So yeah, that's pretty much it.
All right, I'm gonna fall asleep.
I think so.
This is like the latest we've ever been up.
It's like tomorrow already.
We need to stop starting recording.
I tried to get us to 2 hours.
We talked about Beach Boys for an hour, and then the second hour, I don't even know what we did for an hour.
All right, shall I close this out with the Marmaduke?
All right, let's do it.
I'll do a reading of the Marmaduke. Here we go. Marmaduke's with a couple of the kids. The kid's talking to this other kid. Relax, Marmaduke wouldn't hurt a fly. Oh, here comes a fly buzzing along. Bzz, bzz. See, I told you Marmaduke wouldn't hurt a fly. But all of a sudden, Marmaduke's getting irritated with the fly. It's buzzing around him. And it's about to land on him. And Marmaduke thinks in a thought bubble.
What?
Maybe not.
So he's thinking about hurting it?
I guess.
I don't even know what this is.
I've never seen Marmaduke have a like.
Marmaduke is a person.
He is. He's thinking. Like I've never seen that. There's no precedent
that's one
for that.
step away from him talking.
There is no precedent for that.
He thinks in words.
Maybe not. So he was thinking about getting the.
This isn't funny in the least bit. This is not funny at all.
I told so. So the joke is, I told you he wouldn't hurt a fly. Then he's irritated and he thinks about hurting the fly, and then he says maybe not.
No, I think he's thinking he might not hurt a fly.
I don't know.
I don't understand.
One way or another,
this
that's
one
not
doesn't
funny
even make
either
any.
way.
This makes no sense. And
He's
now,
thinking in thought bubbles.
Now this is like Superman 4. He's just giving him new powers.
Yeah, now he can just think in words. Wow.
I just watched that again, and
Superman
that movie
4
is painful to watch. When he pulls the S off his chest.
No, that's 2.
Is that 2?
That's 2.
I thought it was 4.
No, that's definitely 2.
Well, 4 is stupid.
2 started. It already started getting weird. In
2 was pretty stupid. Not stupid, but like good. But it started getting weird.
Well, 1 is when they gave him the power to turn back time. 2, you got the S.
Yeah.
3, you have.
Well, 3 is just
Richard Pryor, but you also have the scary robot thing.
4
is the sun guy,
and also you could tell they didn't have as much money.
Yeah, like the special effects, like the one in the 70s, looked way better. And you got John Cryer doing like, ah!
Oh yeah,
like hey Uncle Lexi. I don't know, it's bad.
4 is real bad.
Yeah,
I sold my big. I sold in
the metal tin
time because it had all the it had the shorts,
the cartoons,
it had everything. I wish I hadn't had to sell that, but I did because I bought it for real cheap and I ended up selling it still for like $100. And
you come over and watch it.
It also has all the documentaries and all that stuff.
A lot of good stuff on
that
it.
Look Up in the Sky documentary is so good. But I never opened it. Because I had already watched all the special effects when Chris had it.
Right.
So I just had it and I never even opened it. So I'm like, if I can sell this for money, I might as well do it. And all the movies are on various things, and and then I forgot how bad 4 was. 4 was just garbage.
It's fun to watch as a I don't know, how cheesy it is, because it really is. You have Lex Luthor back again.
Yeah.
Which is crazy because you didn't have him at all in 3.
Yeah,
but
and also it reminded me Gene Hackman is retired, and I think he's retired for real.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because he hasn't done anything. He's done.
Yeah, I don't think he's coming back. What was his last thing? Was that Welcome to Mooseport, wasn't it?
Yeah, and he was in Tenenbaums and a couple other things.
That's about it.
And then hearing Wes Anderson's experience with him on Tenenbaums, that it was a complete freaking nightmare. Even though he's so good in that movie, I love that movie and I love him in that movie, but it sounds like he was just not having any of it.
Yeah. That was a great movie, though.
He's so good. Him and Danny Glover, their scenes, everything about that movie is great, but especially him and Danny Glover, him and Angelica Houston, him and Bill Murray. Well, I don't think he has any scenes with Bill Murray, but just Bill Murray. Ben Stiller, yeah. Luke Will. Oh gosh, that movie's so good. Uh-oh. Who's calling you?
I'm getting a wife call. That's how late we went.
What is your wife doing?
I don't know, but we better get going here.
I want to hear this wife call.
Hey, I'm alive. We're wrapping it up. All right. You should go back to sleep. Okay. Goodbye.
Did she wake up and realize?
Yeah, and I wasn't there, and she was worried I was dead, so she's going back to sleep now. We got to wrap this up. For those listening to this at a later date, it's 4:07 in the morning, so it's reasonable for her to maybe be a little freaked out. All right. Well, we did it. We did Marmaduke.
What time are your kids going to wake you up?
They're going to be up in about 2 hours, so I should probably get going here. Maybe 3. If I'm lucky, they'll go to 7.
I'm sorry.
If I'm lucky.
I'm sorry.
All right, we'll wrap it up.
No, let's talk more
Radio
about the Beach
Brendo
Boys.
for all RadioBrendo.com for all your needs of BrendoMan type stuff. We got Facebook group. Reddit. Those are things that
we got all that
exist.
stuff. Be sure to go to benvnetwork.com.
Yeah.
Listen to all those podcasts. And be sure to check out Popsicles. There's a recent Popsicles episode. And
they're getting a new mic?
No. We almost lost another episode. But I think he finally realized, because at first he convinced himself that it was okay again. And then he listened to it and he's like, it sounds like I'm on the phone. I'm like, yes.
Yes, it does.
Sounds like.
Well, if he doesn't, you have a good Christmas present that'll be really cheap for him. You could just buy him a $3 microphone that'll sound way better.
I don't understand. But he'll figure it out. I think he'll figure it out.
So, yeah, we got Kickstarter stuff on the horizon. So keep an eye out for that. Make sure you get your download of
and we're already working on the next project.
Yeah, we got lots of great stuff.
All kinds of stuff coming
in the pipeline.
Down the pipe. So be ready and tell your friends. And thank you for listening. And you guys are all awesome. And let the cookies cool, everybody.
Let the cookies cool.
What are we calling this episode?
Emergency call. Death call.
What?
I don't know, something about Janelle calling.
Midnight at the Brendo Mansion.
Midnight. That's when we started at midnight. Midnight at the Brendo Mansion. All right. Something like that's good.
Didn't we already have a midnight title?
Maybe.
Brendo Stocks. We did the Brendo Talks.
Yeah.
We did the Brendo Talks at midnight.
Yeah.
I don't know. Think of anything else?
I don't know.
No, you always do this, and then I have to think of something, and it.
Well, something about Janelle calling, I think, is good. That's funny, because then people are going to wonder what happened.
Janelle calls at 4 a.m.
Yeah. Panic call.
It wasn't a panic call.
She was panicked. She was like out of breath. Oh, where are you? Are you okay? Serious.
Emergency call?
Yeah, emergency call. I don't know. Brendo 911.
Brendo 911.
There you go. That's it. Problem solved.
Oh, now I have that song in my head. Today on Brendo 911, Brendo falls down the stairs.
Yeah, see, it's good. It covers all.
Today on Brendo 911, Brendo and Phil are recording at 4 a.m, and Janelle wakes up in a panic, not knowing where Phil is. He is still recording at the house.
Still recording.
Today on Brendo 911, Brendo locks in his keys in his car for the 5th time. And Phil is out of wire hangers. What happened?
Which actually happened. We ran out of wire hangers. You locked your keys in the car 3 times.
Why didn't we just save the one hanger?
Oh, I did. I kept telling you to keep it, but then you would like leave them in the car.
Oh yeah, they were in the car.
So I finally wound up keeping one in the truck so that I just had one on hand.
That's right. There were like a bunch of wire hangers in my car that was locked.
Yep.
We're
like, good they did.
We should keep one in the truck.
I probably still have a wire hanger on the floor in the truck somewhere from all your key locking incidents.
Well, and then as you saw, my mom did the same thing. Yep. So I learned it.
The apple doesn't fall far from the tree.
Learned it from you.
All right.
RadioBrendo.com.
Thanks for listening, you guys.
So for Radio Brendo Man, I'm Brendan Creasy.
And I'm Phil Vecchio.
Have a good one, everybody.
I should probably go.
This morning I woke up to my neighbor. She was just crying.
Oh, gosh.
This is very disturbing.
She was
like sobbing.
Now, don't leave this on for 8 hours this time.
Oh, yeah.
You should close out the YouTube feed before you forget.
Good night, Google, YouTube. Thank you. See ya.